Welcome to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 301 Picking Fruit. Lin Shen was the first to arrive at the front of the attribute fruit tree, climbing straight up the trunk and sitting on a branch above. Nov. L. B //JNN. This attribute fruit tree was 3 to 4 meters tall, about the same as a normal fruit tree. The attribute fruits it bore were noticeably larger than those on smaller trees, each one about the size of a hawthorn. Lin Shen took out a folded backpack, stepped on the branches to pick the fruits, and tossed all the picked fruits into his backpack. By the time Tian Xin swam through the sword orchid zone to get there, more than half of the fruits on the tree were already in Lin Shen's backpack, leaving only those on the outermost tips, which he hadn't reached yet because of the distance. "Leave some for me." Tian Xin burst out of the water surface in a rush, trying to pick the fruits. But he had just surged out of the water when he was pulled back down by a force within, completely unable to reach the fruits on the branches. Tian Xin tried several times, but he just couldn't reach the fruits above. Lin Shen jumped down from the branch, stepping on the water surface to pick the fruits, and as he watched the fruits fall into his hands, Tian Xin was so desperate he wanted to vomit blood. He hurriedly swam to the side of the trunk, climbed up the tree, and used the Archangel's sword to chop off branches, bringing down the branches along with the fruits, finally managing to get a few fruits. Unfortunately, he had only gotten a few fruits when Lin Shen had already picked all the remaining ones, his backpack bulging, nearly too full to close. "Let's go, let's head back," Lin Shen said as he stepped on the water to return. Tian Xin had picked a dozen or so, but still felt incredibly frustrated inside. If it weren't for Lin Shen's haul, the dozen or so he picked would have been far beyond his expectations upon arrival. But thinking of Lin Shen's backpack filled to the brim, he felt that the dozen or so didn't seem appealing anymore. Tian Xin didn't dare to stay here alone, so he could only jump into the water and follow Lin Shen back. Once they reached the shore, seeing that Lin Shen was completely dry, carrying the bulging backpack, while he himself looked like a drowned rat, made his mood even worse. "Today's harvest is almost enough, we can't use too much anyway. Let's leave some for those who come later, we should go back now," Lin Shen said with a smile. "Easy for you to say, when you were picking the fruits, I didn't see you leave a single one. You've picked enough, but I haven't," Tian Xin said through gritted teeth. "If you're not afraid of being robbed, then stay here and keep looking for fruit trees," Lin Shen said and turned to leave. "I only picked a few, why would they rob me?" "They should rob you," Tian Xin said angrily. "When they come back and see no fruits here and then run into you, do you think they'll believe you?" Lin Shen called back without turning his head. Tian Xin thought about it and realized that he wouldn't believe it either, he would definitely think that he and Lin Shen had picked the fruits together. By that time, Lin Shen would have run off, and facing 4 people alone, he'd be outnumbered and truly unable to clear his name. After a lot of hesitation, Tian Xin had no choice but to catch up with Lin Shen and head out together. "Encountering you, I've really had terrible bad luck," Tian Xin complained as they walked. "If you hadn't encountered me, you would have died a long time ago, not even having the chance to pick these fruits," Lin Shen said indifferently. Tian Xin was slightly startled and surprisingly didn't retort. He also knew in his heart that Lin Shen was right. If it weren't for Lin Shen, he might have already died in his sleep. Moreover, without Lin Shen, he couldn't go into the water and wouldn't have been able to pick so many fruits. The two of them walked back the way they came in silence. It was still early, and there was plenty of time before nightfall after they hurried back. As they walked, both of them felt that something was not right. It seemed like something in the surrounding sword orchid thickets was watching them. "Do you feel like something is watching us?" Lin Shen turned to look at Tian Xin and asked. "Yes, and there's a lot." Tian Xin surveyed the surroundings and said. "If they don't come out, we'll keep moving." Lin Shen said and quickened his pace, continuing to rush forward, trying to reach the exit as quickly as possible. Tian Xin had no other choice but to follow Lin Shen hurriedly. After traveling some distance, the two suddenly saw a creature step out from the sword orchid thicket ahead, blocking their essential path. Then they saw one after another base variant creature emerge from the sword orchid thicket in all directions, quickly surrounding them. These base variant creatures looked like black chimpanzees. Although they weren't tall, each one had black crystal bodies and was clearly a crystal-based creature. Break through, don't get entangled with them. Lin Shen pulled out death powder and used it directly as a long spear. He swept aside the chimpanzees leaping at him from the sword orchid leaves, death powder moving widely and forcefully, clearing a path ahead. The Archangel's sword in Tian Xin's hand was even more formidable. Anything touched by the Archangel's sword either lost an arm or a leg. The hard crystal bases were like tofu. More and more black chimpanzees charged over, but they couldn't stop the two's onward advance. Death powder in Lin Shen's hands was hard one moment and flexible the next. 1 minute it was a spear and the next it sounded like a whip. The chimpanzee group howled dismally as one sweep of the weapon could knock down a large number of them. Where the hell do these things come from? We didn't see a single one when we came here before, but now we can't seem to kill them off. Tian Xin cursed as he saw the number of black chimpanzees in front growing. In a one-on-one fight, Tian Xin wasn't afraid of these black chimpanzees, but as their numbers grew, even if they didn't fight back and lined up for him to kill, he would eventually exhaust his strength. Once that happened, he would be at their mercy. Lin Shen's carapace shone with brilliant light. With the super base patterns enhancement, such a battle could theoretically continue indefinitely for him. As long as there are no ascended creatures, these black chimpanzees can't stop us from breaking out. Lin Shen shouted as he continued to forge a path ahead. Tian Xin, seeing Lin Shen maintaining high-intensity combat at the forefront with unfaltering strength, gritted his teeth and kept charging forward with Lin Shen. Suddenly, a black lightning bolt flashed through from the sword orchid forest. Lin Shen, quick as lightning, dodged the black bolt. The black lightning grazed Lin Shen's neck carapace, almost touching it. Tian Xin, who was behind, wasn't as quick, but he reacted in time and his Archangel's sword struck at the black lightning. With a loud clang, Tian Xin's Archangel's sword almost flew out of his hand, his body uncontrollably flew backward, crashing into a huge sword orchid leaf behind him and breaking several of them. Damn it, jinxed by your own words, what you say comes true. Tian Xin struggled to get up, stifling the turmoil in his chest, his gaze fixed on the circling black light. He saw that it was a black hammer-shaped life base. Lin Shen's gaze, however, was fixed straight ahead where a giant black chimpanzee with blood-red eyes was glaring at them. Chapter 302 Chapter 302, Battle Ascension Again. The giant black gorilla, towering over 10 meters tall, emanated a terrifying aura, glaring at Lin Shen and his companion as it roared. The hammer-shaped life base struck down once again, and with Lin Shen's speed falling short by too much, he had no chance to dodge the hammer's blow and could only counter with the triple wave punch head-on. Upon seeing this, Tian Xin had no time for second thoughts and immediately flapped his wings, shooting up into the sky, desperate to escape from above. Neither the speed nor the strength of the black gorilla was something they could match, and even with the Archangel's sword at 10th turn in hand, Tian Xin didn't believe he could defeat the gorilla. After all, he had not yet ascended and couldn't unleash the true might of the Archangel's sword. In Tian Xin's view, Lin Shen, who confronted the gorilla's life base head-on, was very likely to die. The black gorilla was at ascension level, its strength was formidable by nature, and its life base was a massive hammer, an ability that wrought far greater destruction than those of blades and swords. No matter how strong a mutator's power, it was difficult to contend with such a life base. He had to escape before Lin Shen was killed, otherwise, he would be the next to die. To fly atop Giant God Mountain might attract other ascended creatures, but Tian Xin didn't have the luxury to worry about that now. Survival was the first priority. Boom! Empowered by the stubborn lone will gauntlets, Lin Shen's surfing triple punch collided with the hammer, shockingly repelling it with sheer force. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Lin Shen quickly advanced towards the giant black gorilla. Without using the sacrificial halo, his strength was insufficient to destroy the life base. The only way to truly end the battle was to kill the body of the giant black gorilla itself. Tian Xin, who had fled into the sky, gaped in astonishment as Lin Shen managed to send the hammer-shaped life base reeling with a single punch. From the speed and power of the hammer life base, Tian Xin deduced that the giant black gorilla was certainly beyond first turn, likely a fifth turn ascended or higher. The gorilla's life base might have reached a strength and speed beyond 100, capable of unleashing tremendous destructive force. Lin Shen being able to withstand the hammer's strike and even repel it was rather alarming. How could he, a mutator, possess such incredible strength? Tian Xin wondered, puzzled. Seeing its hammer-shaped life base repelled, the giant black gorilla flew into a rage, thumping its fists against its chest and letting out a deafening roar. The airborne hammer, now glowing red, struck down at Lin Shen once more. Lin Shen unleashed the surfing triple punch again, and the collision between his surging fist power and the red glowing hammer created a shockwave that shattered the leaves of nearby sword orchids and sent other base mutation gorillas tumbling to the ground in disarray. Lin Shen himself was forced back several steps by the terrifying shockwave, unsure what skill the giant gorilla used to greatly amplify the hammer's strength. His punch had gained no advantage and was instead overpowered. With the giant gorilla's roars fueling its frenzy, the hammer smashed down repeatedly. Lin Shen could only confront it with surfing fist, clashing head-on with the hammer blow after blow. Thankfully, his fist power was projected outward, so the force of the impact didn't reverberate back into his body, otherwise the heavy blows could have easily ruined his arms. Lin Shen could only be grateful that the giant black gorilla was straightforward and temperamental, fixated on pounding him relentlessly with the hammer. If he were facing a more cunning ascended creature who didn't attack head-on but instead utilized speed, Lin Shen would probably have found it much harder to block every strike, and his situation would be even worse than it was now. After all, Lin Shen's speed was far inferior to that of ascension-level entities, unlike his strength which benefited from multiple enhancements. Tian Xin thought of flying towards the exit in the sky, and just as he was about to reach it, a phantom suddenly flashed across the sky. Tian Xin was alarmed in his heart, and hurriedly swung the archangel's sword at the phantom. With a clang, Tian Xin immediately felt a colossal force transmitted to him, causing him and his sword to tumble through the air together. Halos appeared above Tian Xin's head, and his body radiated with holy light, forcibly stabilizing his form as he caught sight of the phantom striking from above. It was a bizarre life base. The life base was square like a brick, yet covered in strange runes that shone with brilliance. The brick pressed down once again, but Tian Xin, flapping his wings, leveraged the innate flying prowess of the celestial race and forcefully dodged the crushing force of the brick. Another ascended creature has been lured here. Tian Xin complained to himself, having no clue where that ascended creature even was while he was already entangled with the life base in the form of the brick. Compared to Lin Shen, Tian Xin's situation was even worse. Although his flying skills and speed were indeed superior to an average mutator, with the enhancement of his skills and the Archangel's sword in hand, fighting an ascended creature at the first turn could potentially result in a counter-kill. However, this ascended creature didn't show itself at all. Tian Xin didn't even know what it looked like, only having to contend with the brick life base. If this continued, defeat was inevitable, and sooner or later, it would spell doom. He tried several times to break away from the battle and rush towards the exit of the mountain valley, but unfortunately, the brick life base blocked him each time, giving him no chance to flee. The showdown between Lin Shen and the hammer was still ongoing. Under the hammer's rampant bombardment, Lin Shen similarly couldn't find an opportunity to get close to the gigantic black gorilla for melee combat. Do I really have to use the sacrificial halo again? Lin Shen felt somewhat frustrated in his heart. He had accumulated just over 100 attribute points in the sacrificial halo, with recent increases being meager. Using it now, he didn't know when he'd be able to accumulate it again. If he could avoid it, Lin Shen was reluctant to use it. But glancing at Tian Xin in the sky, who was also entangled by a life base, Lin Shen felt that this time they were really in trouble. Even if he could use the sacrificial halo to deal with the gigantic gorilla, there were an unknown number of ascended nearby. It wouldn't be easy for them to escape. How did they pioneer this place? They said there shouldn't be any ascended here, yet so many have shown up. Lin Shen couldn't help but feel helpless. Fortunately, Tian Xin was still able to cope for the time being, and it wasn't likely to end in disaster before his strength was severely depleted. Lin Shen feared that their fight would attract even more ascended creatures. It looks like we can only resolve this quickly. Lin Shen was already preparing to use the sacrificial halo to end the fight. If they could take care of the gigantic black gorilla, the two of them should be able to handle one ascended creature. Judging by that brick's strength and speed, it was probably just a standard first-turn ascended creature, not as formidable as the gigantic black gorilla. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so sly, hiding and refusing to come out, fighting only with its life base. Just as Lin Shen was about to use the sacrificial halo, he suddenly saw a disturbance amongst the black gorillas gathered in the distance. A large number of the black gorillas seemed to have seen something terrifying, scrambling to retreat to either side, quickly making way for a figure walking through. Another ascended. As Lin Shen made out what it was, his expression grew worse, internally cursing the intelligence personnel for their information gathering. Chapter 303, Chapter 303, Human-shaped tank. The creature approached from the ground, and Lin Shen knew it was ascension level because it clearly looked extraordinary. It was practically a mecha-like warrior, constructed entirely of deep blue crystal armor, standing 3 to 4 meters tall, resembling a humanoid heavy armored tank. As soon as Lin Shen saw it, he was ready to desperately flee. He figured the primary reason these ascended creatures were after them was probably for the attribute fruits in his backpack. If he threw out the backpack, there was a high chance it would attract the ascended creatures to snatch it up, allowing him and Tian Xin to take the opportunity to run away. Losing possessions is always better than losing one's life, after all. However, as the humanoid tank-like ascended creature approached, Lin Shen temporarily abandoned that idea. Because he saw the humanoid tank pulling out a weapon from behind, which looked very much like an oversized, unmounted Gatling machine gun. Lin Shen was worried about not being able to increase his speed, and then suddenly this ascended creature appeared. If its weapon could also be considered a gun, then Lin Shen really had nothing to fear. While Lin Shen was still contemplating, the humanoid tank had already picked up its Gatling, and fired directly at the Great Hammer life base in the sky. A Gatling that emits blue light. Lin Shen was stunned watching it. The muzzle of the Gatling continuously emitted blue light, with beams shooting up into the sky, relentlessly bombarding the Great Hammer life base above. After being hit, the hammer itself started showing traces of frost. As it was hit by the blue light more and more, the frost on the hammer increased, and in a short time, the Great Hammer life base was blasted into fragments, falling from the sky like rain. The giant gorilla was both shocked and furious, spewing blood from its mouth as its life base was destroyed, its aura immediately weakening as it turned to flee. Unfortunately, before it could escape, the Gatling's firepower had already covered its body, giving it no chance to flee, and in the blink of an eye, the giant gorilla's body was bombarded by the blue light bullets carrying freezing strength into a pile of frozen chunks. The gorilla group fled in terror and in no time had run clean away. Lin Shen watched, eyes wide and mouth agape. This is too fierce, an ascension above 5th level, directly blasting away the life base, and it even carries freezing power. If hit, there's no chance to run. The humanoid tank turned the gun barrel and was about to fire again at the stone life base in the sky. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. The owner of that stone life base, clever as it was, disappeared into the sword orchid forest before the blue light could reach it. Tianxin also saw that shocking firepower and did not dare to run away. He knew that under such firepower, he would not stand a chance to escape. No matter how fast he flew, he would not be faster than the humanoid tank's blue light bullets. Tianxin descended from the sky and came to Lin Shen's side. They exchanged glances, each seeing the doubt in the other's eyes. Logically, their target should have been them, but instead, this individual had first killed the giant gorilla and then chased away another ascended creature. So far, the humanoid tank-like creature had not laid a hand on them. He's probably here for the attribute fruits on us. If he wants them, let's give them to him, Tianxin said to Lin Shen. Lin Shen was also hesitant about whether to give the attribute fruits from his backpack to it. Theoretically, he really wasn't afraid of this humanoid tank. No matter how fast it shot or how fierce its firepower, Lin Shen was not afraid, unless it had some other tricks up its sleeve. While he was deep in thought, the humanoid tank made a gesture towards them. The meaning of the gesture was easy to understand, it seemed to be an invitation for them to follow. As the humanoid tank turned and walked back the way it had come, it extended a hand, signaling for them to follow. What does he mean by this, asking us to follow him? Tianxin was slightly startled, then turned to Lin Shen with a complex expression. It seems that's the case, Lin Shen nodded. Should we go? Tianxin asked, frowning. He didn't want to go, but if they didn't, and that thing fired at them, he couldn't withstand it. It looks like we don't have a choice. Lin Shen's eyes swept across the sword orchid forest around them. Tianxin also subconsciously looked over and could faintly make out some figures hiding within the sword orchid forest. Are they all ascension level? Tianxin's face looked extremely ugly. He knew it was intentionally made for them to notice, as a warning not to think about running away. Probably, Lin Shen sighed. Those in intelligence really deserve to die, Tianxin cursed under his breath. Let's go, they are getting impatient. After thinking it over, Lin Shen decided it was better not to turn hostile. If the other party had such strength and had wanted to kill them, they would have acted already, without all this hassle. Rather than take risks, it was better to see what the other party really wanted to do. It was evident that Tianxin shared the same thought, and both of them followed the humanoid tank. The humanoid tank led them through the sword orchid forest, and after not too long, they arrived at a natural cave. The humanoid tank gestured for them to follow once more before entering the cave. Exchanging a glance, Lin Shen and Tianxin decided to go in and check out the situation first. Once inside the cave, they discovered many crystal flowers and plants growing on the cave walls, casting a dreamlike rainbow of colors throughout the cave under the refraction of light. The humanoid tank led the way, twisting and turning through the cave until they reached a vast underground cavern. However, this cavern had no stalactites, only colorful crystal vegetation everywhere. The humanoid tank stopped at one spot, turned to face Lin Shen and Tianxin, and stood still. Lin Shen and Tianxin surveyed their surroundings and were shocked to find a creature of flesh and blood next to the humanoid tank. The creature's body was entwined with colorful crystal vines, which seemed to serve as an exoskeleton, supporting its body. What was frightening was that some of the vine branches had actually grown into its flesh. Tiger people? What are you doing here? Tianxin examined the being's tiger-like head and spoke. He was quite astonished in his heart, not expecting the humanoid tank to be a pet of a tiger person. When had such a figure entered Giant Ring Star without Tianxin receiving any news? Lin Shen was equally perplexed in his heart. Although he didn't recognize what race the person belonged to, it seemed that no race should be present here. It was normal for the Pioneer Corps to consist of various races, including some Tiger Clan people. But this tiger person clearly hadn't just appeared here recently, those vines on his body couldn't have grown that way overnight. Even more mysterious, the humanoid tank-like ascended creature was not a real pet but a wild ascended creature. How could it be obeying the commands of this tiger person? Chapter 304, Chapter 304, Demon Master Demon Bone. Celestial race boy, don't be in such a hurry, we have plenty of time to have a good chat. The tiger-headed person glanced at Tian Xin and then turned to Lin Shen and said, Kid, what race are you? Human. Lin Shen replied. Upon hearing the name of the race Lin Shen reported, the tiger-headed person visibly hesitated for a moment, murmuring, Human, that's rather peculiar. What's peculiar about it? Lin Shen couldn't help but ask. Of course it's peculiar. I have seen no fewer than 100,000 races in this universe, but someone as peculiar as you, this is a first for me, the tiger-headed person said. I don't find anything peculiar about myself. Lin Shen felt the tiger-headed person's words were somewhat baffling. The tiger-headed person sized up Lin Shen and said, Are there many people in the human race? Do they all look like you? There are several billion of us, not too few, I suppose. Mostly they look quite similar to me. What's peculiar about that? Lin Shen asked again. Don't you think that your human race is missing something? The tiger-headed person said. Missing what? Lin Shen looked down at himself and didn't feel he was missing anything. How should I put it? The tiger-headed person mused for a moment before saying, Let's put it this way, this boy from the celestial race, he has celestial wings on his back. Our tiger clan people have tiger heads. Many races in the universe have their own characteristics. But with your appearance, there's nothing distinctive at all. All the features on your body can be seen in other races, there is nothing unique to your race. Lin Shen paused slightly, as he truly had not thought about this issue before, but upon reflection, it indeed seemed to be the case. The cosmic races he knew of, although similar in appearance to humans, all had their own unique physical characteristics, while humans indeed seemed to lack any unique physical traits. Did you bring us here just to study this? Tian Xin interjected. It was just an offhand remark, the tiger-headed person said with a smile. I called you here because I have a few questions to ask you, and there is also a favor I wish to ask of you. How may we address you? Tian Xin did not ask what the matter was, instead inquiring about the background of the tiger-headed person. I've been here too long, it's been such a long time since I used a name, I've almost forgotten what mine is. Let me think. The tiger-headed person closed his eyes as if digging deep into his memories. Lin Shen and Tian Xin exchanged glances, their curiosity growing. Given that giant ring star had only been discovered a dozen or so years ago, it seemed strange for the tiger-headed person to talk as if he had been here much longer. Almost forgot, my name is Demon Bone, the tiger-headed person finally remembered his own name. Demon Master Demon Bone. Tian Xin heard the tiger-headed person's name and seemed to be taken aback, looking at him incredulously and asking, Are you really the Demon Master Demon Bone? It seems my name, Demon Bone, has not been forgotten by the universe, Demon Bone said with some pride, continuing, the title Demon Master is a misunderstanding by others. I am merely the Emperor Master of the Tiger Clan. It's actually you. Tian Xin became even more surprised. Is he famous? Lin Shen couldn't help but ask. More than just famous, Demon Master Demon Bone, the Emperor's Master of the Tiger Clan, played a pivotal role in the Tiger Clan rising to the top 10 in the universe rankings, Tian Xin said thoughtfully. Demon Bone laughed upon hearing this, what pivotal role? Celestial youth, there's no need to embellish. Those other races gave me the nickname of Demon Master because, as the Emperor's Master, I once planned the extermination of numerous cosmic races. Lin Shen felt a chill in his heart upon hearing this. Racial extermination was not something ordinary individuals could accomplish. It would take a person of extraordinary ruthlessness to go so far as to completely annihilate a race. Encountering such a person, he and Tian Xin probably were not in for anything good. Demon Bone seemed to have no intention of explaining further, merely stating indifferently, is the celestial race currently in control of Giant Ring Star? Indeed, Tianxin could not be sure this person was indeed the demon master Demon Bone, but didn't dare to offend him either. Beside him, the humanoid tank alone was not something he and Lin Shen could confront. Demon Bone pondered before asking further, how long has the celestial race controlled giant ring star? About 17 or 18 years, Tianxin answered truthfully. This was no secret, there was no need for concealment. Only 17 or 18 years. Then who controlled giant ring star before you? Demon Bone seemed surprised, quickly following up with another question. The teleporter leading to giant ring star was discovered by our celestial race 17 or 18 years ago, and before that, no one controlled giant ring star, Tianxin responded. 17 or 18 years, no one. Demon Bone seemed very astonished, even somewhat unable to accept it, muttering to himself with furrowed brows. How long have you been here? Lin Shen, driven by curiosity, asked. Without a device to keep time, I can't remember clearly, but I guess it has been a few hundred cosmic years, Demon Bone answered offhandedly. This response shocked both Lin Shen and Tianxin. If Demon Bone wasn't lying, then someone from the Tiger clan had discovered giant ring star hundreds of years ago. But why hadn't the Tiger clan come to develop giant ring star in all those years, only entering the picture after the celestial race had discovered it? Demon Bone seemed to have come to some realization and did not linger on the issue any longer. Instead he continued to ask, what's the current ranking of the Tiger clan in the universe? Fourth, Tianxin replied. Demon Bone appeared even more puzzled and asked further, and the Supreme Clan? First, Tianxin was now somewhat convinced that Demon Bone had been here for centuries, otherwise, how could he not know that the Supreme Clan was currently the cosmic's foremost race? The Supreme Clan had risen from being just within the top 100 to becoming the foremost within the universe in less than 300 years. This was considered a miracle in the universe, but because the population of the Supreme Clan was small and they did not accept affiliation from other races, no one from the Supreme Clan ever proclaimed themselves the Realm King. And because of the existence of the Supreme Clan, there had been no true Realm King in the last few centuries. Even those who claimed to be Realm Kings, although their power and influence almost dominated the universe, couldn't be considered real Realm Kings without having conquered the Supreme Clan. The Supreme Clan is first? How is that possible? Demon Bone, as if hearing a fantastical tale, couldn't help but widen his eyes. It's indeed first, not only in terms of combat strength but also evolution level, which has far surpassed other races. More than 20 years ago, the Supreme Clan already gave rise to the first naturally born Nirvana being, with the name Desi known throughout the universe. Tianxin said n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. Chapter 305, Chapter 305 Hidden Attribute. Desi, a born Nirvana being. Demon Bone's eyes held a hint of complexity, and after a long pause he said, I have a favor to ask of you, and it won't be for nothing. Help me with this task, and this 10th turn Ice Armor Ripper will be yours to keep as a pet. A 10th turn Ascension pet. Lin Shen and Tianxin both expressed their surprise. They knew this humanoid tank-like creature was strong, but they hadn't expected it to be as strong as the 10th turn. Considering the high reward you're offering, may I know what task requires our assistance? Lin Shen didn't believe in free lunches. The task is not difficult. You just need to deliver a message for me to someone at the Supreme Clan, and then bring me his response. Demon Bone paused, then added, no matter what his response is, the Ice Armor Ripper is yours. Having said that, the vines on Demon Bone's body began to move, unfurling from him and delivering 2 items to Lin Shen and Tianxin. This is your advance payment, Demon Bone explained. Lin Shen carefully examined the object brought to him by the vine, which turned out to be an ascension egg the size of a fist. Tianxin received an ascension egg as well, and the eggs in front of the two appeared to be slightly different. Both of these eggs are mutated ascension eggs, which you should find useful in the future, Demon Bone said, pausing before continuing, the 5 elements tree king fruit you harvested would be best consumed after ascension. They are more potent than the regular 5 elements fruit and are equally effective for ascenders. Many ascended creatures in the valley covet the fruits of the 5 elements tree king but lack the ability to harvest them. When you leave, I'll have the Ice Armor Ripper escort you out. Lin Shen was taken aback, realizing only then that the ascended creatures lurking in the shadows weren't sent by Demon Bone. The two exchanged glances and accepted the mutated ascension eggs. Who in the Supreme Clan do you want us to find, and what message are we delivering? Tianxin asked. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Let me think, what was that person's name again? Ah, his name should be Lu Ran. You just have to ask him one question. Does the promise with Demon Bone still stand? No matter how he responds, you don't need to say much else, just bring his answer back to me, Demon Bone instructed. Although it's a bit of a hassle to go to the Supreme Clan, I do have some connections there, so it shouldn't be a problem, Tianxin said. That's very good. I'll have the Ice Armor Ripper send you on your way, Demon Bone surprisingly agreed readily, without further ado, and had the Ice Armor Ripper send them off. Lin Shen and Tianxin were both puzzled. How could Demon Bone, the mythical demon master, be so easy to negotiate with? Wasn't he worried that Lin Shen and Tianxin would take the items and never return? Lin Shen and Tianxin had been concerned that Demon Bone might have some tricks up his sleeve for them, but the Ice Armor Ripper truly escorted them to the valley's exit and then went back on its own, without any tricks. Leaving the valley, they retraced their path down from Giant God Mountain. When they reached their base, it was still early, and Ximen Swordsman and his group hadn't returned yet. Tianxin found it inconvenient to ask why they were returning so early in this location. After getting into the aircraft and taking off from the base, he asked, "How come you've come back so early?" Lin Shen and Tianxin recounted the events in the valley to Tianxin, who also seemed astonished after hearing the story. Our celestial race has only discovered one teleporter on Giant Ring Star, I haven't heard of other races having one. But looking at him, it seems he really has been trapped there for a long time, Tianxin said. This matter is indeed strange. The Supreme Clan person he told you to look for is named Lu Ran. Tianxin said thoughtfully, I haven't heard of a person named Lu Ran in the Supreme Clan. Don't go to the Supreme Clan for now. Let me inquire about it first. Lin Shen wasn't planning on going to the Supreme Clan anyway, so he wasn't concerned about it. Even if he wanted to go, he didn't know how to reach the Supreme Clan, and he had no connections there, it was likely he wouldn't even meet anyone. While a 10th turn Ice Armor Ripper was desirable, Lin Shen lacked the capability to claim it. Tianxin might have a chance, but whether he dared to meet with Demon Master Demon Bone again was his own problem. Lin Shen shared half of the 5 elements tree king fruit he obtained with Tianxin, since it was Tianxin who had given him the opportunity. Not sharing would have been unacceptable. Moreover, Lin Shen wanted the fire seed from her, so it made sense to show some goodwill. Left with 49 5 elements tree king fruits, Lin Shen had more than he could use, a single one would suffice. Back at Paradise Island, Lin Shen had a talk with his elder sister, leaving her a regular 5 elements fruit and several 5 elements tree king fruits, which could be used at both the base mutation and ascension levels. Lin Shen had only a few regular 5 elements fruits in his possession, but he had plenty of 5 elements tree king fruits, so he couldn't give away many of the regular ones. Returning to his room, Lin Shen consumed a regular 5 elements fruit, and evolution theory immediately began to operate wildly. According to previous information, each person could only benefit once from consuming a 5 elements fruit, which could increase any one of the 4 attributes, although it could only enhance one attribute. Which attribute would be increased seemed to be random, or perhaps there was a pattern, but none had been discovered yet. Lin Shen hoped his increase would be in speed, for with enough speed, even if he couldn't win in combat, he could at least escape. But an increase in speed alone wouldn't significantly affect him, it was better than nothing. So, having speed would be best, but he was open to any increase in the other attributes. Once evolution theory ceased its activity, Lin Shen checked his attributes only to be shocked to find they hadn't changed. That's strange, why is there no change? Could it be because my attributes were already at full? But that can't be right. Tianxun mentioned that the attributes added by these fruits can surpass the upper limits. Lin Shen felt there was more to it. Since evolution theory had been active, it indicated that the fruit was effective, yet his 4 primary attributes indeed showed no alterations. What went wrong? Could it be that the random attribute increased by the 5 elements fruit is not strength, speed, hardness, or toughness, but rather a hidden attribute like endurance? Lin Shen suspected the 5 elements fruit had enhanced an unseen attribute. Lin Shen wasn't overly concerned, as long as it was effective. After his ascension, he planned to consume a 5 elements tree king fruit to see its effects. After resting for a while and waiting for night to fall, Lin Shen once again used his mechanical wristwatch to teleport to Ring Mountain Planet, continuing his hunt for supersource dragons to strengthen the soul harvesting skill of the Death Powder. Chapter 306, Chapter 306, The Great Red Bull Night Lottery. The Supersource Pterosaur had reached a deterrence level of 17/100 in soul harvesting, Supersource Triceratops was at 15/100, and Supersource Velociraptor was at 3/100. Lin Shen drew forth another Supersource Pterosaur and was about to kill it when the creature surprisingly spat out a pet key of its own accord. The effect of soul harvesting is quite impressive, it's even making the Supersource Pterosaur willingly submit. Lin Shen rejoiced in his heart. After accepting the pet key from the Supersource Pterosaur, it turned directly into a pet capsule and fell into Lin Shen's hand. Unfortunately, activating ascended creatures required ascension level strength, and Lin Shen was not yet able to activate it. Lin Shen continued hunting Supersource dragons, burying the harvested spirit bases on this planet, which he could then use to enhance his life base after ascending. While Lin Shen was hunting Supersource dragons, a major event took place on Realm King Planet. All of the Realm King towers lit up with a 100-day countdown, while the news appeared that the ranking battle for the Realm King Tower would end in 100 days. The current number 1 ranker of the Realm King Tower was still the Great Red Bull Knight, and no one's achievements had surpassed his so far. As people were discussing what the final reward of the Realm King Tower might be, someone noticed that within Zhou Qinglong's point of view, Qingjie had appeared again. Ah! Zhou Qinglong is challenging Qingjie again. Last time so many people failed, and now he's going alone? How could he possibly win? Maybe he really has mastered the movement technique given to him by the Great Red Bull Knight. Dream on! As spectators watched Zhou Qinglong approach Qingjie, Qingjie got down from his mount upon seeing him and said coldly, "Your courage is admirable, but if this persists, I will have to take your life. If I cannot win this time, I have no intention of returning alive," Zhou Qinglong said indifferently. "Since you are prepared to die, then come," Qingjie said no more, charging towards Zhou Qinglong like a gale and unleashing a punch simultaneously. His fist power was astonishing, whipping up a force like an overwhelming deluge. Rather than retreating, Zhou Qinglong advanced, stepping diagonally and swinging his blade in a smooth motion. Many thought Zhou Qinglong would soon be defeated, but contrary to expectations, his battle with Qingjie was evenly matched, and for a while, the outcome remained uncertain. Observers realized that Zhou Qinglong's movement technique indeed seemed different. Despite Qingjie's attacks being as relentless as a tempest, they never reached Zhou Qinglong's body. Nov. L.B//JNN. Zhou Qinglong, moving as if leisurely strolling through a courtyard, kept counter-attacking without falling behind, even faintly gaining the upper hand. Wait, could the movement technique given to him by the Great Red Bull Knight actually be real? The onlookers were stunned. Previously, Zhou Qinglong, despite allying with so many, struggled to suppress Qingjie. Now, armed with nothing but a single blade, he was pressuring Qingjie, leading everyone to believe that it was the movement technique from the Great Red Bull Knight that was making a difference. In fact, they were only half right. The movement technique Lin Shen passed on to Zhou Qinglong was indeed significant, but Zhou Qinglong's own strength was also critically important. With the strength to contend with Qing Jie, and having disrupted Qing Jie's overlapping wave skill with his blade technique, Zhou Qinglong achieved such an effect. Qing Jie felt uncomfortable. Every slice of Zhou Qinglong seemed to target the joints of his boxing technique, preventing him from generating his overlapping wave skill. He wanted to defeat Zhou Qinglong with his fists, but he could never land a hit on Zhou Qinglong's body, not even grazed by his blade. Zhou Qinglong seemed to become his shadow, moving in sync whether Qing Jie advanced or retreated, driving Qing Jie to the brink of madness. With a furious roar, Qing Jie's horns blazed with light, and his speed and strength surged immensely. Almost simultaneously, a blue dragon pattern appeared on Zhou Qinglong's carapace. As the pattern emerged, Zhou Qinglong's strength and speed also began to rise. The two engaged in a frenzied battle, with wild energy stirring up the dust in the air, creating a scene of blinding sand and flying stones as if the sky and earth were darkened. I can't lose. I absolutely cannot lose. I must enter the ancestral order. I cannot let my descendants continue to be trampled upon as the lowest class. Qing Jie's eyes burned with a fierce red, his boxing becoming increasingly ferocious. Zhou Qinglong's eyes were icily detached. He stopped thinking with his brain entirely, allowing his body to naturally respond to the fight. The audience involuntarily held their breath, eyes fixed on the raging dust, waiting for the result of this battle. Clang! After a clear clang, the terrifying momentum seemed to halt, and the dust filling the air gradually dispersed. Zhou Qinglong and Qing Jie stood facing each other, 10 meters apart. In Zhou Qinglong's hand, the blade he held drooped down at his side, with a smear of fresh blood flowing along it, dripping onto the ground. On Qing Jie's left shoulder, which was not covered by the carapace, there was now a deep, bone-deep gash. That gash not only injured his shoulder but had also left a wound on his neck from which blood was seeping out. Next time, I won't lose again, Qing Jie suddenly turned and ran off at a breakneck pace. Qing Jie has lost. Damn, the Great Red Bull Knight's movement technique he gave to Zhou Qinglong is really something. Holy shit, just one movement technique, and Zhou Qinglong, who is far from Qing Jie's match, managed to win. The Great Red Bull Knight is kind of strong. Why didn't I run into the Great Red Bull Knight? Zhou Qinglong achieved victory with a single battle, and though he didn't manage to slay Qing Jie, his name was now renowned across the lands. Zhou Qingmeng bounced with joy and waved her fists vigorously. Bro, I knew you could do it. But Zhou Qinglong himself didn't feel much, he had simply executed his plan, which was something he had anticipated. However, following Zhou Qinglong's performance, many mutators began to hope they would encounter the Great Red Bull Knight themselves. The Great Red Bull Knight was so formidable, giving Zhou Qinglong a movement technique that significantly boosted his strength. If they encountered the Great Red Bull Knight and received any kind of benefit, wouldn't they too ascend to great heights? The Great Red Bull Knight practically became synonymous with winning the lottery. Who wouldn't want to hit the jackpot? Unfortunately, Lin Shen hadn't gone to Realm King Planet at all, leaving those hoping to meet the Great Red Bull Knight disappointed. Lin Shen was continually hunting various supersource dragons on Ring Mountain Planet, enhancing his soul harvesting ability. As the night over Giant Ring Star passed, Lin Shen returned for breakfast. Tian Xun had gone out to do something and wasn't there for breakfast. After breakfast, Lin Mia returned to her room. These days, she was preparing for her ascension and had decided to use the Avenger Angel Egg to ascend. Some freak is looking for you, Tian Xin suddenly said, just as Lin Shen finished eating and was about to leave. A freak? What kind of freak? Lin Shen's heart skipped a beat. A half-human, half-metal freak, the one we met on Miadu's star, Tian Xin said with a mischievous smile. Go on. Lin Shen immediately knew who Tian Xin was talking about, he hadn't expected the freak to leave the human mother planet to find him. "I've been feeling a bit weak lately, my memory isn't very good, can't quite remember clearly. If I ate something like 5 elements tree king fruit, maybe I could recall a little more." Tian Xin held his head, feigning frailty. Lin Shen didn't bother with him, what did it matter if the freak came? With Tian Xun around, nothing the freak did could trouble him. Seeing that Lin Shen didn't respond, Tian Xin stopped pressing the matter. He took out a communicator and projected a small holographic image, watching the latest cosmic news. Lin Shen found it somewhat novel and looked up at the hologram, which displayed various news from across the universe. However, none of the news seemed to relate to Lin Shen. After watching for a while, he found it uninteresting and was about to leave when he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Cosmic Special Report, 2 universe hours ago, a human announced in front of Tianjing Mountain that he would challenge a member of the Supreme Clan, DESI. The news projected an image of a human. Lin Shen stared at the image, his mouth agape. Holy moly, what's the fourth brother up to? Lin Shen felt his brain might just crash. The human who announced his challenge to DESI was unmistakably his fourth brother, Lin Xiangdong. Chapter 307, Chapter 307, Beneath the Starry Sky, at the summit of the clear sky. Fourth brother, are you playing too big a game? Are our family's troubles really that big? Lin Shen was somewhat distressed. He had heard of DESI before, but back then, he didn't know what kind of person DESI actually was. Just a short while ago, he finally learned who DESI really is. A member of the Supreme Clan ranked first in the universe, the first congenital nirvana being born from the Supreme Clan, a person who could defeat 99.99% of humans right from birth. Lin Shen felt that aside from looks, his fourth brother would probably be KO'd in every other aspect when challenging such a person. Lin Shen had also heard about his fourth brother's feat at Jinshui Lake, where he faced 5 opponents and shattered 5 life bases. Truly handsome and strong, but compared to DESI, he simply wasn't on the same level. Could it be that fourth brother has already achieved nirvana? That's too fast. Lin Shen found it hard to believe that his fourth brother could have achieved nirvana so quickly. He knew his fourth brother. He would definitely wait till 10th turn before attempting nirvana. Where would he find so many resources to achieve nirvana so swiftly? Could it be that fourth brother also got himself a rich patroness? Lin Shen couldn't help but consider various possibilities. What worried Lin Shen the most was whether his fourth brother challenging DESI meant that the troubles of the Lin family stemmed from the Supreme Clan. If that was the case, Lin Shen felt that his own efforts were far from sufficient. You humans are really too funny, actually going to challenge DESI. Are you looking for a bargain? Tian Xin glanced at Lin Shen with a mocking look in her eye. Looking for what bargain? Lin Shen was confused. Nov. L. B/JNN. Why would his fourth brother challenging the Nirvana level DESI be seen as looking for a bargain? It didn't make sense. Logically, Tian Xin should have mocked humans for not knowing their own strength, but it seemed that wasn't what was happening. Tian Xin curled her lips and said, in the universe, it's common knowledge that DESI is a natural-born Nirvana being. However, because he wanted to experience life below Nirvana, he asked the Supreme Being of the Supreme Clan to use a defying heaven technique to regress him to 0, having him start over from steel level, and he only recently ascended. So there's such a thing. How bored must DESI be? It's like a prince going to the countryside to experience life. Lin Shen was speechless. The whole universe was almost green with envy, yet DESI gave up his congenital nirvana body to start anew from steel level. Lin Shen felt that one really shouldn't be too well fed. That fellow human of yours must be desperate for fame, challenging DESI at such a time. He's too ignorant. Does he think DESI is easy to bully just after his ascension? Hopeless case, even freshly ascended, DESI is still invincible among his peers, Tianxin said sarcastically. That's not certain, no matter how strong DESI is, having just ascended, at most he's at the first or second turn. If he were to face a 10th turn, there's still a possibility of defeat. Lin Shen, although he felt that his fourth brother was likely not a 10th turn, still hoped his fourth brother could win. Impossible, even if DESI is only at the first turn, a 10th turn would still be defeated against him, Tianxin said with a cold laugh. Do you know what the scene of DESI's ascension was like? Such a scene, I'm afraid you can't even imagine it in your dreams. Ascension is just ascension, what scene could there be? Lin Shen was even more puzzled. Primitive races are just that, lacking in insight. When DESI ascended, his life base triggered the cosmic rainbow light, and upon billions of stars, countless civilizations witnessed his daylight ascension spectacle. That was the first of its kind since ancient times. As Tianxin spoke, a hint of longing appeared on her face. What is the cosmic rainbow light? Lin Shen had never even heard of it. Do you know how vast the distances between star systems are? An ascender, flying at full speed, may not be able to reach another star system in their lifetime, and the universe is even more boundless. Let alone ascenders, even nirvana beings generally can only travel to other star systems' planets through teleporters. Maybe you still don't have a tangible feel for it, so let's make an analogy. The starlight you see on giant ring star might have traveled for hundreds of years, thousands of years, or even millions to billions of years before reaching giant ring star. That is to say, the starlight you see was emitted long ago and is only reaching you now. As for the cosmic rainbow light, it is a special energy fluctuation phenomenon in the universe, which can be regarded as a kind of energy release phenomenon of the universe. The cosmic rainbow light can instantaneously appear in most areas of the universe. To date, no one has been able to understand exactly how the cosmic rainbow light is generated or triggered. Before, only when one could draw boundaries in the sky as a king were they able to trigger the cosmic rainbow light. It has never been heard of for someone to trigger it through ascension, not to mention ascension, even during nirvana. I have not personally witnessed anyone who could trigger the cosmic rainbow light. It is said that in ancient times, there were invincible nirvana beings who could trigger the cosmic rainbow light, but those are just stories and legends. Modern people have never seen it with their own eyes. In the past 1,000 years, those who have seen the cosmic rainbow light with their own eyes were probably seeing DESI's ascension that time. After explaining, Tianxin looked at the projection of Lin Xiangdong in the news, mocking, so don't hold any fantasies, no one of the same level is a match for DESI. Not to mention the same level, even if it's nirvana, it's hard to say if they can take down DESI. Maybe the cosmic rainbow light was just a coincidence? Such cosmic phenomena might have appeared just by chance at the time of DESI's ascension. Lin Shen began to worry about his fourth brother. If DESI was really that powerful, wouldn't his fourth brother be in danger? Coincidence? Why don't you coincidentally show me one? Tianxin said with disdain. Ahem, Tianxin, can your communicator show the footage of this human challenging DESI? Lin Shen asked while staring at the communicator in Tianxin's hand. Not necessarily. It depends on whether anyone from the major clans is broadcasting the live scene. That requires special equipment, which smaller clans don't have, Tianxin thought for a moment and said, but for something as amusing as this, there should be someone from the major clans broadcasting it live. Let me see. As Tianxin switched through a few channels, after a while, the live scene of Tianjing Mountain appeared in the projection. Lin Shen saw more clearly this time, only to see Lin Xiangdong, dressed in a robe as white as snow, standing atop a mountain that looked like a giant monument. Behind him stood a pole, on which hung a large banner that read, "Beneath the starry sky, atop the summit of Tianjing. In this life, my only wish is to battle with you." Tianjing Mountain is not actually a mountain, but something akin to a satellite orbiting around Kongjao star, except that it is not spherical. Legend has it that Tianjing Mountain was originally the life base of a Nirvana being from the Supreme Clan. During the Star Beast Tide, that Nirvana being of the Supreme Clan suppressed the Star Beast Tide with his own power, and after slaying countless Star Beasts, he passed away on the spot, and his life base became Tianjing Mountain, protecting Kongjao Star ever since. Tian Xin snorted coldly, that human also has some schemes, actually running off to Tianjing Mountain to challenge DESI, and making it widely known. Even if the Supreme Clan doesn't want to deal with him, they can't ignore him causing trouble on Tianjing Mountain. Let's see if DESI will come out to deal with him personally. To deal with such a fame-crazed nobody, I think the Supreme Clan wouldn't bother letting DESI take action, any ascender would be able to crush him to death. Chapter 308, Chapter 308, Undefeated King. Not only Lin Shen and Tian Xin were paying attention to the happenings at Tianjing Mountain, but in fact, this matter had already become a hot topic among the various races of the universe. No one believed that the human could win, but they were all very curious about whether DESI would actually enter the fray. Theoretically speaking, DESI shouldn't fight, as for such an unknown challenger, if DESI had to respond to every challenge, then he would have no time for anything else. Who knows how many people from small races dream of skyrocketing to success in one step. If they started down this path, there would surely be many more who would follow this tactic in the future. The greatest likelihood was that the Supreme Clan would send someone to handle the human with thunderous methods and prevent such incidents from happening again. As such occurrences had never happened before, the various races of the universe were all secretly watching, wanting to know how the Supreme Clan would deal with this matter. While the various races were speculating, a figure flew out from Kongjao Star and headed towards Tianjing Mountain. DESI. DESI actually went. The onlookers outside Tianjing Mountain were both shocked and delighted when they saw that figure. Lin Shen also heard the live broadcasters shouting and knew that the person was DESI, which made him even more worried. Upon closely observing DESI, Lin Shen had to admit that even in terms of appearance, his fourth brother might not necessarily win. DESI was like the divine child from the myths, and although he didn't have things like holy light around him, his unique temperament set him apart from ordinary people. You might not remember his facial features and appearance, but as long as he stood there, you would know it was him and would not confuse him with anyone else. Peerless and isolated, as if he did not belong to this mundane world. Although Lin Xiangdong was also very handsome, his temperament fell far short in comparison, making him seem just like an ordinary man. Do you wish to duel me? DESI landed on the summit of Tianjing Mountain and asked Lin Xiangdong. It is my lifelong wish, Lin Xiangdong replied resolutely. State your name, DESI said gently. Undefeated King. Lin Xiangdong's vulgarity was exasperating, yet even in front of DESI, he remained true to his nature. So arrogant. It was just too arrogant. DESI had inquired about his name, and instead of providing it, Lin Xiangdong had come up with the title Undefeated King. A mere human ascender dared to call himself a king and claim to be unbeatable. Not to mention DESI, many other races already felt the urge to go and give Lin Xiangdong a thrashing themselves. DESI, however, didn't take offense and nodded with a smile, good name. I also think this name is excellent. Lin Xiangdong seemed to have no concept of modesty, gesturing with his hand, and a petal of pear blossoms formed at his fingertips. My life base is called Falling Blossom, conceived from feeling the falling blossoms of the ancient city. Lin Xiangdong stood with his hands behind his back, truly exuding a few shades of a pretentious literary youth. What a poser! Tian Xin watched the footage and couldn't help but mutter a curse under her breath. DESI was momentarily taken aback, then his face showed a hint of amusement as he pointed a finger, and at his fingertip also materialized something. It was a speck of dust. My life base is called dust, just a speck of the universe. A speck of dust can contain a myriad of worlds, and only such a life base is worthy to face my falling blossom. Lin Xiangdong flicked his finger, and the petal at his fingertip drifted gently towards DESI. This move is called Ancient City Falling Blossom, please enlighten me. As his voice fell, that single petal suddenly turned into a violent snowstorm, with countless petals falling between heaven and earth, enveloping the entirety of Tianjing Mountain within them. The vast momentum, to the astonishment of many other races who had previously looked down upon Lin Xiangdong, made them feel a bit shocked. What was even more incredible was the blizzard-like flow of petals, which surged like a waterfall and ravaged like a flood, stacking layer upon layer of impact that somehow interwove into a gorgeous and mysterious petal ancient city, suppressing DESI within it. Lin Shen stared blankly at the petal ancient city, involuntarily recalling the scenes from his childhood when he had wandered the ancient city and admired the flowers with his elder brothers and sisters. This city, forged from the cohesion of petals, seemed very similar to the ancient city from his memories. However, the next moment, the petal ancient city abruptly shattered, instantly turning into a sky full of ascending petals, like a reverse rain of petals falling towards the sky. Amidst the shattered, ascending rain of petals, DESI stood unharmed at the original spot, his fingertips shining with the dust life base as bright as stars. This move is called Dust Settles, please enlighten me, DESI flicked his fingertip. The dust life base, as dazzling as stars, shot like a meteor toward Lin Xiangdong, trailing a brilliant stardust tail through the layers of petals. The onlookers all widened their eyes, anticipating the result of DESI's strike. Bang! The dust fell upon Lin Xiangdong's body, instantly shattering it into a sky full of splattering petals. Sorry about that, I suddenly have a stomachache, let's fight another day. While everyone was stunned, Lin Xiangdong's figure appeared on the other side, directly transforming into a streak of light, and under the cover of the blizzard-like petals, fled towards the distant starry sky, quickly becoming a small point of light among the stars. What the? How can this guy be so shameless? What undefeated king? More like a king of shamelessness, right? Nov. L. B //JNN. As long as I run fast enough, no one can defeat me, so that's the kind of undefeated king he is. All clans were in an uproar. This wasn't what you'd call a challenge at all, it was just showing off before running away. DESI stared blankly in the direction where Lin Xiangdong had vanished, seemingly not angry, but instead, a playful smile appeared on his lips. Undefeated king, interesting. Lin Shen was also utterly baffled, unsure of what his fourth brother was up to, having fled after just one move. However, he could see that DESI seemed to easily break through his fourth brother's full-strength attack, and had he not run, the end result would only have been a loss. It's better that he ran. Lin Shen secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. You humans truly are a talented bunch, Tianxin said with a sidelong glance at Lin Shen, using the phrase to indirectly criticize, are all humans as shameless as he is? At least he had the courage to challenge DESI, do you dare? Lin Shen said with a smile. Humph, you call that a challenge? It seems that the Celestials and you humans define challenge differently, just like we have different definitions of morality. Our celestial moral standards and the definition of a challenge are not as low as yours, Tianxin mocked. Lin Shen, unconcerned with Tianxin's ridicule, casually wiped his mouth and left the dining hall. He was clueless as to why his fourth brother chose to challenge DESI, but this battle showed him how terrifying a top-tier ascender could be. In comparison to DESI, even 9th turn practitioner Cosimo was merely dross. If I ascend, what will my life base be? Lin Shen suddenly became worried about his own life base. Theoretically, the life base is the product of the combination of the evolution skill and the ascension egg, with both having a key influence on the formation of the life base. Yet Lin Shen's practiced evolution skill was a flawed version of evolution theory, even he was unclear what life base it could possibly form. The ascension egg he used was also a primeval egg of unknown origin. The life base that would emerge was purely a spin of the wheel of fortune, whatever it landed on, it would be. Luckily I can forge 2 life bases. Even if my luck is average, there should be one that suits me, Lin Shen thought to himself. Chapter 309, Chapter 309, Market. During the following period, Lin Shen spent his time on Ring Mountain planet hunting supersource dragons. He killed quite a few, including supersource pterosaurs and supersource triceratops, as well as a number of other types of supersource dragons. Lin Shen noticed a pattern: supersource dragons like pterosaurs and triceratops usually had lower turns, with the majority being first turn and only an extreme few reaching second or third turn. It was the same with supersource dragons that closely resembled dinosaurs, mostly first turn with very few reaching second or third. The less a supersource dragon resembled a dinosaur, the higher its turn count tended to be. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. With enough observation, it became easier to identify supersource dragons with higher turn counts, like the 3-headed dragon, which certainly couldn't be of a low turn. This made Lin Shen even more eager to acquire a 3-headed dragon as a mount, though the success rate for doing so was still not high enough. Having killed so many supersource dragons, even trying to tame a first-turn triceratops, succeeding once in 10 attempts would be considered good. Taming a 3-headed dragon was still an extremely low probability. Tianxun seemed very busy lately, having not returned for several days, causing Lin Shen, who was eagerly waiting for the fire seed, to become rather frustrated. Once Tianxun did return, Lin Shen asked her what she had been doing recently. Tianxun told him that she had been at Giant God Mountain as there were new discoveries and currently all 3 families were striving to conquer it. However, unlike before, the newly discovered area was inaccessible to lower-tier creatures, and only those at the Nirvana level could enter. Lin Shen then understood why the offerings had been increasing so slowly lately, with only a sporadic few. It turned out that the Pioneer Corps hadn't been making significant moves recently. On her last visit, Tianxun took some items and then left, and it had been several more days since she had come back. Sometimes Lin Shen couldn't help but think, if Tianxun were to fall at Giant God Mountain, then he would have no hope for the fire seed. Tianxin, your niece hasn't returned yet, isn't she going to say goodbye before she leaves? Lin Shen happened to be out for a walk early in the morning when he saw Tianxin carrying a lot of stuff, cramming them into the flyer. He thought Tianxin was preparing to leave Giant Ring Star. Who's leaving? You wish, I'm going to the market below to sell some stuff. I wouldn't leave without kicking you out first, Tianxin said as she continued to load her stuff. The market below? Isn't there a market on the Star Belt? Why are you going down there? Lin Shen asked, puzzled. What do you know? Everything here on the Star Belt is high-end, nothing's remarkable, so even the best items don't fetch high prices. The market below lacks everything, and even though it's full of poor folks, you can actually get a good price. Tianxin finished speaking and got on the flyer, leaving straight away. Tianxin's words reminded Lin Shen that he also had several supersource dragon pets on him that he was not using and could trade for things he needed. Lin Shen thought about it and decided to take a look at the market as well. Summoning the evil dragon, Lin Shen headed for Yu's village to first inquire about the nearby markets. When Lin Shen arrived at the village, almost everyone had gone out to hunt, leaving only Yu tidying up. Lord Lin, you've returned. Yu's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Shen, and his greeting had changed from before. Yu, just call me by my name. I'm not fit to be addressed with such honor, Lin Shen said. Nonsense, nonsense. In our human village, with the existence of you, Lord Lin, and Lord Ximen, we all feel proud. Now when I go out to trade with the other races, even those who used to look down on us show some respect. It's much easier to do business than before, and the things I buy back are also a bit cheaper. We don't have to spend a lot of money on little things anymore. People from the village are also treated better outside, all thanks to you and Lord Ximen, Yu said with a chuckle. Lin Shen was aware that it was indeed not easy for humans to survive on an alien world, and he was glad his fame could help others. Have there been any newcomers teleported here recently? Lin Shen wondered when Wei Wufu would be able to deliver the primeval eggs. He was eager to ascend. Lin Shen estimated that Wei Wufu wouldn't be coming so soon. It was because Wei Wufu didn't know about his use of the base mutation pool. Under normal circumstances, it would not be so soon for Lin Shen to be fully mutated. I haven't received any notice from outside recently, nor have I heard of any humans coming over. Lord Lin, if you're waiting for someone, just leave word, and I'll have someone keep watch in the teleportation area. If your friend comes, we'll welcome him to the village first, and then you can take him up to the heavens when you arrive, Yu offered, understanding the situation well. That sounds good. My friend is called Wei Wufu, and among the humans, he's considered quite tall. He's a bit slow of speech, but you should be able to recognize him at first sight, Lin Shen said. Then, he pulled out something and handed it to you. This is for your trouble. There'll be an additional reward after you've found the person. Lord Lin, how could I possibly take something from you? Yu looked at the item in Lin Shen's hand, his eyes gleaming, yet he dared not accept it. Just take good care of the person. Lin Shen stuffed the item into Yu's hand and asked, are there any large markets nearby? With just this many humans, we usually just trade useful things with each other. If you really want to buy and sell, you have to go to the markets opened by the foreign tribes people. Yu pocketed the item and cheerfully explained the situation of some nearby markets to Lin Shen. If you're looking for a variety of goods, you'll find them in the Pioneer Corps market, which has all sorts of bizarre items. However, the Pioneer Corps usually doesn't stay in one place for too long, so their market moves around too. Recently, I heard it's near Giant God Mountain. And the Pioneer Corps is full of real desperados, so it's not very safe there, Yu added. Lin Shen figured that made sense, with people from various races in the Pioneer Corps and exploring different places to pioneer, they must have many good items on hand. After chatting a few more words with Yu, Lin Shen decided to visit the Pioneer Corps market to see for himself. Riding the evil dragon toward the direction of Giant God Mountain, he had been there once before, so he knew the way and arrived near the Giant God Mountain quickly. He casually asked a member of the other races and easily found out the location of the market. The so-called market was actually just a relatively flat area where anyone could set up shop directly on the ground. This market was filled with small tribes of all sorts of bizarre creatures, which was quite an eye-opener for Lin Shen. The goods they sold were also diverse, with some items that Lin Shen had never even heard of before. After inquiring about the price of some familiar items, they turned out to be even more expensive than those at Yu's. Lin Shen had thought Tian Xin might be here selling goods, but he didn't see Tian Xin anywhere. Instead, he spotted Ximen Swordsman setting up a stall in a corner. Lin Shen glanced at the items on Ximen Swordsman's stall and was taken aback to see a base mutation egg with a mosaic on it. Chapter 310, Chapter 310, Fire Cloud Branch. Lin Shen did not expect to see a base mutation egg bearing fire seed on this alien world. Did Ximen Swordsman bring this base mutation egg from his home world, or did he acquire it on Giant Ring Star? If it's the latter, could it mean that base mutation eggs on alien worlds can also be enhanced with fire seed? Lin Shen thought as he approached Ximen Swordsman's stall. How was your last harvest? Lin Shen asked with a smile as a greeting. Not bad, Ximen Swordsman responded indifferently. How much for this one? Seeing that the swordsman was not interested in chatting, Lin Shen did not press further. 1 heavenly currency for an alloy creature's egg, Ximen Swordsman said. Lin Shen took out a heavenly currency coin and handed it to Ximen Swordsman, then put the egg into his backpack. Lin Shen originally wanted to leave immediately, but then he thought for a moment, squatted down, and asked Ximen Swordsman, Old Xi, will you teach the skill of borrowing and transforming force? I don't teach, Ximen Swordsman replied coldly. We could trade. Lin Shen wanted to learn some techniques of transforming and borrowing force, he did not need to be as skilled as Ximen's swordsman, just some practical techniques would suffice. I don't teach, Ximen's swordsman glared at him. If you won't teach, then you won't. What's the rush? Lin Shen said with a smile, where did this alloy egg come from? Is it from Giant Ring Star, or did you bring it from your home world? Brought it from the home world, Ximen's swordsman said. Hearing this, Lin Shen felt somewhat disappointed. If the base mutation egg had been brought from the home world, then it probably meant that base mutation eggs on alien worlds may not have fire seed. If foreign tribes people of other races can have fire seed, why cannot base mutation eggs on alien worlds? I don't believe it. Lin Shen decided to look around more, perhaps base mutation eggs on alien worlds might also possess fire seed. Maybe he just had not seen enough, and that was why he hadn't found any. After leaving Ximen's swordsman's stall, Lin Shen continued to browse the market. There really were not a few people at the market. The Pioneer Corps was resting these days, making the market quite lively. Lin Shen saw many different types of base mutation eggs, even ascension eggs, but none with fire seed. Feeling a bit disheartened, Lin Shen was strolling when Fei Zhe suddenly popped out of his backpack and landed in front of a stall nearby, staring intently at something. Lin Shen hurried over and picked up Fei Zhe. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. In such a place, meat was very rare and he was worried that someone might have designs on Fei Zhe. There were no carbon-based life forms on Giant Ring Star, so it was very difficult to get meat. The members of the Pioneer Corps basically sustained themselves on base mutation fluid, they hadn't had the chance to taste meat. Fortunately, no one seemed to have noticed Fei Zhe. Lin Shen glanced at the stall's owner, who had a somewhat frightening appearance, with a head resembling that of a snake or lizard. "Friend, what would you like to buy?" Although the vendor spoke amicably, it did not match his appearance. However, when he spoke, his snake-like tongue flickering in and out was still somewhat scary. Lin Shen's gaze swept over his stall, curious to discover what had attracted Fei Zhe. The fatty that he held in his arms had its gaze fixed on an item on the stall, and Lin Shen easily noticed it. What puzzled Lin Shen was that this item was neither a base mutation egg nor base mutation fluid, and it wasn't even something edible, it was just a small blackened branch that looked like charcoal. Why would Fatty, who loves to eat, be interested in this kind of thing? Lin Shen wondered curiously. He crouched down, pointed to the branch, and asked the stall owner, "What is this?" "This is a branch from a type of fire cloud tree found on my home planet," the stall owner explained. Although the fire cloud tree is not a base mutation material, it's extremely flammable. It ignites as easily as a match does, just by scraping it against a rock, it can be used as fire seed. If you're interested, I can sell you this fire cloud branch for 1 heavenly currency. It looks burnt, as if it's been used already, Lin Shen observed, scrutinizing the fire cloud branch. No, the fire cloud branch naturally has a charcoal-like color. This one hasn't been used. The reason it looks like this is that the fire cloud tree it came from was struck by lightning. The exterior is charred, but the inside is fine. If you don't believe me, you can try it for yourself, the stall owner said, and reached for the fire cloud branch, using one end to scrape it across the ground. Just like striking a match, the tip of the branch scraped across the rock, sparking off white flecks of fire, and then the branch tip burst into white flames. The stall owner blew on the flame, and it was extinguished with a breath. The fire cloud branch can be used repeatedly. This one, struck by lightning, is particularly durable. I originally brought it from my home planet for personal use, but now that I don't need it anymore, I'm selling it to make some money, the stall owner said. Okay, I'll take the fire cloud branch. Do you have any more? Get me some more, Lin Shen said, knowing that Fatty must want this item since it kept staring at the fire cloud branch. Although he had no idea why Fatty wanted the fire cloud branch, if Fatty took an interest in something, it seemed worth buying for a little money. No more, I only had this one piece. Fire cloud branches hit by lightning are very fire resistant and can last a very long time, the stall owner shook his head repeatedly. Lin Shen had to give up, paid the money, and left with the fire cloud branch. Lin Shen put Fatty back into his backpack and then placed the fire cloud branch inside as well. Upon seeing the fire cloud branch, Fatty's eyes lit up and it immediately gripped it in its mouth, refusing to let go. Seeing it hold onto the fire cloud branch and stay still, Lin Shen stopped paying any further attention and continued to wander around the marketplace. I'll offer 10,000. I'll offer 11,000. I'll offer 12,000. After wandering for a while, Lin Shen saw a particularly lively stall, where several foreign tribes people were arguing heatedly, seemingly competing over something. The genes within Lin Shen that loved watching a commotion awakened, and he moved closer, curious to see what was worth such a heated bidding war. Over 10,000 heavenly currency was no small sum, and the celestial race's currency was quite valuable. It was a struggle to make his way to the front, but when Lin Shen finally saw what the people were bidding on, it was just a bone. Are all these foreign tribes people born in the year of the dog? Why are they spending so much money on a bone? Lin Shen wondered. The bone clearly wasn't a base mutation material, just an ordinary large bone that looked like it could be from the leg of a cattle or horse, more than a foot long, thick at both ends and thinner in the middle. The thickest part was as big as a fist, while the thinnest part was only a handful. It was unclear whether the bone had discolored due to age or from being touched too often, but it already had a polished patina. Lin Shen looked it over and still couldn't understand what kind of animal the bone belonged to, nor could he comprehend why these people were willing to pay a high price for this bone. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Chapter 311, Chapter 311, Giant God's Bone. The foreign tribes people were still bidding, and the price had already exceeded 20,000. Friend, what is that bone, and why is it so valuable? Lin Shen asked a werewolf who was also watching the excitement. The werewolf didn't pay any attention to Lin Shen, not even turning his head. That is, until Lin Shen patted him on the shoulder, which instantly enraged the werewolf, causing him to turn and glare at Lin Shen. However, upon seeing the two heavenly currency coins Lin Shen was holding, the werewolf's anger turned to laughter. He reached out, took the coins, and said with a smile, "That bone is an incredible item, it's a giant god's bone obtained from the giant god mountain." Giant god's bone? Lin Shen felt surprised. Let alone cosmic species, even back on the human mother planet, not many people believed in gods or ghosts anymore. Modern humans attributed any strange powers and creatures they came across to higher order beings, completely discarding the concept of gods and ghosts. The so-called giant god's bone, Lin Shen thought, must be the remains left by a race called the Giant God Clan. However, he hadn't heard of any indigenous carbon-based life on the giant ring star, only various base variant creatures. Let me tell you, this giant god's bone is no ordinary thing. What kind of place do you think Giant God Mountain is? Even nirvana beings tread carefully when ascending it on foot, not daring to fly. You know, said the werewolf in a lowered voice, continuing in a whisper that only the two of them could hear, it is said that inside the main peak of Giant God Mountain, several giant god skeletons were uncovered. This bone must be a part of those skeletons. Normally, giant gods' bones should be handed over to the Pioneer Corps. I have no idea how this vendor managed to get a hold of one to sell so openly in an auction like this. He could be stirring up some serious trouble. A member of another race, who was nearby, overheard the werewolf's words and chuckled, "Do you know who backs this vendor? That's Lord and 117's brother-in-law. It's not just about getting a giant god's bone. Even if he wanted to sell the entire giant god skeleton, who would dare to do anything to him?" Only then did Lin Shen come to know that the vendor had such a connection. Seeing that others knew more than him, the werewolf's pride took a hit, and with a snort, he said, "So you think you know a lot? Do you know what the giant god's bone is used for? Why are so many people eagerly bidding high prices to buy it? I really don't know that, the member of another race said, shaking his head. I thought you knew so much. It turns out you just know a little gossip, nothing to show off about, the werewolf retorted with a tilt of his snout, proudly saying, remember, I'm telling you, this giant god's bone has great uses on the giant god mountain. If you have just one giant god's bone, no matter which part of the bone it is, you can move freely on the giant god mountain. No creature on giant god mountain would dare to bite you. On giant god mountain, this is a life-saving divine artifact. Who in the Pioneer Corps wouldn't want to have such a life-saving divine artifact? Pfft! The werewolf spoke as if he was an authority on the matter, and Lin Shen was already beginning to believe him, but then someone among the onlookers burst out laughing. Both the werewolf and Lin Shen turned to see who was laughing, only to find it was a young girl with rabbit ears. What are you laughing at, young lady of the Moon Rabbit clan? What is so funny? The werewolf asked, drooling at the sight of the Moon Rabbit girl. The Moon Rabbit girl covered her mouth and said, sorry, I really didn't mean to. I just couldn't help laughing. You're laughing at what? Is what I said incorrect? The werewolf, eager to impress the Moon Rabbit girl, asked in a hurry. The uses of the giant god's bone, wouldn't you be basing it on hearsay, and perhaps a bit of your own imagination? The Moon Rabbit girl said with a laugh. Hearsay? Then you tell me, what is the giant god's bone really used for? The werewolf said, dissatisfied. The Moon Rabbit girl said, the giant god's bone can indeed bring good luck and ward off evil, but it's only useful within the giant god cemetery. The ones buried there are some ordinary giant god clansfolk. Usually, there aren't any valuable burial goods. Digging graves there to scavenge for treasures rarely yields anything good, the high ranks of the Pioneer Corps don't even care about it, otherwise, the giant god's bone wouldn't have been so easy to obtain. Moreover, the giant god's bone isn't as precious as you say. Just dig up 1 or 2 graves within the cemetery, and you'll always find a few segments that haven't completely decayed, though complete ones like this are indeed rare. Having heard this, Lin Shen finally understood what was going on. The last time he spoke with Tianxuan seemed to have mentioned this giant god cemetery, but he wasn't interested then, so he didn't ask further. Thinking back now, the place Tianxuan and his group went to seemed to be not far from the giant god cemetery, it seemed to be called the giant god mausoleum. So that's the situation. The ones buried in the giant god cemetery are all ordinary giant god clansfolk, so the ones buried within the giant god mausoleum are probably not just any giant god clansfolk, Lin Shen thought to himself. The few bidders had driven the price up to 31,000, which, for a typical mutator, was an exorbitant price already. The competing bidders from other races began to hesitate, seeming to find it hard to increase their bids further. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om 32,000, Lin Shen suddenly spoke up, adding a little more to the bid. He wanted to check out the giant god cemetery, who knows what he might dig up. Tianxuan seemed to have mentioned before that the Pioneer Corps had once excavated a mutated spirit base in the giant god cemetery. Although this was just an isolated case, what if he were to be lucky? With Tianxuan not at home, he couldn't possibly run over to ask Tianxuan for the giant god's bone, and anyway, why owe a favor when you can settle with money? With Lin Shen's new bid, the foreign tribes person who had offered 31,000 abruptly turned around and glared at him fiercely. Lin Shen pretended not to see, since in a bidding war, the item naturally goes to the highest bidder. What's the use of glaring? In the end, no one else made a bid, and Lin Shen secured the giant god's bone for 32,000. Brother, be careful, the werewolf whispered these words, patted Lin Shen's shoulder, and then quickly retreated. Lin Shen approached the vendor and asked, presenting a bag of ascension liquid, you accept ascension liquid as payment, right? Base mutation fluid and ascension liquid are both solid currencies, generally acceptable as money. Certainly, certainly, but we need to verify its purity first, the vendor said with a beaming smile. Trading with Ascension liquid means he could obtain it at a slightly lower rate, turning a profit. All of Lin Shen's Ascension liquid came from the Supersource Dragon, pure and unadulterated, so naturally, its purity was excellent. The vendor quoted an exchange rate, just a bit lower than usual, but Lin Shen couldn't be bothered to haggle and directly used the Ascension liquid to pay, retrieving the giant god's bone in return. Chapter 312, Chapter 312, The Moon Rabbit Girl. Lin Shen, carrying the giant god's bone, was planning to visit the giant god cemetery on Giant God Mountain. If he could dig up a mutant spirit base, that would be a huge win. He hadn't reached Giant God Mountain when Lin Shen stopped, turned around, and said, "You've been following for so long, and now that there's nobody around, there's no need for you to hide anymore. Come out and take whatever you want." Lin Shen had thought it was the other race individual who had stolen the giant god's bone from him, but when he saw a figure emerge from the woods, he realized it wasn't the other race he had in mind, but rather the Moon Rabbit clan girl. "It's you." Lin Shen was somewhat surprised, sizing up the Moon Rabbit clan girl. "Don't misunderstand, I don't intend to rob you of anything. I'm following you because I want to discuss a matter with you," the Moon Rabbit clan girl said as she approached. "Stay right there, don't move. What matter do you wish to discuss?" Lin Shen stopped the Moon Rabbit clan girl, not going to let his guard down just because she was a pretty girl. The Moon Rabbit clan girl obediently halted and said timidly, "I want to go to the cemetery with you. Could you take me along?" "No," Lin Shen refused outright. "Please, don't be so quick to reject me. Listen to what I have to say, and if afterward you still don't want to take me with you, I'll leave immediately without bothering you any further," the Moon Rabbit clan girl said somewhat anxiously. Lin Shen watched her without saying a word, and the Moon Rabbit clan girl continued, "My name is Yoon, a mix of the Moon Rabbit clan and Spirit Treasure clan. I possess the Spirit Treasure clan's special talent. I have a keen ability to sense various spirit bases and can help you find the ones buried in the ground in the cemetery. Why are you telling me all this?" Lin Shen stared at Yoon intently. He had never heard of the Spirit Treasure clan, nor did he know if they genuinely possessed such a talent. If they did, he wondered how many people would be clamoring to bring her to the Giant God Cemetery, and why she would be pleading with him, a stranger, instead. "Besides you, nobody knows of my Spirit Treasure clan bloodline, and I dare not let anyone know I possess this ability. You understand what I mean, right?" Yoon said. "You're afraid of other people, but not of me." Lin Shen's expression darkened. Yoon's logic didn't make sense to him. Lin Shen didn't feel he had any particular charm that would make Yoon, who seemed unwilling to trust anyone, easily trust a stranger she had just met. "I've seen you at the Pioneer Corps base. You came with Lord Tianxuan, and you are not a part of the Pioneer Corps. You were one of the 6 who went into the Forbidden Area." Yoon spoke with a hint of a plea, "I have nothing on my own, and to go to the Giant God Cemetery, my only option is to collaborate with someone. I think someone trusted by Lord Tianxuan is likely more reliable than those desperate outlaws in the Pioneer Corps. I don't want much, whatever you find is completely yours. I'll contribute to finding items, and Big Head, you take the majority. You decide what my efforts are worth and give me as much as you see fit. If you find my contribution worthless, I am willing to leave empty-handed. Are you truly able to sense spirit bases?" Lin Shen scrutinized Yoon for a while before speaking. "I can sense some, but my sensing ability isn't very strong. It's worth a try. If my efforts prove useless, you don't have to give me anything, just get me down the mountain safely," Yoon replied eagerly. "Wait here for me," Lin Shen instructed Yoon to stay put while he ran into the forest. He then took a pterosaur sickle life base from his backpack, found a concealed spot, and thrust it into the ground. Surrounded by clumps of grass, the pterosaur sickle was impossible to trace once embedded. This pterosaur sickle was taken from Ring Mountain Planet by Lin Shen. A third-turn pterosaur sickle was quite rare. Lin Shen didn't go back immediately. He walked around to ensure Yun couldn't deduce where he had been by following his footprints. Yun, take a look in the forest, see if you can find anything, Lin Shen said upon returning. Yun was not stupid, he understood Lin Shen's implication and immediately ran into the forest. Lin Shen followed Yun, observing every move he made. To his surprise, Yun went straight to the bush where Lin Shen had inserted the pterosaur sickle. Then he turned around and said to Lin Shen, "The spirit base you hid is here. How did you know?" Lin Shen was somewhat astonished. "Actually, from the moment I met you, I could sense the aura of the spirit base on you," Yun said. "Spirit base has an aura? So, you mean you sniffed it out with your nose?" Lin Shen was somewhat taken aback. "Well, it's not exactly an aroma. It's more like a special kind of spiritual wave. My nose can sense that type of wave." Yun explained for a while, but Lin Shen still couldn't understand what kind of spiritual wave was atop the spirit base. "All right, according to what you said, I will take you to the giant god cemetery and protect you. If you truly can be of use, I won't treat you unfairly," Lin Shen said after pondering for a moment. "Thank you," Yun replied, overjoyed, and with both legs together, he respectfully bowed to Lin Shen. Lin Shen took Yun with him up Giant God Mountain, and following the route he had learned, they headed for the Giant God Cemetery. With the pass issued by Lord Tianxuan, the pioneer corps guarding the mountain didn't dare give them any trouble. In fact, since the area of the Giant God Mountain was simply too vast, the pioneer corps couldn't stop everyone from entering the mountain. Only certain key areas were closely guarded, while many other regions were frequented by lone mutators and ascenders seeking to explore. The Giant God Cemetery was not a key area, it was essentially a chaotic burial ground, while the real burial site of the Giant God clan lay within the mausoleum deeper inside the cemetery. However, aside from the Nirvana beings, no one could enter that mausoleum, so there was no need for guards. When the two arrived at the Giant God Cemetery, they saw many people adorned with bones wandering within the burial site, with holes dug out all over the gully. "Yun, it's all on you now," Lin Shen said, wanting to test if Yun was truly of any help. Yun nodded, his expression grave as he led the way, occasionally sniffing the ground haphazardly. This canyon was originally a river channel, with a layer of cobblestones more than a meter thick on the ground. The places where the Giant God clan had buried their bones were beneath this layer of stones, which were not easy to find. Near the entrance of the canyon, many people had already excavated the area, leaving pits and piles of cobblestones all around. Lin Shen initially thought the chances of finding a spirit base here were slim to none, but after Yun walked around for a while, he stopped in front of a hole that was over 2 meters deep, already dug by someone else. "There seems to be something here." Yun jumped into the hole and sniffed around for a good while before confirming something to Lin Shen. Lin Shen asked Yun to step aside and then summoned the Black Crystal Stoneman, instructing it to dig down into the pit. LB //JNN. He had thought that a spot already excavated by others would be unlikely to contain a spirit base, yet after the Black Crystal Stoneman dug down another meter inside the hole, there was a tink sound, and to their astonishment, they truly found something. Chapter 313, Chapter 313, Unearthing a Mutated Spirit Base. "There's actually something here." Lin Shen was somewhat surprised, and he asked the Black Crystal Stoneman to slow down, carefully digging to the side. He squatted at the edge of the pit and directed the Black Crystal Stoneman, and saw something gradually being revealed. "This is a coffin." Lin Shen saw clearly the object beneath, and his surprise intensified. It was known that the Giant God Cemetery was literally a mass burial site, where the buried Giant God clan, their skeletons mostly decayed in the mud, didn't have coffins or anything of the sort. Nobody knew how many years they had been buried here, but most bones had long since decayed completely, which is why the number of Giant God's bones unearthed wasn't high. The spirit base, due to its immortal nature, usually had no problems despite being buried in the silt for such a long time. Coffins, especially in the giant god cemetery, were rare to begin with, let alone this coffin, which was made from crystal base material, exquisitely crafted, and even carved with many strange symbols that didn't look like common goods. Are we really this lucky? Lin Shen looked around. Only a few hundred meters away another of the other races was digging, with most others having gone deeper into the canyon. This area had been dug up so much that most people considered it unlikely to yield any more giant god bones, which is why they went to dig farther away. Yun was quite excited, but she also knew such matters shouldn't be broadcasted, so she kept her mouth shut, her hands gripping her clothes' edges, trembling with excitement. Lin Shen had the black crystal stoneman open the coffin lid directly, and immediately a foul stench emanated out. Inside the coffin was black water, probably from when a river used to flow here and water had gotten into the coffin. It's all soaked like this, the bones are definitely gone, and who knows if there's a spirit base. If it's made of crystal base material, it might even be crystal base level. Lin Shen ordered the black crystal stoneman to reach into the coffin to fish something out. Soon enough, the black crystal stoneman really did fish out something, pulling its arms from the stinking black water of the coffin. Lin Shen glanced at Yun, who was standing beside him with her hands over her mouth, watching the contents of the coffin excitedly, with no other thoughts on her mind. He then turned back to take a closer look at what the black crystal stoneman had fished out. What is this? An umbrella. Lin Shen saw what the black stoneman had pulled out. It looked like a closed umbrella, pitch black like ink jade, with faint red glimmers seeping through. Lin Shen took out a water flask from his backpack and rinsed it, confirming that it indeed was an umbrella-shaped spirit base. The umbrella, as black as ink jade, had blood-red fine lines, and that touch of red light was emitted by those crimson lines. The giant ring star's wristwatch showed no reaction, but the mechanical one vibrated. Lin Shen hurriedly checked his watch, and a notification about discovering a spirit base popped up. The functions of the mechanical watch were clearly much more powerful than those of an ordinary transporter watch. Discovered a fourth-turn mutated spirit base, the Yin Spirit Umbrella. A fourth-turn mutated spirit base. Lin Shen was both shocked and elated, not expecting to land such a big find right off the bat. Mutated spirit bases, such rare finds, were worth a lot more than ordinary spirit bases. It was a pity that Lin Shen wasn't at ascension level yet, so he couldn't activate the spirit base, otherwise he could have checked what attribute it had, and if it possessed any innate abilities. Yun, well done, do you want the spirit base, or would you prefer something else? Lin Shen, while putting the Yin Spirit Umbrella into his backpack, asked Yun. If it's possible, could you give me some crystal base level mutation fluid? If that's inconvenient, giving me some money is also fine, Yun spoke cautiously. No problem, take this base mutation fluid for now. Once we get out, I'll give you double the mutation base mutation fluid. Lin Shen took out the remaining bag of mutation fluid he had and handed it to Yun. This stuff was of no use to him now. The small amount that Yun was asking for meant little to Lin Shen. Thank you. Yun was both surprised and delighted. Although she had resolutely chosen to cooperate with Lin Shen and seemed firm, she was actually very afraid inside. It was just because she had no other choice and had to seek cooperation with someone else. Now that Lin Shen had found the spirit base and generously given her the mutation fluid, it had set her mind at ease quite a bit. Little did she know that what she had found for Lin Shen was the fourth-turn mutated spirit base, far more valuable than a few bags of mutation fluid. Lin Shen had the black crystal stoneman search in the coffin for a while longer, but nothing else was found, the bones had long dissolved. The black crystal stoneman then closed the coffin lid again, filled some of the dug-up black mud back in until the coffin was no longer visible, and then left to continue searching for spirit bases. With the first success, Lin Shen gained more confidence in Yun's ability, and his tone became much gentler. Yun, why did you come to Giant Ring Star alone? Where's your family? Lin Shen asked casually as they walked forward. There's no one left at home. My mom is from the Moon Rabbit clan, and my dad is from the Spirit Treasure clan. They were visiting my grandfather on Moon Rabbit Star when the Moon Rabbit Star disappearance incident occurred. Now I'm the only one left at home. When Yoon mentioned her family, her initially excited mood disappeared immediately, but she still smiled and said, being alone is quite good. I can go wherever I want, with no one to control me, no one to restrain me, and no one to scold me anymore. It was then that Lin Shen remembered that Red Heart A had sent him a video of the Moon Rabbit Queen dancing, which mentioned the mystery of the Moon Rabbit clan's disappearance. Only after hearing Yoon did Lin Shen realize that it was not just the Moon Rabbit clan that had vanished, but the entire mother star of the Moon Rabbit clan. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. How did Moon Rabbit Star disappear? Lin Shen did not offer any comfort to Yoon. Almost every day a species goes extinct somewhere in the universe, it is not unusual. Just as on the human mother planet, countless species have gone extinct, and no matter how much goodwill Lin Shen had, he could not change anything. Unless he could become a star lord of a planet, possessing absolute control over it, might he then truly be able to do something about it. As the two continued to look for spirit bases, they also talked a bit about the Moon Rabbit clan. Yoon didn't have much information about the disappearance of the Moon Rabbit clan. At the time, she stayed on the Spirit Treasure clan's planet and did not follow her parents to Moon Rabbit Star, which was why she had survived the calamity. By the way, is your Moon Rabbit clan skilled in dancing? Lin Shen suddenly asked a question. Yoon was taken aback. Dancing? What kind of dance? Any kind of dance? Don't you usually dance? Lin Shen said as if it was a casual remark. Yoon looked puzzled as she answered, I heard from my mom that a long time ago, our clan was colonized by other races for a period. That race turned the people of the Moon Rabbit clan into dancers for their amusement and as gifts, never treating the Moon Rabbits as people. After the Moon Rabbit clan gained independence and was no longer enslaved, the memory of that period became a source of deep shame. While there was no explicit ban on dancing, on Moon Rabbit Star, absolutely no one would teach dancing nor would anyone dance. I'm sorry, I wasn't aware of the history of the Moon Rabbit clan and didn't mean to bring it up, Lin Shen apologized in haste but couldn't help wondering, if the Moon Rabbit clan is so averse to dancing, why would there be a video of the Moon Rabbit Queen dancing? Could it be that the one in the video was not actually the Moon Rabbit Queen? Chapter 314, Chapter 314 Follow Me. Yoon really came through. After more than 2 hours of searching, she actually found another first-turn spirit base. Lin Shen, after digging out the Wolf Fang Club spirit base, had no room to store it, so he could only carry it on his back. Several members of the other races nearby who were digging for items, upon seeing the Wolf Fang Club spirit base on Lin Shen's back, all turned their gazes on him, some filled with greed. Lin Shen had no choice, the item was simply too big to hide. Since it had already been seen by others, Lin Shen didn't bother to cover it up. In that pit, he also dug up 2 palm-sized bones which likely belonged to the Giant God clan. He directly gave one to Yoon. As the two were about to continue further inside, a group of people approached them, blocking their way. Is there a problem? Lin Shen glanced at them and asked coldly. Please don't misunderstand, friend, we have no designs on the spirit base you've unearthed. A man covered in golden hair spoke lightly, do you remember me, friend? I don't remember, who are you? Lin Shen glanced at him, genuinely without any recollection he was the kind of person who didn't remember others well. It appears that important people often forget these things. At the market, you bought the Giant God's bone. I was one of the bidders at that time, said the golden-haired man, not showing any annoyance and still speaking indifferently. Oh, seems like there was such an incident, Lin Shen said, recalling after the man's words, it did seem to ring a bell. However, This golden-haired man wasn't the one who had made an offer before Lin Shen. Since he had given up early on, Lin Shen didn't have a strong impression of him. "Are you still interested in the giant god's bone?" Lin Shen asked him. "The item was purchased by you. I don't have that much money, nor do I have the face to ask for your belongings." The golden-haired man shook his head. "Then what do you mean?" Lin Shen was somewhat surprised. "She has some relation to me, I need to take her away." The golden-haired man pointed at Yun as he spoke. "I don't know him," Yun exclaimed with a shocked expression, immediately shaking her head at Lin Shen and then hiding behind him. "Did you hear that?" Lin Shen looked at him coldly and said. "Yun, stop making a scene. I was wrong before to lose my temper with you. But no matter what, we are still husband and wife. Is there anything we can't talk about properly? Why involve an outsider? I really realize my mistake, please don't be angry anymore," the golden-haired man said with a look of deep affection. "You're talking nonsense, I don't know you at all." Yun anxiously hid behind Lin Shen. "Don't believe him, I really don't know him." "Friend, you must find this embarrassing." The golden-haired man turned to Yun with a suddenly stern face. "Yun, please don't do this. No matter what I did wrong, you can't just find another man to upset me. Your lineage, you can't tell outsiders. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is?" As he spoke, the golden-haired man was about to grab Yun, but was directly blocked by Lin Shen's hand. "You'd better not lay a hand on her," Lin Shen warned the golden-haired man with a cold voice. The golden-haired man's eyes flashed with a chilly light as he stared at Lin Shen and asked, "Are you sure you want to get involved in a matter between a husband and wife?" As he spoke, the other races with him were already blocking all of Lin Shen's potential escape routes from different directions. "Are you sure she's your wife?" Lin Shen asked him. Yun appeared eager to say something but was stopped by Lin Shen, allowing her to stand behind him. "Of course, if she's not my wife, could she possibly be your wife?" scoffed the golden-haired man. "Good, then tell me, what is her full name?" Lin Shen asked, staring at him unblinkingly. The golden-haired man hesitated slightly, and in that brief moment, Lin Shen knew his guess was correct. The golden-haired man was not Yun's husband. Lin Shen had suspected that the blonde man might possess some kind of auditory skill, having eavesdropped on his conversation with Yun and learned that Yun had the bloodline of the Spirit Treasure clan which could sense the location of spirit bases, thus he harbored greed and laid such a plan, intending to kidnap Yun for his own use. "You had a chance to live, but you choose death instead." The blonde man flipped his palm, and golden particles condensed into a golden claw blade in his hand. "Ascenders." Yun's face turned pale when she saw the claw blade spirit base. The power of the Ascenders was far stronger than that of the mutators. Although Lin Shen was exceptional, he was still just a mutator, and he had no chance of winning against an Ascender. As soon as the blonde man revealed his spirit base, Yun felt like her fate was already sealed. Even if Lin Shen didn't abandon her, he would be killed by the blonde man, and she would end up in the blonde man's hands in the end. "Just go." Yun looked bitter, having resigned herself to her fate. Boom! But just as Yun had finished speaking, she saw Lin Shen, who stood in front of her, swing a fist directly at the blonde man. Yun's view was blocked by Lin Shen's figure, and she couldn't see what happened, only hearing a loud sound. When she looked sideways, she saw a huge hole blasted in the chest of the blonde man, with blood spraying out from his back, staining the cobblestones behind him a vast red. The nearby area suddenly fell silent. The blonde man seemed not to have realized he was already dead, still looking down at the large hole in his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief. The other races that had come with the blonde man all wore faces full of shock. Yun was also frozen in place, unable to believe what she had just seen. For a mutator to punch an ascender to death was, in the eyes of those from the smaller races, impossible. Yun knew that Lin Shen was one of the chosen to enter the Forbidden Zone, a place where only mutators could enter, which is why she felt so desperate a moment ago. N/O/vel/b/in.c/om. But the turn of events was something she never imagined. I just hate bastards like you. As Lin Shen spoke, the body of the blonde man collapsed with a thunderous crash. It was only then that the members of the other races recovered, turning tail and fleeing for their lives. They had no desire to fight against someone capable of killing an ascender with a single punch. The few of them were merely mutators. Lin Shen didn't even need to act himself. He pulled out the angel revolver and fired the frost swordsman. These garbage mutators, facing the frost swordsman, couldn't even run away. They were chased down one by one and sent off to their deaths. Lin Shen retracted the frost swordsman and picked up the blonde man's claw blade spirit base, a piece of first-turn trash. Go through their belongings and find anything valuable. Keep what you can use, and throw away the rest directly, Lin Shen said upon seeing that the blonde man didn't even have a pet gun, revealing him as a worthless ascender. He couldn't be bothered to search the body himself. Yun came back to her senses, gave Lin Shen a complex look as if she had made some kind of decision, then turned and ran over to search the bodies, finding all the valuable things and packing them into a big bag that she brought back to Lin Shen. Didn't I say keep what you can use and throw away the rest? Lin Shen said, seeing there really wasn't anything good inside, not even a single mutated pet egg, just junk. That the blonde man could achieve ascension probably meant he had spent all his resources. There was no way he'd have anything good left. I'll carry it back for you, we can sell it for money when we get to the bottom of the mountain, Yun insisted, shaking her head. You won't need to scavenge trash if you hang out with me, Lin Shen said with a smile. Hearing this, Yun's hands loosened and the backpack dropped to the ground. She looked at Lin Shen, her eyes red and her voice trembling as she asked, Can I, really? Of course, as long as you're willing, Lin Shen said with a smile. Chapter 315, Chapter 315, The Protection of the Valkyrie. Yun felt that she would never have such an opportunity again in her life. Being able to follow someone like this might be her only chance. The innate skill of perceiving the spirit base seemed very impressive. But apart from being slightly useful in places like the giant god cemetery, it was virtually useless in normal times. It could neither be used for combat, nor was there a spirit base for her to seek out ordinarily. Places like the giant god cemetery were, after all, exceedingly rare and also extremely dangerous. Yun would not have come to Giant God Star, much less Giant God Mountain, had she not been pushed into a corner with no other options. Yun, who no longer had a home to return to, had decided to firmly seize this opportunity. Watching Yun, who was loading items onto her mount's back, Lin Shen wore a complex expression. Even though he had said that it was fine to just throw the junk away, Yun insisted on taking the things with her. Lin Shen had no choice but to let her take out a cargo-carrying pet from the seized pet guns, and load all the items onto it. Yun insisted on addressing Lin Shen as her master, which Lin Shen found uncomfortable, so he asked her to call him Lin Shen. In Lin Shen's memory, only the eldest sister was addressed as master in the Lin family. The words master were exclusively for the eldest sister. The Lin parents liked children and treated both sons and daughters equally, which is why they ranked their girls and boys together, resulting in the Lin family having an eldest sister but no eldest brother. Yun no longer called Lin Shen master, but did not completely follow his wishes by calling him Lin Shen. Instead, she called him Mr. Lin Shen. Lin Shen smiled and didn't correct her. He then asked Yun about more of her circumstances, and this time Yun held nothing back, telling Lin Shen her detailed situation. Like the celestial race, the Moon Rabbit clan was generally born at the crystal base level. But Yun was born at the steel level because she had half of the Spirit Treasure clan's bloodline. The Spirit Treasure clan was a very small race, with a situation roughly similar to that of humans, having just stepped into the cosmic era a few hundred years ago and having developed to this day. They were even less advanced than humans. Typically, babies born from the Spirit Treasure clan were not even at the steel level, but Yun was born at the steel level, which was already considered as a special talent within the Spirit Treasure clan. However, the Spirit Treasure clan had a particular talent: they had very special noses. In fact, the Spirit Treasure clan's ability to perceive smells was not particularly high. They were definitely stronger than humans, but compared to some species with particularly sensitive olfaction, they lagged far behind. Their noses were special because they could smell scents that normal creatures could not. As if naturally so, after advancing to the steel level, most members of the Spirit Treasure clan could awaken an innate skill called spiritual sense smelling, allowing them to detect fluctuations from certain special items. Yoon was born at the steel level, but her talent was not spiritual sense smelling, it was spiritual sense perception, which, although differently named, had the same effect as spiritual sense smelling but was even more acute. Speaking of Yoon, her situation is also quite tragic. Her parents vanished along with Moon Rabbit Star, and the Spirit Treasure clan was nearly exterminated by a powerful clan due to the offense caused by their psychic sense of smell. It can only be said that humans are lucky. So far, only teleporters that send people from the human mother planet have been found, and no teleporters leading directly to the human mother planet have been discovered on other planets. Therefore, only humans who have been teleported from the human mother planet can return there, others cannot travel to the human mother planet. Had it not been for this, humans might have encountered a fate similar to that of the Spirit Treasure clan. Yoon is fortunate in another respect: despite the calamities that befell both the Moon Rabbit clan and the Spirit Treasure clan, somehow, she survived. Yoon is still at the alloy level, not because she doesn't want to ascend further, but because she needs to use a mutated base mutation fluid to enhance her level, which is why her progression is slower. She ascended to alloy by using a mutated alloy egg, and unexpectedly awakened the Moon Rabbit clan's innate skill Valkyrie's Protection, which happens to be a mutated talent. Therefore, she can only continue ascending by using mutated base mutation fluid. After hearing about Valkyrie's Protection, Lin Shen couldn't help but feel surprised. He had only heard Red Heart A mention the Moon Rabbit clan before, but he didn't know much about them. It was only after Yun's explanation that he learned the Moon Rabbit clan had a very small number of individuals born with this talent called Valkyrie's Protection, which might be considered a racial trait. Valkyrie's Protection sounds quite powerful, but regrettably, it is not a combat skill. Instead, it is a talent that benefits others, akin to making wedding clothes for someone else. Valkyrie's Protection is not for protecting oneself but allows another person to receive a protective aura. With the enhancement of the protective aura, the possessor of Valkyrie's Protection can easily teach martial and spiritual skills to those under their protection. In other words, this talent is only beneficial for others and offers no advantages to oneself. Actually, it's not completely without benefit. Those with Valkyrie's Protection are exceedingly rare in the Moon Rabbit clan. Although the skill has no use to the individual, Moon Rabbit clan members with this talent typically have strong learning abilities, such as photographic memory, and are generally exceptional in comprehension, learning any skill quickly. After hearing all this, Lin Shen was secretly delighted. No wonder Yoon is doing so poorly. Both of her skills lack any combat capability, and without any elders to care for her, surviving up to this point is incredibly lucky. Lin Shen didn't care whether Yoon had any combat capabilities. In fact, he valued her two abilities highly. Martial training is incredibly tedious and troublesome. In the future, if I want to learn any martial or spiritual skill, I'll have Yoon learn it first. Once she has mastered it, she can use the protective aura to teach me. This way, I can save a lot of time and learn those skills that I wouldn't be able to master on my own due to my innate talent and comprehension. Lin pondered and planned to find a skill that he couldn't learn himself and have Yoon try learning it first. The evolution skill Yoon practiced was the Moon God skill of the Moon Rabbit clan, also a very fine skill, no less superior than the secret evolution skills of the celestial race. With Yoon in tow, he continued searching for spirit bases in the valley. This time, no one dared to disturb them again. The news of a fierce mutator killing a golden-haired ascender with a single punch had already spread in the giant god cemetery, and no one was foolish enough to trouble them anymore. Unfortunately, even with no disturbances, their search for spirit bases didn't yield good results. The giant god clansfolk buried in the giant god cemetery were indeed of lesser significance. The initial discovery of that mutated spirit base was akin to winning the lottery, a stroke of sheer luck. After searching for more than 10 additional hours, they still couldn't find any other spirit bases. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Yun's nose was nearly cramped from the effort, yet she still did not give up on her quest to find spirit bases. Her thinking was simple: she had to be useful to Lin Shen for him to keep protecting her and wanting her by his side. Chapter 316, Chapter 316 Yeye. Lin Shen let Yun rest a while longer before searching again, but even as she verbally agreed, her nose was still sniffing about. "Mr. Lin Shen, I'm not tired. You rest for a bit. I'll go check over there," Yun said as she walked to another area, slowly stepping over each inch of the dry riverbed, occasionally squatting down to grab a handful of pebbles, bringing them to her nose for a strong sniff. Lin Shen knew this was a display of insecurity. Yun simply wanted to do her best to prove her value, so Lin Shen did not stop her. Since Yun needed time to discern the scents, Lin Shen simply found a spot to sit and watched her search for the right scent all around. After searching for a while, Yun stopped at one spot close to a cliff wall. She walked back and forth many times and dug up quite a few pebbles to smell near there, but still seemed unable to confirm anything. "What's wrong?" Lin Shen walked over and asked Yun. "I smell something like a spirit base nearby, but something's off," Yun said with a strange look as she surveyed her surroundings. "Off in what way?" asked Lin Shen. "The scent seems to be coming from this area recently, but I've carefully distinguished the pebbles in the vicinity and haven't smelled that scent on them," Yun explained. "Is it possible that the smell is seeping out from within this cliff wall?" Lin Shen's gaze went straight to the cliff wall. "It's possible, but there's no way to verify it. The rocks of Giant God Mountain often have wonders about them that should not be disturbed at will, or there could be big trouble." Yun had thought of this before, and desperately smelling the spirit base again, she did not want to give up. She kept looking back and forth, hoping that the spirit base was buried beneath, not within the cliff wall. "Forget it, let's look somewhere else." Lin Shen did not want to take the risk to dig into the cliff wall. Disappointed but with no choice, Yun had to give up. Not long after the two of them left, someone ran up to that same cliff wall, gritted his teeth, took out a chisel and hammer, and fiercely struck the wall. The man had been resting nearby and overheard Lin Shen and Yun's conversation by chance, deducing that there might be a spirit base within the cliff wall. He also knew that it was problematic to chisel away at the cliff wall on Giant God Mountain, but the temptation of the spirit base was too great, enough to make him take the risk. The hammer continuously smashed on the chisel, breaking off piece after piece of the cliff wall. Before long, the hammer sent the chisel all the way in. The man was delighted rather than shocked, knowing that there must be a cavity inside. If there was a cavity, it meant the woman from the Moon Rabbit clan hadn't been wrong. There could indeed be a spirit base inside. "A spirit base is all I need to live it up for a few years." The man swung the hammer ferociously against the cliff wall again and again. Shortly after, he had broken a hole large enough to crawl through in the cliff wall. The man shone his flashlight inside and saw a cave within the cliff wall. On a large rock inside the cave lay a corpse that did not seem to belong to the Giant God clan because it was not very tall, only about 1.6 to 1.7 meters. The clothing on the body had already decayed. The wind, blowing through the hole the man had made, touched the clothes, and they crumbled like ash, sending flakes of rotten fabric into the air. Suddenly, the man's eyes lit up as he saw a black stone tablet near the top of the corpse's head. There was spiritual light flowing within the tablet. It was clearly a spirit base. "Finally! I've finally found it!" The man crawled in heedlessly, ran toward the tablet, and threw himself onto it. He caressed the stone tablet as if it were a woman's delicate skin, carefully touching every inch. "I've finally found a spirit base," the man was so excited he nearly cried. He had taken such a big risk coming to Giant Ring Star, and then to the perilous Giant God Cemetery to dig for treasures. He was gambling with his own life. Luckily his gamble paid off, and he found a spirit base. As long as he had no grand ambitions, this one spirit base should be enough to allow him to live a life of leisure for quite a few years. "I have to thank those two from earlier, if not for them, I wouldn't have known there was a spirit base here. Haha, those two fools, if they knew I dug up a spirit base here, they would be so full of regret, right?" The man couldn't help laughing out loudly. The man let go of the tablet, took out a large bag, and prepared to pack the tablet into the bag before transporting it back with a pet. But as soon as he turned around, he was so startled he almost had an out-of-body experience. The corpse that had been lying here just a moment ago had vanished without a trace. The man hastily looked around, left and right, but he saw no sign of the body. His whole body broke out in goosebumps. The man was beginning to regret his decision and wanted to back out. While holding the flashlight, he cautiously retreated. He saw nothing, and still couldn't find any trace of the corpse. Suddenly, it felt as if he had bumped into something with his back, and his whole body tensed up. He mechanically turned his neck to look. The flashlight beam followed suit and he widened his eyes with terror plastered across his face. Bathed in the light of the flashlight, a pale, bloodless face with tight skin and deep red eyes that occupied the entire socket without a hint of white showed only blood-red pupils, and along with his head of grey-white long hair, it was particularly frightening. Out of extreme shock, the man dropped the flashlight and turned to run. Unfortunately, he had only just turned around when he let out a scream, and then the cave fell silent again. The vampire-like creature picked up the stone tablet, hoisted it onto his shoulders, and then walked toward the hole dug by the man. The hole was too small, and the stone tablet would not fit through. The vampire-like creature simply smashed the tablet against the cave wall, casually creating a big hole, and then walked out carrying the tablet. The outside light fell on the vampire-like person without harming him. On the contrary, he seemed to enjoy it. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. The clothes he wore belonged to the man from before, looking somewhat baggy and ill-fitting on him. "I am finally alive again," declared the vampire-like person, closing his eyes and tilting his face upwards as if basking in the light's blessing. "You, put that spirit base down," a sudden voice interrupted the light-basked Yaya. Yaya opened his blood-red eyes to look toward the source of the voice. It was a celestial. "What are you looking at? Put the spirit base down and you can go," the celestial commanded coldly. On the giant ring star, the celestial's status was noticeably higher than other races. Even among Pioneer Corps members, celestials were commonly in leadership positions. Nobody dared to oppose celestials on giant ring star, especially not someone rummaging through the giant god cemetery like a beggar. "You want this spirit base? Then state your name, let's see if you're worthy," said Yaya, his voice high-pitched yet hoarse, making one wonder why these two completely different vocal characteristics could come from the same person. "Celestial races and Zheng Guang, is that enough qualification?" the celestial said arrogantly. The celestial race indeed had the grounds to be arrogant, particularly since the land of giant god star was under the An family's jurisdiction. An Zheng Guang. Yaya muttered the celestial's name as he used his finger to inscribe these three characters on the stone tablet. "Damn it, what the hell are you doing?" An Zheng Guang roared in anger. This bastard had written his name on the stone tablet. That was something only done for the dead, it was an ill omen. As An Zheng Guang was about to lash out, he suddenly saw the name Yaya wrote on the tablet begin to ooze with blood, twisting and writhing over the characters, with more and more blood congregating, as if etching the blood characters into the stone itself. Boom! An Zheng Guang crashed into the ground, his entire body like a dried corpse, completely devoid of moisture as if he had been dead for countless years, dried by the wind, leaving only a face locked in an expression of terror. With a gust of wind, and Zhen Guang's dry corpse turned into a cloud of ash. Chapter 317, Chapter 317 Deathly Destiny Steel. Lin Shen and Yun continued searching for the spirit base, but unfortunately, the spirit bases in the giant god cemetery were pitifully scarce. Even with the help of Yun, a treasure hunting expert, the gains were very limited. Lin Shen checked the time, there were only a few hours left until nightfall, so he decided not to go any further and planned to leave the giant god cemetery. They had explored about 2/3 of this canyon, leaving 1/3 still unexplored. At the end of the canyon was the giant god mausoleum, which only nirvana beings could enter. Ordinary people would be in danger just by getting close to it. Naturally, Lin Shen wasn't willing to go to such a dangerous place, so he called on Yun to head back with him. The two had not walked far on their return when they saw a strange person coming face to face from the opposite direction. The man was wearing loose-fitting clothes that didn't seem to fit well, his long hair reaching past his waist was tied at the back, his face was as pale as paper, and he was carrying a black stone tablet on his shoulder. As Lin Shen sized him up, the stranger was also sizing him up. As their gazes met, Lin Shen noticed that the man's eyes were entirely blood-red pupils with no whites, which looked somewhat frightening. "Have we met somewhere before?" Yaya stopped opposite Lin Shen and asked, looking at him. "No, we haven't." Lin Shen shook his head. "I feel like we know each other. What's your name?" Yaya smiled, but inside he was evilly screaming, tell me, say your name, so I can inscribe it on the gravestone and bury your life in this world." "What's your name?" Lin Shen didn't say his name as Yaya wished, but instead asked directly in return. Yaya answered. "Oh, don't know you. Goodbye," Lin Shen said and prepared to walk past Yaya and continue on his way. He didn't want to get too close to Yaya. The stone tablet the man was carrying on his shoulder was clearly a spirit base, and Lin Shen didn't want to approach such a dangerous object. "No, I keep feeling like I've seen you somewhere. You still haven't told me your name." Yaya didn't give up. He had his eyes on the battle suit Lin Shen was wearing, a high-end item given to Lin Shen by Tian Xuan. Along the way, Yaya had already killed quite a few people, but Lin Shen's battlesuit was the only one that seemed appealing to him. Lin Shen furrowed his brows and looked at Yaya, finding the man a bit strange. Why was he so insistent on asking for his name? Moreover, he did not remember ever meeting such a person. Although his memory was quite ordinary and he didn't like to remember people's appearances, someone with a distinctive appearance like Yaya would have been hard to forget in a short time. If Lin Shen had met him, he should at least have some impression. But now, Lin Shen had no impression at all, which could only mean that he had never met him. Lin Shen stared at Yaya for a while, then suddenly, as if realizing something, he said, "Wait, do you live in the same village as me, Yu's tenant, right? We might have seen each other over a month ago, haven't we? How come I haven't seen you around recently?" "So that person's name is Yu, I wouldn't have known if you hadn't told me. I was just staying there temporarily and had left long ago. I didn't expect you to remember me. By the way, what's your name again?" Yaya said, secretly pleased. "My name is Tian Xin, have you already forgotten? Didn't I tell you that day?" Lin Shen smiled warmly, but sneered inwardly, "I don't believe you for a second. Over a month ago, your Lin Shen was still gallivanting on the mother planet. If you've seen me, then there must be ghosts." Yaya's repeated inquiries about Lin Shen's name made him feel something was amiss, so he casually gave Tian Xin's name. "I remember now. Your name is Tian Xin. Look at my memory. It doesn't matter, I'll write down your name, so I won't forget it again," Yaya said, putting down the steel and standing it beside him. N/O/vel/b/in.c/om. Then Yaya looked at Lin Shen and started tracing his fingers over the stone, quickly etching the flowing characters for Tianxin onto its surface. Tianxin, I hope you're born into a good life in the next life, Yaya said with a reckless grin at Lin Shen. What he was really focused on was the battle suit on Lin Shen's body. He was preparing to take it over. As the seconds ticked by, the smile on Yaya's face gradually stiffened. The figure before him showed no sign of change whatsoever. The characters for Tianxin on the steel, which should have bled, were healing like a self-healing inscription, gradually fading until they disappeared. You're not called Tianxin. Yaya glared venomously at Lin Shen. He had guessed that Lin had tricked him. The name did not match the person before him, and so the life-based talent of the deathly destiny steel could not take effect. Ignoring Yaya's stare, Lin Shen pulled Yun behind him and instructed, "From now on, don't mention my name, and don't say your own name either. Fall back for now." The carapace on Lin Shen's body emerged and quickly enveloped him while he gripped the yin spirit umbrella, which had been dug up not long before, intending to use it like a shortened spear. The fourth turn yin spirit umbrella's spirit base was stronger than death powder and more suited for direct combat. "You lied to me." Yaya focused intensely on Lin Shen with a sinister tone. "You're the one deceiving me. Who exactly are you?" Lin Shen also fixed his gaze on him, unflinching. "I've already told you, my name is Yaya, that's my real name." "But you've lied to me, you're not called Tianxin," Yaya said while grabbing the steel, lifting what appeared to be an exceedingly heavy stone with ease. Then, spinning his body, he swung the steel toward Lin Shen's head. His face twisted into a manic grin, showing 2 rows of sharp, saw-like teeth. "As punishment for your lie, I will send you to hell." The steel moved too fast for Lin Shen to dodge, so he could only raise the yin spirit umbrella in front of him to block. Just as the yin spirit umbrella was lifted, the steel came sweeping down and brutally knocked Lin Shen along with the umbrella flying. Lin Shen's body flew like a cannonball, plowing through the gravel on the ground, creating a deep trench, and finally smashed against the side of a canyon wall, leaving a sunken crater. Inside Lin's body, his blood roiled violently, and the blood he spat out was blocked by the carapace and was swallowed back down. His arm, holding the yin spirit umbrella, had its bones shattered, hanging limply by his side like a soft twist. The terrifying force of the strike filled Lin Shen with alarm. Where did this thing come from? How is it so strong? His random strike was stronger than Cosimo without using celestial descent. How could such a powerful person come to the giant god cemetery? Is he here for me? Did my enemies send him? The Wan family or the Medaki family? Several thoughts flashed through Lin Shen's mind. Chapter 318, Chapter 318 Demon Heart Finger. Mr. Lin Shen. Yun ran over in a panic, hoping to pull Lin Shen out of the crater. "Don't touch me, use the teleporter to leave Giant Ring Star, and wait for me at the teleport station." Lin Shen stopped Yun, speaking in a heavy voice, "Leave immediately, your staying here will only get in the way." "So your name is Mr. Lin Shen, ha ha ha." Yaya chuckled maniacally as he placed the steel among the pebbles, stretched out his finger again, and while staring at Lin Shen with bloodshot eyes, he wrote down the 3 characters for Mr. Lin Shen. Upon hearing Lin Shen's words, Yun immediately used the teleporter to leave, disappearing from sight. Yaya didn't care about Yun at all, still staring at Lin Shen with a maniacal laugh. However, moments later, his smile stiffened, as not only had Lin Shen not been killed by the deathly destiny steel, the 3 characters for Mr. Lin Shen on the steel slowly faded away. "Calling me master is useless, I'm going to beat you until you're searching the ground for your teeth." Lin Shen walked out of the crater, with the super base recast and super base patterns blessing, his injured body was almost fully recovered. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Shen moved swiftly, charging towards Yaya like a startled swan, the yin spirit umbrella in his hand stabbing out furiously. "Are all mutators this arrogant nowadays? Daring to make a move against me, seeing how you're heedless of your own life, which is quite to my taste, I'll leave you half a corpse. Having failed twice already, Yaya's face looked somewhat ugly, his eyes full of intense killing intent as he picked up the deathly destiny steel and swung it down on Lin Shen's head. He wanted to shatter Lin Shen and the yin spirit umbrella together, leaving only half of Lin Shen's body intact. Yet, Lin Shen, who appeared to be thrusting the yin spirit umbrella with all his might, suddenly stopped. The umbrella in his hand flipped, and a holographic projection lit up on the wrist holding the umbrella, displaying an image of the netherworld sulphur wolf's grinning face, sent to him by Red Heart A. Lin Shen was very aware that this Yaya was definitely a top-level ascender, and possibly even a 10th turn ascender. His strength was far inferior to Yaya's, so from the start, Lin Shen had no intention of fighting Yaya head-on. Yaya's gaze met the netherworld sulphur wolf's grinning face, and he was immediately taken aback. Lin Shen was not about to let this chance slip by, and with his hand withdrawing the death powder as straight as a javelin, he thrust it towards Yaya's eye. Yaya did not use his carapace, and candidly, his body's strength wasn't that high. If the death powder could stab his eye, it might injure him. Lin Shen's immense strength, combined with the death powder's speed and the armor-piercing stab skill, made the thrust as fast as lightning, with an afterimage looking as though it would pierce Yaya's left eye. But the next second, Yaya's face bloomed with a sinister smile as he grabbed the death powder, saying in a low voice, "I'll let you feel a bit of joy, happy now? The netherworld face of the netherworld sulphur wolf is completely useless against me, I was just playing along, quite fun, isn't it?" A smile also appeared on Lin Shen's face as he let go of the death powder and clenched his fist to hammer towards Yaya who was within arm's reach. The death powder held by Yaya became as flexible as 100 refinements steel, twisting around Yaya's arm, and at the same time, a strange vertical eye opened on the top of his head, emitting an eerie blood light that shone on Yaya. Yaya felt as if he were bound by tens of thousands of silken threads, his body momentarily halted, and in that moment's pause, Lin Shen's fist power had already burst forth, nearly landing on Yaya. But the next second, Lin Shen's expression changed. At such close range, and with the sudden explosive power of surfing fist slamming through the air, Yaya, while affected by the death powder, still managed to react in time. His other hand moved as if it was flexing and not flexing at the same time, reaching for Lin Shen's incoming fist. The fist power of the surfing fist, as it collided with his palm, seemed to flow through like water, piercing straight through. Yaya firmly grasped Lin Shen's fist. As a mutator, Yaya said with a hint of excitement in his voice, "You are strong enough that killing a genius like you might just give me a little pleasure." With that, he exerted pressure, intending to crush Lin Shen's fist. But his attempt to crush it failed to deform Lin Shen's fist. On Lin Shen's hand was a pair of stubborn lone will gauntlets, almost as durable as Nirvana materials. Even with the strength in Yaya's fingers, he couldn't deform them. Taking advantage of the moment Yaya was slightly dazed, Lin Shen reversed his grip on the yin spirit umbrella in his other hand and stabbed at Yaya's eyes once again. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Yaya, disregarding both the death powder that ensnared his arm and the constraints of the prison king's eye, reached out and grabbed the yin spirit umbrella directly. Without hesitation, Lin Shen let go of the yin spirit umbrella, and his fingers slid out like serpents, creating a trail of afterimages as they aimed for Yaya's body. This finger skill, drawn from Red Heart A and combined with the shock stab technique taught by Wei, was strange and fierce, hard to guard against in close combat. Yaya was too fast. He released the yin spirit umbrella and his hand moved faster than the eye could see. Although he couldn't discern the reality of Lin Shen's finger strike, he was quick enough to block all the finger afterimages. However, all the finger afterimages he blocked were fakes. After destroying the multitude of illusions, Lin Shen's true fingers silently aimed for a vital point in the middle of Yaya's chest. The Great Demon King's Demon Heart Finger. Yaya's expression turned cold, hatred flashing in his eyes. With his hand too late to block Lin Shen's strike, he didn't retreat but instead reached out with his fingers like iron hooks, clawing towards Lin Shen's head. The mere finger skill of a mutator posed no threat to him. Let alone a mutator, even the strongest of ascenders couldn't injure his body. But Lin Shen's finger strike had enraged Ye. He was no longer in the mood to tangle with Lin Shen, intent on grabbing Lin Shen's head and bursting it apart. Lin Shen's fingers struck Ye's chest first. Ye paid no heed to the attack, his fingers nearly touching Lin Shen's scalp, even causing Lin Shen's hair to break off at the roots at the pressure. Yet, to Ye's astonishment, he found that his fingers, just shy of touching the scalp, couldn't move at all. It wasn't just his fingers that were immobilized, his entire body seemed to be restrained, utterly unable to move. Strange. Demon Heart Finger doesn't have this capability. Could this not be the Demon Heart Finger? Impossible. I couldn't have mistaken it. That was clearly the Great Demon King's Demon Heart Finger. Ye was somewhat taken aback in his thoughts. Lin Shen paid no mind to what Ye was thinking. Freeing his hand from the immobilized Ye, he immediately unleashed the surfing quadra-punch directly at Ye. The surfing quadra-punch was the limit of the surfing fist Lin Shen could now perform. The terrifying fist power, wave upon wave, accompanied by shrill whistles and the tearing of the air, hammered heavily on Ye's chest. Boom! Ye's body was blasted backward, slamming hard into a rock wall, making huge cracks spread across it. Chapter 319, Chapter 319, 317 Punches. However, when Lin Shen looked at Ye's body again, his clothes had long been shattered, revealing a frighteningly pale chest. His skin was even paler than his face, completely devoid of color, yet his muscles were very full, seemingly brimming with explosive strength. Damn it, how can this guy's body be so tough? He's not using any carapace or skills, yet my surfing quadra-punch combined with the stubborn lone will gauntlets didn't leave a scratch on him. Lin Shen felt a void inside his body, as the quadruple punch had exceeded his limit, causing a brief vacuum period. Fortunately, the surfing quadra-punches were all directed at the acupoints on Ye's chest. Lin Shen had tested before that as long as the strength was precisely controlled, the spatial fist power could affect the acupoints, which amounted to acupoint striking from afar. However, to affect the acupoints with spatial fist power, one must precisely control the force, otherwise, the strike's area would be too broad, and its effect on the acupoints would be minimal. While moving towards Ye and catching his breath, Lin Shen saw Ye's face twisted in a mad grin, his two bloodshot eyes staring back, as if laughing too. Laugh my ass! Lin Shen approached Ye, with the world's force nearly replenished within him, and then unleashed another triple fist at Ye's chest acupoints. Boom! The fist hammered into Ye's chest, the rocks behind him shattered, more cracks formed, but it seemed like they still hadn't injured Ye. Lin Shen punched frantically, his surfing fist continuously bombarding Ye's acupoints, causing Ye's body to tremble incessantly, the rocks behind him splitting apart, as Ye's entire body sunk into the mountain wall. What the hell is up with this guy? The acupoints should be the weak points of his body, and with my fist power added, even Cosimo without his carapace or skills should have been beaten to death by now. How does it look like he's not injured at all? Is he really just an ascender? Or has he reached the nirvana level? Lin Shen was shocked, but then instantly dismissed the possibility that Ye was at nirvana level. If Ye were truly at nirvana level, his speed and strength would not be limited to this extent. Lin Shen was already considering a retreat. If he couldn't be killed, there was no point in fighting. Keep going. Hit harder. Haven't eaten? You punch like a weak woman. Ye's eyes were full of madness as he surprisingly spoke. It seemed that Lin Shen's frantic punching not only failed to injure him but even seemed to excite him further. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Lin Shen was startled. The A-cup ointment sealing had taken effect on Ye, but it didn't seem to be fully effective. Theoretically, with such a strike to the acupoints, Yaya should have lost the ability to speak, but he was still talking. The effects of the A-cup ointment sealing won't last long, I might not even have time to escape. Lin Shen clenched his teeth and threw another punch at Yaya's chest. The continuous striking caused nearby rocks to shatter. Under Lin Shen's relentless assault, the smile on Yaya's face grew wilder, as if he wasn't enduring assaults but enjoying a massage. Lin Shen's eyes were cold as he delivered punches with all his might. Wave breaking. Quadruple punch. Lin Shen used his limit-breaking wave-breaking quadruple punch again. This time, the first 3 punches were normal, but the last one, stacked to the peak, included a sacrificial halo of 167 attribute points, and the power of this peak punch must have broken through 300 attribute points. Boom! Lin Shen's mightiest punch in his peak state struck Yaya's chest, causing the bones in his chest to crackle and his chest caved in noticeably. Yaya, who had been laughing madly, bulged his eyeballs, twisted his face, and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. The terrifying fist power caused the rocks behind Yaya to completely collapse, burying Yaya as he was blasted into the mountain. Huge cracks spread across the mountain, with the falling rocks thunderously burying Yaya underneath them. After that punch, Lin Shen felt as if he had been drained, too weak to even replenish the deficit in the world's force within him. Yet, he dared not hesitate for even a moment, and he immediately summoned his big Red Bull mount, dragging his extremely weakened body onto the back of the big Red Bull and urging it to rush towards the canyon's exit at top speed. Lin Shen felt that his peak punch probably hadn't managed to kill Yaya. Although it was just a feeling, he couldn't take the risk. It would be best if Yaya were dead, but if not, he needed to quickly escape from Giant God Mountain and make it back to Paradise Island while Yaya was still immobilized. No matter how formidable Yaya was, after all, he wasn't at Nirvana level and certainly couldn't kill his way up to Paradise Island to find him, could he? But the great Red Bull Knight had not fled far before he heard a booming sound, like a huge explosion from a massive amount of explosives. Lin Shen's heart instantly skipped a beat, and as he turned to look, he saw that where the rock wall had collapsed, stones shattered and flew up, and a black figure emerged from amidst them. The person who emerged was no longer recognizable as Yaya, his body was encased in a carapace made of black crystal feathers. On the interlocked black crystal feathers, what appeared to be fresh blood oozed out, but upon closer inspection, the blood was actually blood-colored patterns. Lin Shen's vision suddenly blurred, and the figure of Yaya became hazy and unclear. No, it wasn't that his vision had blurred, but that Yaya's figure was so fast that it made Lin Shen perceive it as blurry. Without any hesitation, Lin Shen reached directly for his mechanical wristwatch, wanting to teleport to Realm King Planet first. The reason he didn't choose Ring Mountain Planet was that Ring Mountain Planet had no restrictions against Ascension level beings entering. Realm King Planet, however, did have restrictions against Ascension level entries, so even if Yaya touched him before the transmission started, he wouldn't be able to follow him into Realm King Planet. But just as Lin Shen was about to press the teleport button, he felt a punch strike his face, his body flung sideways as if electrified and paralyzed, unable to move. In mid-flight, Yaya's sinister figure appeared in front of Lin Shen, his eyes beneath his faceplate shining with a bloody light, and his sharp and hoarse voice fervently said, 317 punches, you've struck me 317 times. A mutator actually managed to injure me, I'm quite pleased by the delight you've brought me. As a token of my gratitude, I too will use 317 punches to kill you. As he spoke, Yaya was already swinging his fist towards Lin Shen's chest. Thump! Lin Shen's body was once again sent flying, soaring through the air, feeling immense pain from the force that struck his chest. Still in the sky, Yaya's figure appeared before him again, delivering another punch to his body. Punch after punch, Lin Shen was uncontrollably flung through the air, his carapace shattering under the impact of the fists. Yaya was clearly controlling his fist power, intending to land 317 punches. He wouldn't let Lin Shen die easily before the last punch. Chapter 320, Chapter 320 Resting Tree of the Deceased. What to do? Countless thoughts flashed through Lin Shen's mind. After 317 punches, he would surely die. But he had already used the sacrificial halo, and it hadn't severely injured Ye. What other means could he have to escape under these circumstances? Moreover, each of Ye's punches felt like they carried an electric current, causing his body to become paralyzed, preventing him from even activating the teleporter, leaving him with no opportunity to fight back. You actually have such a strong self-healing ability, you really are full of surprises, this makes it even more interesting. Ye, noticing Lin Shen's carapace, which he had smashed and cracked, was quickly healing, smiled even more unbridled. His fist power obviously strengthened, and the paralyzing sensation under the electric shock grew even more intense. Evolution theory inside Lin Shen's body was operating wildly. Given enough time, it should grant his body the ability to resist paralysis. But now there was no time left. 317 punches would be completed in an instant. Within that duration, evolution theory wouldn't be able to enhance and mutate his body fast enough to resist the paralysis. The super base change initiated, and his carapace turned redder and redder, resembling a red-hot iron plate. Under Ye's assault, sparks flew from the carapace as if molten iron was splashing. Suddenly, Lin Shen realized that under Ye's frenzied punches, his body was about to be knocked to the end of the canyon. Beyond the canyon was the giant god mausoleum, a place difficult to enter even below Nirvana, and even approaching it was extremely dangerous. Several thoughts raced through Lin Shen's mind. If his body were knocked out of the canyon, although he couldn't enter the giant god mausoleum, perhaps the forbidden power of the mausoleum at its entrance could slow Ye's attacks even just a bit. Just a slight delay would be enough for Lin Shen to shake off the paralysis and press the switch to teleport to the Realm King planet. He needed only a fraction of time. Unfortunately, Ye's punches were too fast. Before Lin Shen could fly out of the canyon, the count reached 316 punches. Thank you for the pleasure you brought me, but it's time to end this, Ye, erupting with his final punch just like Lin Shen, said. Lin Shen felt as though his chest had exploded, the brilliant carapace on his body shattered and splintered, a bloody hole pierced through his chest, and his body flew out of the canyon like a cannonball. Just outside the canyon was the entrance to the giant god mausoleum. The mausoleum had no walls, but was surrounded by rows of dead ancient trees, like a fence around the entire cemetery. There was no gate on the side of the withered trees, just an area missing a few old trees that made it possible to enter inside the mausoleum. In fact, this wasn't the official entrance to the mausoleum at all, but rather the back of the mausoleum, and the area missing the withered trees was akin to the mausoleum's back wall. One could enter the mausoleum from here, but the gap was not something that just anyone could charge through. Around the gap, a strange grey fog lingered, with an eerie blue light flickering within, resembling the ghostly entrance to the underworld, Ghost Gate. Lin Shen's body crashed towards the dead trees of the mausoleum, and it was not by chance. Ye originally intended to enter the mausoleum, which was why he had struck Lin Shen in that direction rather than blasting him elsewhere. As Lin Shen, his carapace shattered, bones broken beyond count, and his entire body twisted, was about to crash into the dead trees. Suddenly, a white figure emerged from Lin Shen's backpack and spread a pair of short and plump wings, looking like a snowball with wings attached. It was none other than Fei Zhe, Fatty. Fei Zhe, Fatty, flapped his wings and flew, his claws grabbing onto the straps of Lin Shen's backpack, forcibly pulling him to change direction and crashing into another gap, disappearing into the grey mist without a trace. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. What's that? Ye was slightly startled, with a look of confusion in his eyes. As the resting tree of the deceased on the outer wall of the giant god mausoleum, it was in itself a very terrifying entity, able to drain the life force of the living and release the mist of repose. Unless one was dead, it was impossible to pass through the mist of repose below nirvana level. It was even more reliable than copper walls and iron ramparts for ordinary creatures. So Yaya was somewhat surprised to see Fei Fatty, dragging Lin Shen into the mist of repose, wondering what kind of creature it was. However, after only a brief pause, Yaya reached out to grab the deathly destiny steel, shouldering it and walking towards the gap in the resting tree of the deceased, soon vanishing into the fog. Lin Shen lay on the ground, blood continuously seeping from his mouth. His injuries were too severe to count how many bones were broken. Almost all the bones in his chest were broken, and from the fist-sized hole in his chest, blood did not gush out but oozed slowly. Some bones were even lodged in his organs, which were almost completely mangled. A normal person would have been long dead. The combined effects of super reconstitution, super base change, and super base pattern did not let Lin Shen die immediately. The shattered carapace began to crawl back onto his body, slowly encasing him once more. The hole in his chest was sealed by thickened blood, and his muscle fibers began to wriggle and regenerate. Fei Fatty, stood by anxiously, watching Lin Shen. He incessantly flapped his wings, dispersing the fog that shrouded Lin Shen. From time to time, he would nudge Lin Shen's cheek with his little head, but sadly as just a bird, he was powerless to help Lin Shen in his current state. Lin Shen was now in a semi-conscious state, with evolution theory working frantically. However, evolution theory could not heal the injuries to Lin Shen's body but was instead fending off the life force being drained by the resting tree of the deceased. Lin Shen was relying solely on the super base pattern to absorb the world's force, assisting super base recast in regenerating his body and carapace, with super base change continuing as well, but its effect was somewhat limited. However, the action of evolution theory was simply too slow. The speed at which Lin Shen's life force was being drained away was too fast, and on top of that, with severe injuries, he looked close to death. This place was not somewhere a mutator should be at all. Even ascenders who came close to the resting tree of the deceased would lose vast amounts of life force, and it could be deadly if severe. Moreover, Lin Shen had directly entered the mist of repose, and the fact that he hadn't been drained to death instantly was a result of Fei Fatty, fanning away the mist of repose with all his might. As Lin Shen's vital signs grew weaker and weaker, the 2 pet capsules in the backpack started moving on their own. Quickly, 2 pet capsules, resembling sheer veils, rolled out of the backpack and transformed into 2 beautiful girls, as if wearing wedding dresses. Does he look like he's about to die? Ziona, holding a porcelain gourd, remarked whilst examining Lin Shen. He probably is, Xiao, holding a porcelain vial, also appraised Lin Shen. Should we save him? Ziona asked, turning to Xiao. Chapter 321, Chapter 321, Enduring Humiliation Stealing Life Serum. This is a difficult choice, Xiao said, looking at the unconscious Lin Shen on the ground, pondering. If we want to save him, we can only use the treasures inside the ancient god bottle or the ancient gourd. If we are discovered, the consequences would be unthinkable. But if he dies, we don't know whose hands he will fall into. Sister, I think though he is of low level, he still has some potential. Maybe he could really help us in the future, Ziona said, watching Lin Shen. Xiao nodded slightly. For a low-level creature like him to have such strength is indeed impressive in theory. If it weren't for encountering a talent like DESI, he would indeed be a good choice, but... Sister, if you keep hesitating, he's going to die, said Ziona, clearly leaning towards saving Lin Shen. He's not going to die so fast, Xia replied, coldly observing the unconscious Lin Shen and Fei flapping his wings beside him to dispel the mist, musing. This fatty has some issues, it must be a super base creature, and the base mutation is very thorough. Sister, now is not the time to discuss this, right? Are we going to save him or not? Ziona was somewhat speechless, her sister was overly stable emotionally. Let's save him, we have no other choice for now, Xiao said coldly. However, we need to study how to save him n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Can't we just give him a shot of Nirvana Rebirth Serum? Ziona was puzzled, not understanding what there was to study about this. The Nirvana Rebirth Serum could indeed make him recover immediately, but such a rare treasure, capable of bringing Nirvana beings back to life, is too wasteful to use just to save him. Moreover, the effects of the Nirvana Rebirth Serum are too strong, he won't be able to absorb it all, and most of the efficacy will remain in his body. If we encounter our enemies, it would be easy for them to notice, Xiao said. But apart from the Nirvana Rebirth Serum, there are no lower grade potions in our ancient god bottle or ancient gourd, Ziona said. That's why we need to study how to save him, Xiao said, looking thoughtfully at Lin Shen. Is there any other way? Ziona was obviously a straightforward thinker. Of course, there is, Xiao said, looking at Lin Shen's body. His base change talent is indeed good, possessing strong self-healing capabilities and the ability to draw external energy to replenish himself. If he weren't in this mist of repose, given enough time, he could actually recover on his own. Unfortunately, there's that guy outside, and we can't activate the teleporter. If only we could send him out, he would slowly recover by himself. So what should we do? Ziona still didn't understand what her sister really wanted to do. The resting tree of the deceased only absorbs the vitality of the living. If he's not a living person but a dead one, the resting tree of the deceased would no longer absorb his vitality, and he would be able to recover on his own, Xiao said. How is that possible? He is clearly a living person. How can he recover if he's dead? Ziona felt her sister might be out of her mind. How do you save someone who is dead? If a living person truly became a dead person, what were they saving? They might as well just wait for him to die. Xiao said indifferently, have you forgotten? He has practiced the greed for life and fear of death elixir, he can have the ability to feign death. But that would only work after his ascension, Ziona said, and then suddenly her eyes lit up. Sister, do you want to help him ascend? But we don't have any low-grade things like the ascension pill. He doesn't need to ascend, there is something that can give him the feign death ability of the greed for life and fear of death elixir before he ascends, Xiao said as she looked towards the ancient gourd in Ziona's hands. Search and see, inside your ancient gourd, if there is a black crystal bottle of elixir, it should be named Enduring Humiliation Stealing Life Serum. Clutching the ancient gourd, Ziona gently said to it, Ancient gourd. Ancient gourd, please give me the Enduring Humiliation Stealing Life Serum. After Ziona's voice fell, the porcelain gourd in her hand actually started shaking on its own, and before long, it spurted out an object from the gourd's mouth. Ziona, scrambling, wasn't able to catch it, but Xia reached out her hand and caught the black vial instead. The black crystal vial was only the size of a finger, filled to the brim with liquid. Xiao, seemingly from out of nowhere, produced a syringe, then inserted it into the crystal vial, drawing all the liquid into the syringe. Sister, what is the use of this Enduring Humiliation Stealing Life Serum? Ziona asked curiously. This is a potion researched by a realm king before the ancient era, mainly made from a nirvana being known as the heaven-stealing beast. I remember that one of the realm king's imperial consorts used the Enduring Humiliation Stealing Life Serum to feign death, deceiving the realm king and then eloping with her lover to the ends of the earth. Although she was eventually captured and executed, this shows that the serum is quite useful. Even the realm king was deceived, Xiao said as she walked over to Lin Shen, squatted down beside him, and directly injected the serum into his comparatively intact buttocks, slowly pushing the liquid in. This is good, it can save him and is not easy to detect. Sister, you're really smart. Ziona felt that her sister was incredibly clever. Of course, I am, Xiao said as if it were a matter of fact, while she removed the empty syringe. After the serum was injected into Lin Shen's body, his condition suddenly became unusual. His breathing and heartbeat both stopped completely, and he looked just like a dead man with no signs of life at all. The vitality that had been wafting around Lin Shen also ceased, and the mist of repose no longer clung to him. "See, isn't he fine now? Let's just wait for him to recover on his own," Xiao said as she put away the syringe with a hint of pride on her face. "Sister, it's impressive how you handle things. I wouldn't have remembered that the ancient gourd had such a potion," Xiona said with an admiring face. "All right, let's head back now before we're seen by outsiders," Xiao said, then transformed into a pet capsule and returned to Lin Shen's backpack on her own. Xiona followed suit, turning into a pet capsule and rolling back into the backpack as well. Lin Shen, who had been injected with the enduring humiliation-stealing life serum, indeed appeared as lifeless as a corpse, no longer having his vitality drawn by the resting tree of the deceased. However, the serum itself was not as simple as Xiao had said. She too knew only half the story. The enduring humiliation-stealing life serum indeed had once been used by a realm king's imperial consort as a feign death drug, but it was not principally intended for feigning death. Its true effect was to deceive the cosmic law, helping nirvana beings to break through the nirvana level without being monitored by the cosmic law. It was an object with the true power of stealing from heaven. Chapter 322, 322. After Lin Shen was injected with the enduring humiliation-stealing life serum, he appeared to be dead. Evolution theory also stopped functioning because of this. Naturally, a dead man could not continue to evolve, yet his various innate skills did not cease to function. Super base change, super base pattern, and super base recast continued to operate slowly, and his shattered carapace and flesh were slowly being repaired and recast. The immortality scripture replaced evolution theory, putting Lin Shen's body into a peculiar state. Though he showed no signs of life, his organs were not rigid, as if time had lost its effect on Lin Shen. The carapace, shattered during super base change, should have rapidly completed the hardening process, but remained in a melting phase, neither regressing nor entering the final cooling stage. The super base pattern continued to absorb the world's force, and within the resting forest of the deceased, the world's force it could draw far exceeded the usual. Super reconstitution continued to function non-stop, repairing and recasting Lin Shen's injured body and carapace, but this process also became unusually slow. The enduring humiliation-stealing life serum kept Lin Shen in this delicate process, endlessly repeating the cycle of absorption, repair, and recasting. After repeated repairs and recasting, Lin Shen's body and carapace seemed to undergo some strange changes. Normally, after super base change was completed, the recast carapace would return to normal, but because the super base change had not finished, the carapace remained in that recast state, with the world's force drawn by the super base pattern being repeatedly cast into the flesh and carapace. As time passed day by day, Lin Shen's flesh and carapace, after being forged and refined over and over, became incredibly tough. Although Lin Shen should have awakened long ago, he remained in a coma due to the effects of the enduring humiliation-stealing life serum, and had not yet come to. The enduring humiliation-stealing life serum, intended for use when a nirvana being is promoted, only played an assisting role, but its effects were still too domineering for a mutator, and this state would continue until the full effects of the serum were released. Fortunately, he was in the resting forest of the deceased, where the mist of repose lingered. Unless someone approached him, it would be impossible to discover him. Days turned into many, and finally, Xiao and Xiona realized something was amiss. Lin Shen's body was fully repaired, and his carapace, after being repeatedly recast, was brilliantly lustrous, as pure as crystal without a hint of impurity. The mysterious glyphs within the carapace shone as bright as stars. But Lin Shen just would not wake up. There was not a single sign of life, as if he were a dead person. "Sis, why hasn't he woken up yet? Could something be wrong?" Xiona, looking at Xiao, who was examining Lin Shen's body, asked with some worry. "His body is perfectly normal, the injuries and the carapace have been repaired and are even healthier than before. The reason he has not awakened yet could be because the effects of the enduring humiliation are too strong and he is too weak." Let's wait a bit longer, Xiao said with seeming calmness. She couldn't figure out what was going on with Lin Shen, so she could only comfort Xiona like this. The two waited day after day, but Lin Shen still did not manage to awake. Fei Zhe remained by Lin Shen's side, as days passed by. Then one day, Lin Shen's brilliantly resplendent carapace suddenly cooled rapidly, turning so luminous that it was difficult to look directly at it. In an instant, black vapor rose from it, as if it was taking away all impurities from his body. Both the carapace and Lin Shen's body became as clear and flawless as crystal. Due to the purity, they appeared as if the space around them was twisted. Even the gaze passing through the crystalline form warped, making it impossible to penetrate, leaving only a form that flickered like silver crystal. Whoosh! Lin Shen suddenly took a deep breath. His body, which had been lying rigidly, suddenly sat up, and his eyes opened too. As Lin Shen awoke and inhaled, the immortality scripture ceased to operate, and the innate skills no longer functioned. The mist of repose enveloped Lin Shen's body once more, but he didn't feel any discomfort. It seems that Yaya didn't manage to find me. Lin Shen surveyed his surroundings, only able to see the pervasive fog. What's going on? Lin Shen discovered his carapace shimmered like silver crystal, seemingly still in a super base form. He tried to stop the super base change, but found that it was not activated. This situation left Lin Shen somewhat baffled. Once super base change stopped, his carapace should have returned to its normal state, but now the appearance of his carapace was clearly post-super base change, yet with some differences. Lin Shen hurriedly checked his watch, and after seeing the personal information displayed, he couldn't help but feel ecstatic inside. User: Super Base Crystal-based creature, evolvable. Strength: 67, plus 41, .n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Speed: 41, plus 41. Hardness: 41, plus 41. Toughness: 41, plus 41. Base mutation rate: 100%. Theoretical vitality limit: 400, plus 400. Base change talents: Super Base Change, Super Base Pattern, Super Base Recast, Super Base Form. Lin Shen found that he had gained a new base change talent called Super Base Form, which astonishingly remained in an active state. Super Base Form: all attributes increase by their current level's limit, all base change talents are enhanced under Super Base Form, the theoretical vitality limit is doubled, and Super Base Form loses the original life form's characteristics. Apart from not understanding what losing the original life form's characteristics meant, the other attributes and features of these skills left him feeling unbelievably insane. This was the unlimited celestial descent, which could compete with Wei's Phoenix Mystique without being constrained like the Phoenix Mystique, making it incredibly powerful. Lin Shen immediately tested it out, activating Super Base Change, Super Base Pattern, and Super Base Recast while in Super Base Form. The innate skills were significantly more powerful than before, and not just by a little. However, despite the increase in Super Base Change's effects, the energy consumption also became much greater. Fortunately, the Super Base Pattern's ability to draw from the world's force also became stronger, barely keeping up with the consumption. The duration, though, did not extend. Nevertheless, this still made Lin Shen so excited he nearly jumped for joy. Using base change talents while in Super Base Form, Lin Shen felt he could suppress Cosimo, who was not using Celestial Descent, even without relying on the sacrificial halo. Even if Cosimo deployed Celestial Descent, he wasn't entirely without a fighting chance. Of course, that would require the aid of skill and equipment. After a few more trials, Lin Shen roughly understood the meaning of losing the original life form's characteristics. Under Super Base Form, Lin Shen's flesh and blood also turned into the same state as his carapace, resembling a pure base variant creature, losing the flesh and blood body typical of a human. This seemed to be a good thing for Lin Shen. Typically, a creature's carapace is stronger than its flesh, like how Wei was able to use his strength to attack through the carapace directly into the flesh, which is very effective against some advanced humanoid life forms. But in super base form, Lin Shen was uniform inside and out, rendering the power that could penetrate through bodies ineffective against him. Chapter 323, Chapter 323 Tian Xin's Prize. I wonder if that Yaya is still outside waiting to ambush me. Lin Shen felt as though his loss of consciousness hadn't lasted long, as if only a few hours had gone by, at most a day. But now that Lin Shen had entered his super base form, even if he couldn't defeat Yaya, self-preservation or activating the teleporter shouldn't be too difficult. Fatty, I really owe you one this time. Lin Shen remembered that it was Fei Zhe, Fatty, who had taken him into the giant god mausoleum. However, Lin Shen had spent most of that time unconscious and wasn't clear on what had happened. Fei Zhe, Fatty, happily rubbed his little head against Lin Shen's cheek and then opened his mouth, cackling at Lin Shen, apparently indicating he was hungry. Lin Shen hurriedly wanted to feed him something, but when he checked his backpack, he found that it was empty. His ascension liquid had also disappeared, leaving only a 7th turn night illuminating spirit base and the pet capsules in the pet gun. Everything else was gone. The Yin Spirit Umbrella and the Wolf Fang Club had been lost in the fight against Yeye. Lin Shen knew that, but he couldn't understand how the rest of his items had gone missing. If the bag containing the ascension liquid had fallen while he was unconscious, Lin Shen could understand that, but he couldn't fathom why even the items inside his backpack were missing. Fatty, do you know how to get out of here? Lead the way first. Once we're out, I'll get you something delicious. Lin Shen could only make a tempting promise to Fei Zhe, Fatty, for now. Fei Zhe, Fatty, excitedly flapping his wings, landed on the ground and began to waddle ahead, guiding the way. Lin Shen followed Fei Zhe, Fatty, through the mist of repose and quickly exited the resting forest of the deceased. In front of him lay the canyon of the giant god cemetery, yet Lin Shen didn't spot Yeye. Could it be that Yeye has killed everyone in the giant god cemetery? Why is there not a soul in sight? Lin Shen left the giant god cemetery and went down the mountain, yet he saw none of the Pioneer Corps. What's going on? Where did all the Pioneer Corps members go? Lin Shen suddenly realized that the time he had been unconscious was probably much longer than he had thought. How long have I actually been out? Lin Shen quickly summoned the evil dragon and rode towards Paradise Island. After Lin Shen arrived at Paradise Island, the celestial guards, upon seeing him, were clearly startled and then ran away as if they had seen a ghost. What's happening? Even if I was unconscious for a bit too long, their reaction shouldn't be this extreme. Lin Shen was filled with confusion and headed towards the Paradise Palace. Before he could reach the Paradise Palace, a celestial burst out from within, none other than Tian Xin. You're actually not dead. Tian Xin eyed Lin Shen with a face full of surprise. Why should I be dead? Lin Shen asked with a smile, where's my Tian Xun treasure? The good die young, yet the wicked live on. Tian Xin pursed her lips as she said, someone like you is really hard to kill. You've been missing for over 100 days, I and your aunt thought you were killed by Yeye. She was upset for a long time for nothing. Over 100 days. No wonder there's nobody left on Giant God Mountain. With such a lengthy time, they must have explored it thoroughly by now, and the Pioneer Corps probably moved on to pioneer new areas. Lin Shen was stunned. He hadn't realized he had been unconscious for so long. I did encounter Yeye, but sadly he failed to kill me. Where's my aunt? Lin Shen inquired. That's such a pity, you encountered Yeye and didn't die, you really must have a tough life. Tian Xin seemed very frustrated. Little aunt went to explore Cloud Realm Island and probably won't return these few days. Who exactly is Yeye? Where is he now? Lin Shen asked. How would I know who he is? He doesn't need to report his whereabouts to me. Tian Xin paused, then said, I heard from little aunt that, within the giant god mausoleum, Yeye suddenly appeared. launched a surprise attack on them, and took something from the mausoleum before fleeing. After hearing what Tian Xin said, Lin Shen roughly understood what happened later. He entered the mausoleum, and Yaya had actually entered too. Moreover, during the time when Tianxun and others were exploring the most central area of the mausoleum, he launched a surprise attack on them and snatched something before running away. He managed to steal from Tianxun and the others. Could Yaya be a nirvana being? Lin Shen was somewhat incredulous that Yaya could be a nirvana being. Although Yaya was strong, he wasn't as strong as Tianxun, so he shouldn't be a nirvana being. Tianxun had been Lin Shen's sparring partner, and on the rare occasions that he demonstrated his skills, his absolute strength was clearly much greater than Yaya's. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. But if Yaya wasn't a nirvana being, how could he have entered the giant god mausoleum and stolen something from Tianxun and the others? He's not a nirvana being. Little Ant said that person is very sinister, a very strong ascender, and possesses some very sinister spirit bases. Little Ant said that within the same level, perhaps only DESI could beat him steadily. He could steal from Little Ant and the others mainly because he's very familiar with the giant god mausoleum. He could even use some of the prohibitions and items within the mausoleum, plus the element of surprise to succeed. However, he got hit by my Little Ant, and probably got seriously injured. Recently, there hasn't been any news of him, so we don't know if he's dead or hiding somewhere to heal. Tian Xin suddenly smiled mysteriously and, with a tone like a weasel paying a New Year visit to a chicken, said to Lin Shen, "Let's not talk about these boring matters. I have something great to show you." "What great thing?" Lin Shen felt that Tian Xin was somewhat odd and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Tian Xin's attitude toward him had always been not very good, so why would he have something great to show him? "What are you afraid of? I really do have something good to show you, come with me." Saying that, Tian Xin led Lin Shen into Paradise Palace, then ran back to his own room, took out something, returned to the main hall, and with great care, placed it in front of Lin Shen. "Do you know what this is?" Tian Xin patted the item, proud and smug as he spoke to Lin Shen. "This, could it be?" Lin Shen eyed the object in Tian Xin's hand, his expression turning very strange. He was all too familiar with this item. It was one of the 3 treasure chests he had seen in front of the statue on Realm King planet. "Right, this is one of the ancient Realm King's 3 treasure chests. You didn't expect that, did you? The final reward for Realm King Tower is the 3 treasure chests. The top 3 ranked individuals can each take a treasure chest. Too bad, you haven't returned for so long and missed the chance to compete for the Realm King Tower rankings," Tian Xin chuckled as he said. Clearly, he was very proud. Lin Shen thought to himself, "Wait until you open the treasure chest, I wonder if you can still laugh." I don't know which treasure chest Tian Xin got. If it's one of the first 2, there's the consolation prize I left. If it's the last one, he's probably going to be furious. "Not bad at all, you actually made it to the top 3. Who are the other 2, and which place did you get?" Lin Shen asked curiously. "Of course, I'm ranked first when I take action. Those 2 fools behind me, one named Ayad Biao, must be from the Ultraburn tribe, the other named Wang Qishan, must be a human. Do you know him?" Today, Tian Xin was unusually patient, talking so much to Lin Shen without a hint of impatience. Chapter 324, 324. "I don't know him," Lin Shen shook his head, aware of what Tian Xin was plotting in his mind. Tian Xin definitely had his sights set on the other 2 treasure chests, and since he was unable to go to the human mother planet himself, he wanted to leverage Lin Shen's strength to retrieve the one at Wang Qishan. Although Lin Shen did not know Wang Qishan, he guessed that Wang Qishan must be from the Wan family. Apart from a major clan like the Wan family, there weren't many families on the human mother planet that could cultivate someone who could rank in the top 3 in the Realm King Tower. It doesn't matter if you don't know him, after all, we are all humans. You can just look him up when you return to the mother planet. It shouldn't be difficult to find this person. No one knows yet that these are the treasure chests of the ancient realm king. If you bring the chest back, we can share the treasures inside together. Tian Xin said in a friendly manner, with his arm around Lin Shen's shoulder. By the way, the key you borrowed from me earlier, give it back to me first. Lin Shen knew that Tian Xin had no reason to be so friendly toward him. It turned out he had been waiting for him here. Those who finished in the top 3 only got the treasure chest but no key. It seemed Tian Xin was unable to open the chest and had set his eyes on him instead. When did I ever borrow a key from you? Lin Shen asked in feigned surprise, looking at Tian Xin. The time we first met on Realm King Planet, I lent it to you, along with the angel revolver. Have you forgotten? Tian Xin patiently explained, with our relationship, you should give the key back to me. After I open the treasure chest and share a portion with you, we can then collaborate to retrieve the other 2 chests. Together, we will soar to new heights. Oh, that key? Wasn't that the one I took back? I didn't borrow it, Lin Shen said, feigning a sudden realization. The smile on Tian Xin's face froze for a moment, but he quickly returned to a natural smile and said, what's this taking and not taking? We are all brothers and friends. Let's work together for mutual benefit in the future, we have plenty of time. No, we are not brothers or friends, I am your uncle by marriage, and you are my nephew. We can joke around, but we can't mess up our family status, Lin Shen said seriously. Lin Shen, are you really going to throw away the face I'm giving you? Tian Xin's face darkened as he stood up abruptly and pointed at Lin Shen's nose, scolding him. So you don't want the key anymore? Lin Shen spoke indifferently. Tian Xin scoffed, I wanted to discuss this amicably with you as a friend, but it seems my kindness has been mistaken for weakness. It appears I must make you realize the predicament you're in right now. And what predicament is that? Lin Shen asked, looking at Tian Xin. Without answering, Tian Xin simply pointed his finger, and countless black particles flew from his fingertip, condensing in front of Lin Shen into the form of an angel with black wings and black armor, a spirit base. Ascended. Lin Shen was somewhat surprised. Humph, if it weren't for the ancient realm king's treasure chest, I could have ascended long ago, Tian Xin said somewhat arrogantly, see? This is my life base, the 10th turn Heartless Angel, already at the 3rd turn. It's good to have a strong backing, you've only just ascended, and your life base is already at the 3rd turn, Lin Shen said somewhat enviously. Do you realize your situation now? Now that I'm an ascender, we're not on the same level. I'm only talking to you nicely because of my aunt's face. And you? You throw my kindness back in my face, forcing me to act, making me take back what's mine. Why put yourself in this position? Tian Xin held out his hand in front of Lin Shen and said, my aunt won't be back for the next few days, no one can protect you. Give me the key, don't make me take action. If I do, I'm afraid I won't be able to restrain myself from killing you. Little Tian Xin, if you had spoken nicely and respectfully called me uncle, I might have considered giving you the key. Since you're being like this, then I really won't give it to you today, Lin Shen said indifferently. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Looking for death, hey? Relying on my aunt's doting, you really think I wouldn't dare to slap you? Tian Xin's face darkened, and he said coldly, fine, since you're inviting a beating, don't blame me then. Right now I'm letting you stand and give it, but if you don't, soon I'll make you kneel and beg to give me the key. As he spoke, Tian Xin's life base, Heartless Angel, directly struck out like a shadow, slapping towards Lin Shen. The Heartless Angel was incredibly fast, likely nearing 100 in speed, and with such a short distance, it seemed Lin Shen wouldn't be able to dodge at all. Lin Shen had anticipated Tian Xin's move and was already wearing the carapace, instantly entering the super base form. Almost at the same time as Heartless Angel made its move, he unleashed a triple fist with crushing force. Powered by the stubborn lone will gauntlets, the fist power from the triple fist collided with the Heartless Angel's palm and actually blasted it backwards, crashing into the unguarded Tian Xin, both person and angel hitting the wall. Tian Xin was both shocked and furious, never expecting Lin Shen's fist power to be so strong. Even his third turn life base couldn't match it, and he nearly vomited blood from the impact. Before Tian Xin could react again, Lin Shen was already in front of him like a phantom, grabbing Tian Xin's head and pressing it forcefully against the floor, facilitating a loud and intense close encounter between his face and the ground. "Do you believe I could burst your head right now?" Lin Shen pressed Tian Xin's head with one knee against his lower back, one hand holding his head down, and the other hand clenched into a fist, hovering over his head. "Try touching me and see, you're not afraid of my aunt. Stop, don't!" Tian Xin began to utter a tough line, only to hear a sonic boom behind his head, scaring his soul out of his body, immediately crying out loud. At this point, Tian Xin deeply regretted his actions. He had been too busy showing off and hadn't at all anticipated Lin Shen's capabilities. If he had known Lin Shen had such powerful methods, he wouldn't have given him the chance. His third turn Heartless Angel couldn't show its true strength, and the 10th turn Spirit Base Archangel's sword also went unused. If only Tian Xin hadn't been so arrogant in front of Lin Shen, if only he had been more cautious, if only he had properly used his skills, he wouldn't have been pinned down by Lin Shen in their first exchange. Lin Shen was only trying to scare him and slammed his fist down next to his head, denting the floor itself. "If you want the key, serve me tea respectfully and call me uncle. I'll consider it then. If you disrespect me again next time, I'll teach you on behalf of my aunt how to behave as a junior." Lin Shen released Tian Xin and stood up. Tian Xin leapt up, putting distance between himself and Lin Shen, swiftly drawing the Archangel's sword, and with a change of face that could be considered peerless, he pointed the sword at Lin Shen, cursing, "You piece of trash, today I will kill you, and it won't matter who comes, not even the Heavenly Father can save you." As he said this, the Archangel's sword in Tian Xin's hand burst forth with terrifying holy light, instantly transforming into a beam of light that struck at Lin Shen. Chapter 325, Chapter 325, Come on! The 10th turn of the Archangel's sword, with the enhancement of the base talent, had reached an extremely terrifying level in both speed and strength. The reason why the Archangel's sword was so powerful was that it inherently possessed a double life base talent. One of the talents was called Archangel's Judgment, which could double the speed and strength, and quadruple the destructive power. The other talent was known as Immortal Sword Body, which meant that no matter how many times the Archangel's sword was destroyed, it could reconstitute itself into a sword and was almost impossible to truly destroy. The overwhelming attack power and the near invincibility made the Archangel's sword one of the most potent offensive life bases. If combined with an ascender who cultivates angel reincarnation, and the addition of their own unique innate skills, the Archangel's sword's explosive power could rank at the very top among ascenders and might even reverse the odds to slay a nirvana being. Unfortunately, Tian Xin's practiced evolution skill was not angel reincarnation, leaving him unable to bestow the Archangel's sword with exclusive skills. Even so, the destructive power of this strike from the Archangel's sword had already surpassed Cosimo's when he was in the state of celestial descent. Lin Shen had anticipated that this kid Tian Xin wouldn't give up so easily and had secretly activated his innate skill while positioning himself in front of a metal column. The Archangel's sword was extremely fast, but Lin Shen saw that Tian Xin's strike was not truly aimed at killing him, instead aiming at his shoulder. In the instant that the Archangel's sword thrust at him, Lin Shen's movement was like a dream, executing evasive maneuvers in bizarre displacements, and narrowly avoided the Archangel's sword's assault. There was a fundamental problem with low-turn ascenders using high-turn spirit bases. The reaction time and perception of the ascender often couldn't keep up with the speed of the higher turns, leading to control issues. It's like someone who has just learned to drive, even if they are given a supercar, they would still find it difficult to execute complex maneuvers while driving at high speeds. If it were an ordinary 10th turn spirit base, Tianxin should have been able to control it to a decent extent, but with the doubled speed of the Archangel's sword, it was simply too fast for Tianxin's visual acuity and reaction time to keep up. After the Archangel's sword missed its mark, Tianxin couldn't react in time, and the sword plunged directly into the metal column behind Lin Shen. "Looks like you're really asking for it," said Lin Shen, his movements illusory. With radiant and dazzling carapace armor, he instantly appeared in front of Tianxin.N/O/vel/B//in.C//om. "This is unscientific as hell!" exclaimed Tianxin in shock. Lin Shen's speed was even faster than his, a third turn ascender. Tianxin's body was encased in carapace armor. He spread his wings and took flight, but the grand hall of the palace, albeit large, was only about 10 meters high, limiting how high he could go. Lin Shen moved gracefully, soaring closely after Tianxin. Tianxin turned left and right, ascended and descended, executing extreme maneuvers in the air, only to be horrified to find that he couldn't shake off Lin Shen. Lin Shen kept up close behind him in the air and grabbed the back of Tianxin's head with one hand, pressing him down from the sky. Thud! Tianxin's face made intimate contact with the floor again, the carapace on his face shattered, revealing an extremely distorted face from the impact, devoid of his usual handsomeness and elegance, completely losing control over his expression. "Impossible, you, a mutator, how could you possibly?" Tianxin couldn't accept that he was still being dominated by Lin Shen under these circumstances. Although Lin Shen did resort to some trickery by entrapping the Archangel's sword first, Tianxin was very clear that with the speed of the Archangel's sword, not just mutators but even ascenders would have difficulty dodging. Lin Shen being able to dodge the strike of the Archangel's sword was in itself an extremely terrifying feat. "Not convinced? Then let's go again," said Lin Shen, releasing Tianxin. Tianxin got up from the ground, but this time he didn't rush to attack nor did he recall the Archangel's sword, he just stared at Lin Shen with a complex expression. When he first met Lin Shen was nothing special. If not for his severe injuries that left him without skills, and Lin Shen being helped by Wei Wufu, he could have killed Lin Shen with one hand. So, all this time, although Tianxin kept losing to Lin Shen, deep down, he still looked down on Lin Shen. However, today's battle dealt a severe blow to Tianxin's pride. Now a third turn ascender, he was twice dominated by Lin Shen, which forced him to confront a reality. Lin Shen was truly strong, and perhaps his cousin Tianxin's judgment was not off the mark. Such talent, even among the powerful cosmic races, was likely rare. Tianxin had told Tianxin that Lin Shen had killed the 9th turn Cosimo. But in Tianxin's eyes, humans were rubbish, and human 9th turn ascenders were just rubbish ascenders. Killing a rubbish 9th turn was no big deal. But now Tianxin had to admit, Lin Shen's strength was somewhat outrageous. If he were still a mutator, he might not even have the courage to fight Lin Shen. "Lin Shen, although you are strong, I will defeat you and will keep defeating you in the future." Tianxin stared at Lin Shen and gestured with his hand, and the heartless angel's base, in the sky, surprisingly dispersed into countless black feathers, gathering onto Tianxin's body. A black feather armor covered the exterior of Tianxin's original carapace, and he also grew an extra pair of black wings, turning his originally double wings into 4. Lin Shen felt Tianxin's seriousness and knew that Tianxin was getting serious. Though only a third turn, a serious Tianxin was not so easy to deal with. "So, no sword anymore?" Lin Shen pointed at the Archangel's sword on the metal column. "Not needed," said Tianxin, as his 4 wings moved in unison, and the halo atop his head burst forth with a dazzling holy light. Boom! A terrifying shockwave erupted within the palace, but fortunately, this place belonged to Tianxun, and such a clash of powers was not enough to destroy the palace. The two fought fiercely within the palace, with Lin Shen pushing his surfing fist and demon heart finger to the utmost limits of his endurance, and yet he found it hard to gain much of an advantage. After merging with his base, Tianxin's speed reached an extremely terrifying level. All of his innate skills seemed related to speed, focusing mainly on fast movement techniques. Lin Shen had no choice but to abandon the surfing fist, switching instead to pure surfing steps combined with demon heart finger to battle him. As the surfing steps got faster and faster, without the large energy drain of the surfing fist, his speed also improved. After what felt like an eternity, each of them stood on opposite sides of the palace, gasping for air. That intense level of confrontation was hard for both to sustain for long, and before a winner could be decided, they were already at their limit. "You're not so great either, gasping like that after such a short while, not enduring at all. Look at me, not panting in the least, that's what a man is like," Tianxin said, leaning on a metal column, forcibly keeping his breath steady. "You're not panting, you're just farting," Lin Shen retorted. "You're the one farting, trademark. If not for my little aunt's sake, today I would have beaten you to death," Tianxin said through clenched teeth. "If it weren't for Tianxun's sake, you'd have been down long ago," Lin Shen took a deep breath and said. "Fine then, if you're capable, try it, see who hits the ground first." "Sure, you try it. You try it. Try it. Try it." Chapter 326, Chapter 326 Unrivaled Under Heaven. Lin Shen visited Lin Miao and then left Paradise Island to go directly to Old Yu's village. He learned from Tianxin that Wei had already come to Giant Ring Star and had also come to Paradise Island looking for him. Tianxun told Lin Shen that Wei had come to bring him an ascension egg, and initially wanted to keep Wei on Paradise Island, but Wei insisted on returning to Old Yu's village and did not stay on Paradise Island. Tianxun also told Wei about the possibility of Lin Shen's misfortune, but Wei did not believe it, saying he would wait in the village for Lin Shen's return. Lin Shen now just wanted to meet Wei as soon as possible, and then go to Meidu Star to pick up Yun. Yun had teleported away from Giant Ring Star and could only be on Meidu Star, but since Lin Shen had been unconscious for over 100 days, he didn't know if Yun was still waiting there for him. Upon returning to Old Yu's village, Old Yu's reaction to seeing Lin Shen was as if he had seen a ghost. Nevertheless, being shrewd, Old Yu's look of astonishment quickly turned into a smile. "Lord Lin, rumors outside said you met your demise in the Giant God Cemetery, but I never believed them. I've lived so many years and seen countless people, and with your face showing great fortune, you're not someone with a short life. Look, I was right, here you are back, and looking even better than before. You're still sharp, Old Yu," Lin Shen responded politely and then asked, "My friend is here, right?" Yes, 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 I personally went to receive him when he came. He's been staying with me these days, and I've been taking good care of him, you can rest assured. I didn't see him come out today, he should still be in the house. I'll take you there," Old Yu hastened to say. Lin Shen arrived at the stone house where Wei was staying, knocked on the door, and as it creaked open, there stood Wei Wufu, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Wei. Being on an alien world, seeing an old friend again, Lin Shen couldn't help feeling moved. "Don't cry, there's no tissue," Wei said. "Cry? Nonsense!" Lin Shen laughed and cried, having been only slightly moved with no real intention to weep. Wei's comment made Lin Shen appear somewhat childish. "Here, your stuff." After sending Old Yu away and closing the stone house door, Wei handed Lin Shen a box. Knowing Wei Wufu's temperament, Lin Shen didn't say much, took out a 5 elements fruit and a 5 elements tree king fruit and handed them to him. "Eat these, they will increase your attributes." Fortunately, these fruits had been left in his own room at Paradise Palace, not taken to the Giant God Cemetery, or else they probably wouldn't have been preserved either. Without any nonsense, Wei took the fruits and immediately wanted to swallow both at once. Don't rush, eat this one now, and the other after your ascension, Lin Shen quickly stopped Wei. After hearing this, Wei tossed back the regular 5 elements fruit and swallowed the 5 elements tree king fruit. You have ascended. Lin Shen was taken aback. But then he came to understand immediately, having been unconscious for over 100 days, it was normal for Wei to have ascended. Wei nodded and summoned his life base. Wei's life base looked very peculiar, actually a white robe, woven as if of crystal silk and seamless as if celestial. What kind of life base is this? What's it used for? Lin Shen curiously inquired as he examined the soft white robe floating in the air. This was the first time he had seen such a type of life base. Name: White robe. Base talent: White robe. Upon Wei Wufu directly told Lin Shen about the effects of the base talent. Ordinary people wouldn't readily reveal their base talents to anyone, fearing they could be targeted. Wei Wufu was so candid about it, which truly showed he had no defenses against Lin Shen. I've only heard of yellow robe upon, how come it's white robe upon for you? Lin Shen laughed as he spoke. Pretty good, said Wei Wufu. Continue, Lin Shen urged Wei Wufu, keen to know what his second life base was. That's all, Wei Wufu shook his head. That's all? How can that be? I'm talking about your second life base. Show it to me, are you still keeping secrets from me? Lin Shen thought Wei Wufu hadn't understood and explained again. No, Wei Wufu shook his head again. No. Lin Shen stared at Wei Wufu, speechless for a long moment. He had guessed what was happening. Wei Wufu didn't have a double life base, so there was only one possibility: he hadn't used primeval eggs for ascension. The only reason why Wei Wufu wouldn't use a primeval egg for ascension was if there was no second egg to use, only the one, which meant that Wei Wufu had left that egg for him and hadn't ascended with a primeval egg himself. Unexpected. Wei Wufu was no liar, and when he uttered those 2 words, it was completely out of rhythm with his usual way of speaking. Lin Shen looked at Wei Wufu without a word, because anything said now seemed superfluous. Wei Wufu had outright forsaken a life base, which for ascenders, was no different from sacrificing a life. 1 less life base meant at least 1 less base talent in a battle to the death, and that slight gap could mean the difference between life and death. If it were Lin Shen, he certainly wouldn't be willing to give up the primeval egg to someone else, yet Wei Wufu had done so, as if it were the most ordinary thing, and even seemed a bit embarrassed after being discovered. Lin Shen couldn't describe what he felt at that moment. Wei Wufu time and again redefined his understanding of people as a species. One is indeed good, unique, without equal in this world. Lin Shen smiled, but deep inside he vowed silently he could not repay this favor. Ascension was already set in stone, and he didn't have the ability to add another life base for Wei Wufu. This person, he had to keep safe. Without equal in this world, Wei Wufu smiled too. By the way, Wei, you take this first to use. I haven't ascended yet, and I don't need it for now. Lin Shen tossed the mutated 7th turn spirit base night glow flower to Wei and added, take a look at its abilities and familiarize yourself with it. We need to take a trip to Meadu Star soon, I have to pick someone up. Alright, Wei took the night glow flower and activated it with his strength. The night glow flower immediately burst into a 7-colored radiance, appearing like a dreamy flower from a fairy tale kingdom. Wei told Lin Shen that the night glow flower had only 1 base talent, named Light of Night, which, according to the description, could illuminate the darkness. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. This ability gave Lin Shen a slight jolt. If it had been before arriving at Giant Ring Star, he would have found this ability quite perplexing. But after arriving at Giant Ring Star, he understood that darkness could be quite terrifying. The night glow flower held the power to illuminate the darkness. Whether it could light up the night of Giant Ring Star remained to be seen. Chapter 327, Chapter 327 Waiting. Miyadu Star Transfer Station. Opposite the entrance of the transfer station, Yoon curled up in a corner with her arms around her legs, her expression blank. Her lips were cracked, and her eyes were fixed intently on the entrance, afraid she might miss something. She had been waiting here for over 100 days. At first, she had some base mutation fluid to stave off hunger, but after the fluids ran out, she had sold everything of value for more base mutation fluid. She didn't dare leave the entrance, fearing that Lin Shen wouldn't find her if he arrived. Now, she hadn't eaten for over half a month, and she hadn't even had any water to drink. The water resources on Miyadu Star were extremely scarce, and here, water had to be paid for. Yoon didn't have any money, so she couldn't even afford to drink water. Yoon stared desperately at the gate, her expression becoming somewhat vacant, clutching the giant god's bone Lin Shen had given her and murmuring to herself, "He will come. He must come. Hey, what are you doing here?" A man resembling a civet cat, dressed in an advanced battle suit, approached Yoon and surveyed her. Without a word, Yoon merely shifted to the side to keep her view of the entrance clear. "I've seen you here for several days, not eating or drinking. Are you in some kind of trouble?" The civet-like man asked with a smile. Seeing that Yoon ignored him, the civet-like man continued smiling, "I am Huang Yu, the director of the Nightmare Group's Miyadu Star branch. If you are interested, you could join our Nightmare Group." Nightmare Group? Yoon was slightly taken aback. She had indeed heard of the Nightmare Group. Although it wasn't considered a top force in the universe, the Nightmare Group's main business involved recruiting talented individuals from planets of lower-ranked races to train and cultivate them, and then reassigning them to powers in need of talent. Back when she was with the Spirit Treasure clan, the Nightmare Group had approached her for recruitment, but at the time, with the support of both the Moon Rabbit clan and Spirit Treasure clan, she had no intention of joining them. Yoon examined the other worlder who called himself Huang Yu, gradually recalling something. This Huang Yu seemed to be the same person who had attempted to recruit her back during her time with the Spirit Treasure clan. However, back then, Huang Yu was merely a star scout, and now, he was a branch director, and not just of any branch, but of a high-class planet like Miyadu Star. "I remember you, you visited the Spirit Treasure clan," Yoon said before her gaze shifted back to the entrance. "Haha, I'm glad you remember me. Not having been able to recruit you back then has always been a regret of mine. I didn't expect to encounter you here. If you're willing, I'd still hope to recruit you into the Nightmare Group. I see great potential in you and I would offer you the best training and treatment available for recruits, you can be assured of that," Huang Yu said. "I'm sorry, but I have no plans to join the Nightmare Group," Yoon shook her head. Had she encountered Huang Yu again before meeting Lin Shen, Yoon might have accepted his invitation. Although the Nightmare Group could be seen as a middleman trafficking in talent, at least they provided resources and cultivation to those they picked. With sufficient talent, one could receive ample resources and even have the opportunity to join some major powers after ascension. For Yoon, that was not an opportunity to be dismissed lightly, especially with Huang Yu's reassurance. "You're waiting for someone, aren't you? I've been observing you for a long time, and I think the person you're waiting for is not going to come. If they were, they should have come by now," Huang Yu said calmly. "I'm really very impressed with you, and I have high hopes for you, otherwise, I wouldn't have recognized you at a glance after all these years. Your talent shouldn't be buried. If you're willing, I can offer you a top-tier trainee contract and hire a suitable coach to train you specifically. I don't have the authority to keep you here, but I can guarantee to send you to a powerful clan within the top 1,000 rankings in the universe. Think it over and give me a chance, and give yourself a chance too." As he spoke, Huang Yu set down a bottle filled with base mutation fluid. "You should eat something first. I'll come see you again tomorrow," Huang Yu said, then turned and left. The next day, when Huang Yu came back, he saw Yoon still sitting against the wall, staring blankly at the gate of the transfer station. In front of Yoon, the bottle of base mutation fluid remained intact, the cap had not been opened, not even touched. N/O/vel/b//jn.c//om. You drank the base mutation fluid, right? It's okay if you don't want to join the nightmare group, it's a personal gift from me, Hwang Yu said. Yoon just shook her head, thank you, I don't need it. You child. Hwang Yu sighed, helpless. He picked up the bottle of base mutation fluid, wiped the dust off it, and placed it again in front of Yoon. Really, it's okay. I just don't want to see a young person I admire fall into such a state. If you keep this up, you're going to die. Thank you, I really don't need it, Yoon insisted stubbornly, shaking her head again. Don't be so foolish, Hwang Yu said with a bitter smile as he walked away. For several days in a row, Hwang Yu came every day to check on Yoon, but she never touched the base mutation fluid he left there. Yoon's condition had become very bad, suffering from severe hunger and dehydration. While this was not a problem for base variant creatures, it was fatal for carbon-based life forms. Yoon had become skin and bones, with a waxen complexion, and her lips were cracked and dry, with streaks of blood faintly visible. A few days ago, when Hwang Yu came by, Yoon still exchanged a few words with him. Now, when Hwang Yu came back, Yoon was no longer speaking. It wasn't that she didn't want to respond to Hwang Yu, but she was too weak to speak. They will come, they must come. Yoon sat there somewhat dazed, sometimes managing to mutter a few unclear words. What a fool, who exactly are you waiting for? Is he worth it? Listen to me, there's no one in this world worth waiting for to the point of dying, staying alive is what's most important, Hwang Yu said, sighing as he looked at the half-dead Yoon who still guarded her position here. Yoon didn't speak, her eyelids barely lifting, yet she still forced herself to stay awake, gazing at the gate of the transfer station. Hwang Yu wanted to say something else, but suddenly he saw Yoon's eyes widen, the lifeless look in her eyes suddenly filled with light. Yoon struggled to stand up, but her arms gave way, and she fell back to the ground, she was just too weak. Despite this, Yoon strove to get up again, her eyes brimming with light, she reached out and wobbled forward as if she had seen the gates of heaven. Suddenly, everything went dark before her eyes, and she fell forward. As Hwang Yu reached out to help her, another figure had already stepped forward, catching Yoon before she hit the ground. Chapter 328, Chapter 328 City of Beauty. Hwang Yu frowned as he assessed the person hugging Yoon, who turned out to be a young human male. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Do you know her? Hwang Yu was the first to ask. She's waiting for me, Lin Shen said, indicating no animosity towards Hwang Yu. Hwang Yu's probing was a normal reaction that any person might have. Do you know her name? Hwang Yu continued. Yoon, Lin Shen answered while taking out a small bottle of base mutation fluid. With great care, he brought it to Yoon's lips and poured it down her throat. Hwang Yu gave a slight nod, putting together Yoon's earlier behavior, it seemed this man must be the one she was waiting for. Hwang Yu scrutinized Lin Shen, curious about what kind of man would be worth Yoon's devoted wait. He seemed nothing special, just a human male. But the strong human male standing beside him stood out at first glance, with a distinctive aura that ordinary people could not feign. Unfortunately, Hwang Yu was not in charge of the affairs on the human mother planet, so he didn't know much about the situation there. I am Hwang Yu, director of the Nightmare Group's Myeodo Star Division. If you're interested, you can come to my place for a tryout, Hwang Yu said, giving his card to Lin Shen and Wei Wufu. Thank you, I'll consider it if I have the chance, Lin Shen said, taking the card and putting it away. Back on the human mother planet, Lin Shen had already received an invitation from the Nightmare Group. He couldn't quite recall the name of that talent scout, but he remembered that the man was from the Nightmare Group. Huang Yu turned to Wei Wufu and saw that Wei Wufu showed no reaction, which left him somewhat disappointed. The individuals he was interested in were Wei Wufu and Yun. As for Lin Shen, in Huang Yu's eyes, he was just a good-looking human pretty boy. Considering Yun's eager wait, it was likely that this human pretty boy was her lover. Women, such creatures, are utterly irrational, Huang Yu muttered with some helplessness before taking his leave. After walking a few steps, Huang Yu suddenly turned back and spoke to Wei Wufu. In 2 days, it will be Meidu Star's annual City of Beauty Festival. Regardless of race, regardless of background, any mutator can participate. If you're interested, you should take a look, it might be an opportunity. Okay, Wei Wufu replied with a single word. Huang Yu didn't know if this was just Wei Wufu's way of speaking or if he truly wasn't interested. Sighing with resignation, Huang Yu turned around, ready to leave. What is the City of Beauty Festival for? Lin Shen asked while feeding the base mutation fluid bit by bit to Yun. Wei Wufu was already an ascender and no longer eligible to participate, but Lin Shen hadn't ascended yet, so he still had the chance. He wanted to hear more about this City of Beauty Festival and the so-called opportunity from Huang Yu. At Lin Shen's question, Huang Yu stopped in his tracks and glanced at Wei Wufu before explaining, Meidu Star is one of the primary stars of the celestial race. Although not the celestial race's mother star, its status is no less than the celestial mother star, sky pinnacle star. Meidu Star is named the City of Beauty because it houses a castle, known as the City of Beauty Castle, a relic from an unknown era protected by incredible magical power. Even the universe's mightiest warriors cannot force the castle's doors open, they open only once a year. Huang Yu gave a detailed description. The City of Beauty Castle would open for 10 days at this time each year. During these 10 days, mutators from any race could enter and seek their own fortune. This fortune was, in fact, the Ascension Egg. Within the castle, numerous Ascension Eggs appeared from unknown origins. They would open once a year, and though it had been many years since their first opening, each person who entered the castle could still find new Ascension Eggs. To say that they found Ascension Eggs wasn't quite accurate, because the eggs weren't truly discovered. There were many church-like buildings within the castle, and by entering these sanctuaries, one might come across an Ascension Egg before a divine statue. Strangely enough, some would leave the churches empty-handed, while others entering the same church later might actually find an Ascension Egg. Therefore, these churches were also considered halls of divine selection, where only those chosen by God could find an Ascension Egg. Of course, this was merely the foolish belief held by ordinary people. Those who really understood the City of Beauty knew that to receive an Ascension Egg before the divine, one needed to possess 3 basic elements. First was the attainment of crystal-grade base mutation completion, meaning a base mutation rate of 100%, ready for ascension at any moment. Second was a handsome and beautiful appearance, though this standard was not easily defined since every race had its own criteria for beauty. However, the City of Beauty had its own way of defining beauty, which didn't necessarily fit everyone's aesthetics. Therefore, individuals whom their race deemed attractive might not be acknowledged by the City of Beauty and could return empty-handed. Third was sufficient strength. Any mutator could enter the City of Beauty on open days, but to enter the churches, one must have the strength to personally push open their grand doors. Of course, there have been rare instances where those who didn't meet these 3 elements found Ascension Eggs before the divine. The species of Ascension Eggs granted by the divine were almost unseen in the outside world, with unicorns' premium speed Ascension pets as the most common. Each year, there were also those who obtained mutated Ascension pets, and legend has it that someone once received a pet similar to an angel. There were many varieties of Ascension Eggs granted by the divine, yet all pets shared one thing in common: they were incredibly beautiful. There were no ugly pets produced in the City of Beauty. That's quite interesting, Lin Shen remarked after hearing this. Since he was here anyway, he thought it worth visiting for the experience. If he could get his hands on a mutated Ascension Egg, and if it suited him, he could use it to ascend his pet. Can anyone enter the City of Beauty's castle? Lin Shen asked. It was once sealed by the Celestials for a period of time, but it was opened again later. Now, anyone from any race can enter the City of Beauty for 1,000 heavenly currency, said Huang Yu, with a gaze that settled on Yun. After being fed some base mutation fluid by Lin Shen, Yun finally came to end, realizing she was being held by Lin Shen, quickly tried to struggle free. Don't move, you're too weak, Lin Shen sighed. I told you to wait for me here, not to stay until you collapsed. Couldn't you have found something to eat or drink in the meantime? I was afraid you'd come and not find me, thinking I didn't wait for you, Yun said timidly, without struggling further. Lin Shen was taken aback at her words. If he had come here and not found her, perhaps he would have thought just as Yun did. With this thought, Lin Shen felt a tinge of guilt. It's all in the past now. I'm here, and from now on, no one will make you suffer this way again except for me. Thank you. Yun started to get moved by the earlier words, her emotions brewing, the corners of her eyes reddening slightly, but feeling that something was amiss by the end, she came to her senses and her mind became full of question marks. Chapter 329, Chapter 329 M79. The annual City of Beauty Festival on Meidu Star was extraordinarily lively, and Lin Shen's trio walked on the streets of Meidu Star, looking up to see a constant stream of flying vehicles in the sky, as bustling as a river of people. Wei, Yun, shall we go buy an interstellar communicator? On Meidu Star, Lin Shen truly felt that he had entered an interstellar civilization, and not on the human mother planet where civilization was in ruins. Having seen Tian Xin use the interstellar communicator before, Lin Shen had been itching to get one. He had wanted to get one right then, but before he could act on the idea, he was drawn into the giant god mausoleum. This time, being on the highly advanced planet of Meidu Star was the perfect opportunity to buy an interstellar communicator, to conveniently catch up on news from the universe. In case there was news about his older brothers, he would be able to know in time, making it more convenient for his own people to stay in contact with each other. Although the mechanical wristwatch also had communication capabilities, the gadget itself was damaged, with some functions inaccessible. A quick inquiry led them to a store selling interstellar communicators. The three stood on the city's pedestrian track, which automatically moved, passing between various skyscrapers and taking them directly in front of the high-rise store they wanted to visit, without them needing to walk at all. The only downside was that the service actually charged a fee. There was nothing on Meidu Star that didn't. Entering the store, the door automatically opened and a virtual guide was promptly projected in front of them, taking the form of a very cute celestial. Welcome to Mia Communication, honorable guests. Xiao has always been here waiting for your summons. You can also choose the type of Xiao, including pure, lowly, mature, elite, tsundere, and various professional attires are available for selection. The virtual guide's voice was sweet, and her image was pure and endearing. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Is this place selling communicators, or virtual lovers? Wonder if I can get one of these things for my home. Lin Shen thought, already entertaining some special ideas. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu were seeing such a thing for the first time. Yun had seen some before, so she mainly handled the operation. The store had no real clerks, everything was serviced by intelligent virtual guides. There were no physical goods in the store, all products could be holographically projected to look almost identical to the real thing, with their various functions available to try out. Aside from the inability to physically touch the items, they were almost like the real deal. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. After Yun mentioned that they wanted to buy communicators, Xiao immediately projected holographic images of various communicators, from low-end products priced over 10,000 heavenly currency to high-end products costing tens of millions. There was an overwhelming array of communicators on display. Fortunately, with just a question, Xiao would clearly explain the functions of the various communicators and even make product recommendations based on individual needs. Lin Shen quickly learned that a communicator costing over 10,000 heavenly currency could only send messages. To make calls, one would need a product priced at least 30 or 40,000, and for holographic projection communication, the price started at over 100,000. If we only need it for communication, then a regular communicator will suffice, Yun whispered aside. Honorable guest, by purchasing the latest Miadu M79 communicator, you can take Xiao home. In addition to different outfits and personas, the Miadu M79 also boasts the newly developed vibration feature. Xiao said, batting her eyes. Vibration feature, not very useful. Lin Shen coughed lightly and asked, how much is the Miadu M79? The Miadu M79 is currently on a new market promotion price, only 499,999. That's too expensive. Not necessary. Alright, honorable guest, Xiao is sorry. Xiao just wanted to offer some comfort and company through the vibration feature during the long, lonely, cold nights. If the distinguished guest does not need it, Xiao will recommend other products that are more suitable for you. No need for those fancy features. Practicality is key. I'll buy 3 Miadu M79s. Is there a discount? Leaving the shop, each of the 3 people now had in their hands the latest Miadu M79 communicator. To buy these 3 communicators, Lin Shen had truly broken the bank, not for anything else, but mainly because the Miadu M79's holographic projection was so clear and its signals so strong that it could receive interstellar news on various planets. On the orbit to the beautiful city festival, Lin Shen activated the bracelet-shaped communicator and browsed through various pieces of cosmic news. Soon one piece of news caught his attention. The undefeated king had failed to challenge the exquisite heart and had once again escaped unscathed, setting a new record for his escape level. Lin Shen had Xiao search for information about the undefeated king and found that during the 3 months he had been unconscious, his big brother had challenged many famous ascenders of various races, and in the end, he had always managed to escape safely. You couldn't say he was utterly defeated, but, in truth, he had never won. Because he had challenged DESI, many people wanted to deal with him. Some disliked him, but most wanted the fame that came with defeating him. For someone to take down a person even DESI could not handle, for some, that was quite appealing. Therefore, most of the experts from various races accepted the challenges issued by Lin Xiangdong, seeking to defeat him, but in the end, none succeeded. Apart from the nickname Undefeated King he had given himself, more people in the universe now called him the Escape King. How can I get in touch with Big Brother? It seems I can only wait for his next challenge and then go to the planet where the challenge takes place to find him, Lin Shen thought to himself. The 3 of them arrived at the City of Beauty Festival and saw the legendary City of Beauty Castle. It was nothing like what they had imagined. The City of Beauty Castle was not beautiful at all, but rather gloomy and terrifying. The entire castle appeared dark and fearsome, its walls ancient and patchy, covered in black moss, surrounded by withered, twisted, dry trees that resembled the dwelling of a witch found in fairy tales. People were everywhere outside the castle, some were there for the festival, but many were vendors. These vendors were not selling snacks or toys, but waiting for mutators to come out of the castle, hoping to buy the ascension eggs they obtained, offering very high prices. Can we take a few ascension eggs inside and then pretend they were obtained from the City of Beauty and sell them to them? Lin Shen whispered to Yun. Ascension eggs brought out from the City of Beauty could be sold for several times the price of similarly ranked ascension eggs, and this greatly tempted Lin Shen. After buying those 3 communicators, he really was a bit short on money. But soon Lin Shen realized this was not feasible, because someone in the castle had obtained an ascension egg, and then he saw a beam of light shoot out from inside the castle, forming a holographic image-like silhouette in the sky. An ascension egg appeared in the silhouette, and then rapidly transformed within the light image, turning into the figure of a beautiful female elf holding a life base that resembled a magic wand. Ah, the light elf! Someone has obtained the light elf! Upon seeing the image of the ascended creature in the holograph, the crowd immediately became excited. The merchants looked eagerly toward the castle's main gate, eyeing every mutator who walked out. Chapter 330, Chapter 330 Pet Chapel. Wei, you wait for us outside, Lin Shen said, preparing to enter with Yun. Since Wei Wufu was already at the ascension level, he could not enter the City of Beauty and had to wait outside. I can't, going in would just be wasting money. I'll wait for you outside too, Yun waved her hands in denial, lacking confidence in herself and believing that as someone of alloy level, she definitely wouldn't be able to get an ascension egg. Getting an ascension egg doesn't matter. We've come all this way, let's go in and have a look. Lin Shen ignored Yun's opposition, paid the fee, and pulled her inside. Yun was dragged in very helplessly. Upon entering the castle, they found it to be more dilapidated than it seemed from the outside, with dark and terrifying old houses everywhere, many of which had collapsed. The stone slabs on the streets were also incomplete, with pits and bumps everywhere. Fortunately, there were many people from various races here, which somewhat diluted the gloomy atmosphere. Lin Shen saw a lot of people queuing in front of a church-style building. Not liking to wait in line, he continued walking with Yun to see if there was a place where they didn't have to queue. After walking around the castle for a while and seeing many church-style buildings with long queues of people waiting to enter, Lin Shen felt somewhat frustrated. There are fewer people in line here. Let's hurry and line up, Lin Shen said urgently when he finally found a church with only 2 people queuing in front of it, and he quickly pulled Yun over to join the queue. The 2 people in front of them turned their heads to look at them, showing a hint of surprise after seeing their faces clearly. The celestial at the very front just glanced at them and then turned his head away, no longer paying attention to them. The person behind looked at them and then focused on Lin Shen, sizing him up for quite a while. Friend, do we know each other? Lin Shen asked the bat-winged man of another race in front of him. No, we don't, the bat-winged man said with a smile, you're human, right? Is there a problem? Lin Shen frowned. No problems at all. I used to have a human friend, and we got along quite well, so I quite like humans, the bat-winged man spoke with a smile. Do you know why there are so few people queuing up here? Why? Lin Shen wasn't a fool, of course, he knew the short queue meant there had to be a reason. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Otherwise, the other churches were packed with people, so why would there be fewer here? However, Lin Shen didn't care about these things as a mutator. If other mutators could enter a place, he naturally could too. It was him entering first anyway. If there was any issue, he could just tell Yun not to go in. The bat-winged man chuckled and said, that's because pushing open the doors of this church requires a strength of over 100, otherwise, you can't even get through the door. One needs such strong strength to push open the door, no wonder there are so few people in line here, Lin Shen said with some astonishment. The strength of a top mutator is only about 40. Even with a strength doubling skill, one could only reach about 80 in strength. With the door requiring over 100 in strength, it's likely that the vast majority of mutators couldn't push it open. You better hurry to another spot to queue. Don't waste your time here, the bat-winged man advised. Let's have a look first, Lin Shen said with a smile. The Batman did not say anything more, and at that moment, the church's door opened, and a tiger person came out from inside. Seeing the dejected look of the tiger person, it was clear that he had not found the ascension egg. In fact, there was no need to look at his expression, for if an ascension egg had been found, beams of light would have projected from the church, displaying the form of the ascension egg and what kind of pet it would hatch into. Just earlier, while wandering around the castle, I had seen the church beam up twice. After the tiger person emerged, the celestial walked towards the church's main entrance. A halo appeared above his head, and on his carapace, mysterious blood patterns surfaced as he placed his hands on the church's great door and slowly exerted force to open it bit by bit. It seems that opening this door really does require the strength of over 100, which means that these few individuals' strength must not be inferior to Wei of the crystal base level, Lin Shen thought with some astonishment. Characters rarely seen on the human mother planet were easily encountered on Miadu's star, with 3 of them appearing casually. The universe truly abounds with extraordinary individuals. Upon reflection, Lin Shen came to terms with it. In a village, having 1 or 2 beautiful women as the toast of the town is quite something, but in a large city, beauties are everywhere, and the village belle doesn't stand out anymore. Watching the celestial enter the church, the great door closed once again. After a while, the church's door opened anew, and the celestial walked out looking just as disheartened, with no gains to show for his efforts. Is there really an ascension egg inside this church? Lin Shen wondered, speculating whether the church's ascension egg was already gone. He could not judge the appearance of the tiger person, but the celestial looked extremely handsome. He had the strength to open the door and must have been of the top-notch crystal base. Huang Yu had spoken of 3 key factors, and in Lin Shen's view, this celestial met them all, yet even he had not obtained the ascension egg, which made Lin Shen doubt that there was an egg within at all. There's no need to doubt, the ascension egg is definitely there, it's just that the egg inside this church is harder to get. Besides the 3 factors, whether one can acquire an ascension egg from this church also depends on luck, the Batman said as he approached the church's great door. Black carapace materialized on his body, enveloping him, with a bat-shaped white symbol shining in the center of his chest. The moment his hands touched the church's great door, the bat's wing on his back spread, and lightning-like light patterns lit up. The door was pushed open bit by bit, and soon the Batman entered through the doorway. Lin Shen and Yun watched from outside for a while, when suddenly, a beam of light shot up from the top of the church, projecting the image of a purple ascension egg into the sky. As the image evolved, the purple ascension egg transformed into an ascended creature wearing deep purple high-tech armor, adorned with purple lightning patterns, standing on a high-tech great sword with matching purple lightning patterns as if flying through the air on the sword. What kind of ascended creature is that? Lin Shen had never seen such a creature, but it looked truly cool, brimming with a sense of technology. This single beam attracted the attention of many individuals both inside and outside the castle, but since such an ascension pet had never appeared before, no one knew what type of pet it was. After the beam disappeared, the Batman walked out from inside. Contrary to Lin Shen's expectations, the Batman seemed somewhat dejected, as if he was not the one who had obtained that dazzling and cool ascension pet. Chapter 331, Chapter 331 Zheng Zone. Lin Shen was puzzled. It was normal for the Celestial and Tiger people who did not get the Ascension Egg to be downcast. But this Batman, who got the Ascension Egg, appeared even more dejected than the 2 before him. Could he be pretending not to have got the Ascension Egg? Lin Shen thought no one would be that foolish. Everyone outside could see clearly, so how could it possibly be feigned? Friend, what's the matter? Lin Shen's curiosity got the better of him, and he took the initiative to greet and ask. The Batman sighed, I did get the Ascension Egg, but it's not the one I wanted. That Ascension Egg looks like it can hatch a powerful pet, Lin Shen said. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. It's indeed nice. The mutated Ascension Purple Lightning Break Sky Sorter, with 3 mutant base talents and a double mutant life base talent. The Batman went on to reveal detailed information about his Ascension Egg. Lin Shen was somewhat surprised as he was just asking casually, not expecting the Batman to disclose such confidential information to him, a stranger. The Batman seemed to have realized his mistake too and suddenly stopped, looking at Lin Shen for a while before saying with a bitter smile, You look so much like my human friend, I accidentally mistook you for him. Only then did Lin Shen understand why the Batman had told him all that, he had been mistaken for someone else. Lin Shen became even more curious. Just how similar did he look to the friend of the Batman for such a mistake to be made? He guessed it must be because of the Batman's mood that caused this momentary lapse. "What's your human friend's name?" Lin Shen inquired with curiosity. "His name is Zheng Zong. You humans all look quite similar, but you and he share a particularly striking resemblance. Although he looks more mature than you and isn't as lively. He's also a very good person who has given me a lot of help. He's both a mentor and a friend to me," the Batman explained. Zheng Zong. Zheng Zong herbal tea? Who would give themselves such a name? Zheng Zong. Zheng Zong. Zong Zheng. Lin Shen felt the name sounded a bit odd and then suddenly seemed to realize something, his eyes widening in shock. "Damn, don't tell me! Isn't Sanji Lin Zongzhen's name?" Lin Shen hurriedly stopped the Batman who was about to leave. "Is there something you need?" The Batman turned back and looked at him, puzzled. "This human friend of yours, Zheng Zong, does he have a scar here that's not very noticeable? It looks like a wrinkle from frowning, so it seems like he's always furrowing his brow," Lin Shen asked, pointing to the space between his eyebrows. "Eh? Is that a scar? I always thought he had many worries, so he would be frowning all the time." The Batman was taken aback. "How do you know this? Do you know him?" Lin Shen thought to himself, more than knowing him, it's got to be Sanji Lin Zongzheng. However, Lin Shen kept these thoughts to himself, not voicing them out loud. If his brother was using the alias Zheng Zong, there must be a reason for it. Lin Shen couldn't blow his cover. "If this Zheng Zong you're talking about is the Zheng Zong I know, then yes, I do indeed know him. Not only do I know him, but we are also distant relatives," Lin Shen said, while inwardly thinking, "Distant relatives, indeed. No wonder you two look so alike, so you actually are relatives, that's great," the Batman responded with delight upon hearing Lin Shen was Zheng Zong's distant relative. "Come on, let's find a place to drink something." "No rush, just wait for me a moment. I want to check inside," Lin Shen said, pointing to the church. "You can push open the doors of the church?" the Batman asked. Then, as if a light bulb went off, he added, "Since you're Zheng Zong's relative, you must be extraordinary like him, surely it will be no trouble. Go ahead and try your luck. If you're fortunate enough to get an ascension egg, that would be fantastic." Lin Shen nodded and walked to the front of the church. Using super base change, he slowly pushed open the doors of the church. After entering the church, Lin Shen found that the interior was as dilapidated as the outside, with the divine statue on the platform being the only standout amidst the chair's missing arms and legs scattered everywhere. At a glance, one could see everything. The chairs and statue were both very worn out. Lin Shen walked around inside, only seeing the mottled frescoes on the walls. There was no sign of any ascension egg. "It seems my luck isn't great, definitely not because I'm not good looking enough," Lin Shen turned to walk back towards the main entrance. Since there was no ascension egg, lingering here was pointless. It would be better to leave quickly and ask the Batman about Zheng Zong. Lin Shen reached the entrance, where this time the doors opened by themselves without needing to be pushed. After he stepped out, the Batman consoled him, "These churches are very strange. It's normal to not obtain an ascension egg. Getting it would be great, but it's no big deal if I don't." Lin Shen didn't seem to mind much and turned to Yun. "Yun, why don't you go give it a try?" "I can't, can I?" Yun was slightly taken aback. "You're already here, might as well feel the atmosphere," Lin Shen said with a smile. Yun nodded, knowing that being only at alloy level, she didn't meet the 3 requirements. She probably wouldn't be able to push open the doors of any church, but since she was already there, touching the doors would count as having been here. Lin Shen chatted with the Batman and learned that his name was Bart and that their race was called the Bart race. Unlike other races that had entered the interstellar age, the Bart race had not yet entered the interstellar age. A higher-ranking race had discovered the planet of the Bart race during space travel and brought Bart out. Originally Bart was not named Bart, but he used this name to honor his race. In the vast universe, there was only one mutator of the Bart race, Bart, traveling alone. Because of the matter concerning Zhengzong, Lin Shen and Bart had a great conversation. Lin Shen was about to inquire further about Zhengzong's news when they suddenly heard a loud clang. Both men were attracted by the sound and turned to look, and were immediately surprised. The two big doors of the church had unexpectedly opened completely. Yun was standing in front of the open doors with her hands stretched out, looking somewhat puzzled. "What are you waiting for? Get in there!" Lin Shen didn't know how Yun had managed to open the door, but since it was already open, there was no point hesitating. Bart was equally puzzled. With his strength, he could barely push open a door, and only enough to squeeze through. How did that moon rabbit woman manage to push both doors open at once? What kind of strength was that? Only Yun herself knew that she hadn't used any force at all. As soon as her palm touched the door, it opened on its own. Hearing Lin Shen's words, Yun hurriedly walked in, and the doors closed behind her. Lin Shen and Bart both stared at the church, no longer in the mood for chat. Before long, a beam of light shot up from the top of the church, and the image of an ascension egg appeared. The ascension egg kept transforming, and after a moment, it turned into a divine statue. Chapter 332, 332, The Statue of the God. Lin Shen and Bart looked at the statue in the beam of light and were both astonished, for the statue's appearance was exactly the same as the one in the church. However, the church's statue was in a state of disrepair, while the one in the beam of light was dazzlingly brilliant, radiating a holy luminescence all over. So this is the true appearance of that statue. Lin Shen had initially been startled by the sight of the statue because it was marred and, coupled with the gloomy setting of the church, it also seemed rather sinister. At this moment, the statue-like ascended creature didn't look the least bit grim, even the divine maidens of the heavens couldn't compare. The statue was clad in armor, holding in one hand an angel doll slightly larger than a palm, and in the other hand, carrying a war shield, making it difficult to guess which one was her life base, or perhaps both were her life bases. "Bart, are all the statues in the churches of the same figure?" Lin Shen asked, turning to face Bart. "Not at all, each church has a different statue," said Bart, shaking his head. Suddenly, Lin Shen thought that maybe he hadn't been able to obtain the ascension egg just because he merely worshipped at the wrong shrine. This deity was obviously female, and as a man, he definitely wouldn't be accepted. But then he thought, Bart was also a man, so how had he been recognized? Could it be that Bart looks like a man but is actually a woman? Lin Shen sized up Bart, refusing to admit that his own lack of appeal was the reason for not getting the ascension egg. Not long after the halo disappeared, Yun came out holding an ascension egg that looked exactly like the one in the beam of light. Yun excitedly approached Lin Shen and handed him the ascension egg. Lin Shen was slightly startled. "What are you giving it to me for? The money was yours, and you were the one who sent me. I merely followed your orders, so the item naturally belongs to you," Yun said matter-of-factly. "What you've obtained is yours, keep it, don't let outsiders see it," said Lin Shen. Although he was very curious about the ascension egg, he really couldn't bear to snatch away Yun's item. "Then you hold on to it for me. If I keep it, I'm afraid it will be stolen." Yun immediately stuffed the ascension egg into Lin Shen's hands, not allowing any refusal. Lin Shen thought it made sense. When they went out later, those merchants would definitely be waiting outside, eager to purchase the ascension egg, and the scene would surely be chaotic. It would be awful if someone took advantage. As the light beam ascended earlier, many people had already appeared in the distance to watch. The fact that Yun had obtained the ascension egg could not be concealed. Lin Shen directly put the ascension egg into his backpack and then said to Bart, "It seems inconvenient to chat today, could we add each other as friends to communicate?" Bart knew that he and Yun were the center of attention today and would definitely be followed by others, making it inconvenient to go eat. They had to add each other as friends and arrange a meeting another time. As mutators, they could only choose to enter one church, and all three had already lost the eligibility. There was no need to stay, so they headed straight for the castle's main gate. No sooner had the three stepped out of the castle's main gate than the merchants with informants inside the castle immediately surrounded them, trying to purchase the ascension eggs from Bart and Yoon. Some offered high prices to tempt them, others promised great profits, but most were looking to snatch a bargain. Lin Shen didn't pay any attention to them, simply pulling Yoon along as they squeezed through the crowd, ignoring everyone. When some of the merchants tried to stop them, they saw an extremely robust man protecting Lin Shen and Yoon, coldly watching over them. They shivered involuntarily and subconsciously made way.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Under Wei Wufo's protection, Lin Shen and Yoon finally managed to break free from the merchants' encirclement and quickly left the City of Beauty Festival. As they left, Lin Shen turned back for a glance, only to see that Bart had already disappeared without a trace. It seemed Bart was well aware that possessing such a superior ascension egg, it wouldn't be surprising if some wealthy and powerful families had their eyes on it. Lin Shen didn't dare to linger there, taking Wei and Yoon directly to the teleporter, and decided to head back to Giant Ring Star first. The journey was surprisingly smooth, but upon arriving at the teleportation station and purchasing tickets to Giant Ring Star, while waiting, Lin Shen started to feel that something was not right. The waiting hall, which had not been sparsely populated to begin with, had emptied in the blink of an eye, leaving only the three of them. Lin Shen looked toward Wei Wufu, whose gaze was fixed on the entrance of the waiting hall, just as a middle-aged celestial, dressed impeccably, walked in. "My name is Ns Haifeng, I am the butler to the Star Lord, and my lord wishes to invite the three of you to the mansion for a visit," the celestial said politely, resembling a gentleman. "We need to leave Meadow Star immediately for urgent matters, so I'm afraid it might not be convenient," Lin Shen replied, neither servile nor overbearing. "No matter, the Star Lord has already ordered a temporary shutdown of the teleporter to Giant Ring Star. After your visit to the Star Lord's mansion, a special teleportation will be activated just for you," Ns Haifeng said, still smiling. He seemed polite, but his assertiveness was unmistakable. "If you are here for the Ascension Egg, I think we can avoid all this trouble, as we have no intention of selling the Ascension Egg," Lin Shen said. Ns Haifeng's brows furrowed slightly. "This isn't a place for discussion, please come to the Star Lord's mansion to talk in detail." "Sorry, but I don't think that will be necessary." "No matter the price, we are not selling," Lin Shen insisted. "Are you sure you have thought this through? The price the Star Lord is willing to offer would tempt you. The teleporter won't activate until you return, so it won't be much of a delay," Ns Haifeng said, resorting to carrot and stick tactics. If they didn't go, the teleporter wouldn't be activated, and they would not be able to leave. "No matter how high the price, we do not have the authority to sell this Ascension Egg. If the Lord wishes to buy it, he should contact my master directly," Lin Shen said, showing a card to Ns Haifeng. The card was a pass given to him by Lord Tianxuan. Unlike ordinary passes, this one was the highest level of pass from Lord Tianxuan's possession, representing Tianxuan himself, complete with her personal seal. Upon seeing the pass, Ns Haifeng's expression changed slightly. "Where did you get this pass?" Ns Haifeng naturally recognized the pass, aware that such passes were normally only possessed by individuals at the level of a Star Lord. Anyone who wasn't the Star Lord themselves and held the pass must be a trusted confidant of the Star Lord, acting on their behalf. Clashing with a figure of Star Lord's level for an Ascension Egg did not seem to be a wise decision. "Do I need to initiate a video communication with Lord Tianxuan and have her explain it to you?" Lin Shen said, touching his communicator on his wrist and looking coldly at Ns Haifeng. "There is no need to trouble Lord Tianxuan, please wait a moment." Ns Haifeng entered a staff restroom, quickly cleared out the room, then used the communicator to contact another celestial. "Young master, there's a complication with the Ascension Egg. The person who has it is a close confidant of Tianxun from Giant Ring Star. So what if they're Tianxun's people? This is our turf. Kill them and take the Ascension Egg back. How would Tianxun know? If Tianxin and Tai were here, they would recognize this celestial as the one who arrogantly blocked Tianxin's vehicle, only to have his own vehicle smashed to smithereens. That might not be possible. They have a high-tech communicator, and the message has likely already been sent back to Tianxun, Ans Haifeng said helplessly. Why can't you handle such a small matter? The Celestial said impatiently. Young master, shall we consult the Star Lord? Ans Haifeng respectfully suggested. Why are you so bothersome? It's really annoying, forget it, let them go, it's just an ascension egg. The Celestial, annoyed, cut off the communication. Ans Haifeng let out a long sigh of relief, he certainly did not want to take the blame for the young master. Chapter 333, 333, Miado Goddess Ascension Egg. When Ans Haifeng returned, his demeanor and tone had improved a great deal. He directly had someone reactivate the teleporter to Giant Ring Star, and watched as the three individuals entered the teleporter headed for Giant Ring Star. After Lin Shen and his companions returned to Giant Ring Star, Lin Shen also breathed a sigh of relief. If they had been taken to the Star Lord's mansion, it would have been nearly impossible to leave without handing over the Ascension Egg. Even if they had surrendered it, whether they could have left alive was an unknown. Fortunately, Tianxun's reputation was influential enough, and the three had narrowly escaped that calamity. Being in the underworld, it's really good to have backing. Lin Shen felt grateful for Tianxun's help and thought of the fire seed she possessed. If it hadn't been for the trouble Yaya caused, he would have acquired it by now. Yun, what attribute does this Ascension Egg have? On the way back to Paradise Island with Evil Dragon, carrying Yun and Wei, Lin Shen asked Yun. Because Bart was present earlier, Lin Shen had not asked Yun this question. Bart had mentioned that one could see the attribute of the primeval eggs upon acquiring them, which is how Bart knew the attribute of his own Ascension Egg. Yun replied, this Ascension Egg is called Miado Goddess. Its level name is a bit strange, called Super Base Creature. It possesses 3 base change talents and 2 life bases. Both Lin Shen and Wei were surprised after hearing the detailed attributes Yun described. Are you certain it has 2 life bases, not 2 base talents? Lin Shen asked. After some thought, Yun answered, I remember it clearly, there's no mistake. It's not base talents, but indeed 2 life bases, each with its own base talent. The more Lin Shen heard, the more astonished he felt. Yun's luck was simply too good, having acquired such an Ascension Egg. Now Lin Shen wondered if using this Ascension Egg to ascend would directly grant him a double life base. Unfortunately, according to Yun's description, the Miado Goddess's 3 base change talents and 2 base talents were mostly supportive skills, not the kind of abilities Lin Shen desired. You have such good fortune, do you plan to hatch her, or use her for ascension? Lin Shen asked Yun. But Yun responded, I was just following your orders to retrieve something, the item is yours. If you wish to reward me, some mutation fluid will suffice. Are you really willing to give it up? Do you know what this means? Lin Shen asked Yun, looking at her somewhat curiously. I know this is an extremely fine Ascension Egg, but it was never mine to begin with, and I don't have the ability to keep it. Only by following you can I go further. The stronger you are, the safer I am, Yun said. What a good girl. Lin Shen was moved internally. If he could use it, he would not hesitate to ascend with the Miado Goddess Egg. Regrettably, even though the Miado Goddess was excellent, it was not the kind of Ascension Egg he was looking for. Both his elder sister and Wei had already ascended, making the Ascension Egg equally useless for them. It could only serve as a pet. Now Lin Shen was considering whether to use this Ascension Egg to allow Jai Weiss or Death Powder to ascend. But upon further thought, the Miado Goddess, with all its supportive skills, didn't seem quite right for them either. The more he considered it, the more it seemed that the person most suited for the Meadow goddess was Yun herself. No wonder she was able to get the Meadow goddess ascension egg, it must have been tailor-made for her. Lin Shen finally decided to give the Meadow goddess ascension egg back to Yun when she was ready to ascend, allowing her to use this egg for her ascension. Having an assistant like this by my side wouldn't be too bad. Lin Shen had already planned to have Yun act as his family tutor, helping him practice martial arts, which would indeed be making full use of her abilities. After the three of them returned to Paradise Island, Lin Shen arranged for Yun to stay in the guest room, first providing her with some mutation-based mutation fluid to help her recover and increase her level, and later he would assign her to practice martial skills. Lin Shen had just lain down on the bed, wanting to rest for a while, when a message suddenly came through. This gave Lin Shen a start, as he thought it was from Red Heart A, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was the newly purchased communication device that was ringing. The message was from Bart, inquiring whether they had left Meadow Star safely. Lin Shen chatted with him for a while, then he inquired how Bart got to know Zheng Zong, covertly probing for information.n/o/vel/b/in.c/om. To Lin Shen's surprise, Bart actually said that Zheng Zong worked under a member of the Diman tribe named Sam, holding a high position and enjoying Sam's great respect. The information from Bart made Lin Shen waver in his previous certainty that Zheng Zong was his third brother, Lin Zheng. If Zheng Zong was really his third brother, why would he work under the Diman royal family? Since he held a position of power within the Diman tribe, he should be aware of the Diman princess's use of the Wan family to target his siblings. Why would he remain unresponsive? If it were really his third brother, he definitely wouldn't have ignored the situation. Even if he lacked the power to stop the princess, he should have done something. Bart continued sharing his story with Zheng Zong. There was a time when he was being pursued and nearly killed, but Zheng Zong saved him and gave him guidance on how to cultivate. To Bart, Zheng Zong was both a mentor and a friend. Without Zheng Zong's guidance, he wouldn't have achieved what he had today. From Bart's descriptions, Zheng Zong sounded like a perfect person, understanding like a friend, yet knowledgeable and dignified like a teacher. It was less that he was a friend to Bart and more that Bart held him in extremely high regard. Lin Shen was becoming impatient with listening further because, in his memory, his third brother was someone who disliked meddling in other people's business and was not fond of interacting with others, let alone patient enough to teach. He would rather fish, take photos, and drink tea by himself than take the time to teach Lin Shen anything. The more Lin Shen listened, the more he doubted Zheng Zong was his third brother. Perhaps the man only bore a resemblance in appearance and certain characteristics. There was a time when I heard Zheng Zong mention he had a brother who was killed by a very powerful person, but he wouldn't tell me who it was, saying my abilities were too weak to be of any help. Since you're relatives, do you know which other race killed his brother? Tell me, and when I increase my level in the future, I'll help him kill that person. Bart's new message made Lin Shen's heart skip a beat. Did Zheng Zong mention which number his deceased brother was among the siblings? Lin Shen hurriedly asked. He didn't say, and I don't know either. Did he have many brothers? Bart replied. I don't know which one you're talking about, and I haven't heard any news about his brother being killed. After all, we are just distant relatives, we met more as children, but since he left the Mother Star, there hasn't been much contact in recent years, Lin Shen responded. Lin Shen felt something odd inside him. If Zheng Zong really is my third brother, then the brother he mentioned who was killed by someone, could it be my second brother? Could it be that my second brother is truly dead? If that's the case, it would make sense. My third brother changed his name and sought refuge with the Diman tribe, probably to avenge my second brother without revealing his identity. If we assume this, the person who killed my second brother must be within the Diman tribe. According to Bart, my third brother holds a significant position within the Diman tribe, yet he is still unable to avenge my second brother, indicating that the murderer must be incredibly powerful. Unfortunately, Bart did not have Zheng Zong's communication details, and one could only meet Zhengzong by going to the Diman tribe. All of this was just Lin Shen's speculation. Whether Zhengzong was actually his third brother, he could only know after meeting him in person. However, he currently did not dare to approach the Diman tribe. I should first increase my level. If things are as I suspect, with my current power, I can't be of any help to my third brother, and finding him would be pointless. Lin Shen decided he needed to use the primeval eggs to ascend immediately, without any more wasted time. Chapter 334 Ascension Again. Lin Shen summoned Wei over and, when night fell, he teleported with him to the Ring Mountain planet, planning to ascend there. As long as they didn't approach Ring Mountain, this place could be said to be the safest location, free from outside disturbances. Wei, already an ascender, had a much stronger adaptability to the environment than Lin Shen did when he first arrived, and he quickly got used to the surroundings. However, he couldn't live in this environment for extended periods, or his body would suffer issues. Lin Shen dug up the spirit bases he had buried and said to Wei, "Take a look at these spirit bases and see if you can use them. If they're of use, go ahead and use them. After I ascend, we'll go into Ring Mountain and kill those supersource dragons." Ascension, Wei Wufu nodded. Lin Shen had previously told him about Ring Mountain planet, and after surveying the area, he told Lin Shen to go ahead and ascend first. Lin Shen took out the primeval egg that Wei Wufu had given him, a glittering star-like, dove egg-sized primeval egg. Primeval eggs are generally not large. This primeval egg had nebulae swirling inside, with stars interweaving like a miniature universe. After making preparations, Lin Shen set aside all his belongings and then swallowed the primeval egg. As soon as the primeval egg entered his stomach, Lin Shen immediately started circulating evolution theory. A strange strength instantly began to pervade his body. A carapace, black as onyx, automatically appeared, enveloping his entire body. The peculiar strength within his body intermingled with his flesh and carapace, reigniting the evolution in his body that had ceased. Lin Shen felt as though his body was undergoing countless universal Big Bangs. The various cells within his body, one by one, burst forth like fireworks. His body emitted a large amount of smoke, and the originally black carapace also flickered with light continuously. Wherever evolution theory flowed, cells constantly exploded. After each cell burst, it formed a smaller cell inside, a cycle of destruction and rebirth. These newborn cells seemed slightly different from the originals, as if infused with some elements that weren't there before. These new elements originated from the combination of Lin Shen's own base mutation materials and the ascension egg substances. The entire ascension process was the bursting, restructuring, and transforming of all the cells in Lin Shen's body. Ascension would reshape the entire body, allowing carbon-based organisms to adapt better to the universe, breaking free from the constraints of the survival environment of their home planets. Wei Wufu watched Lin Shen, his body shrouded in white mist, and although he knew the ascension process wouldn't conclude that quickly, he didn't use the spirit bases to enhance his own life base. Instead, he observed his surroundings more, ensuring that no disturbances would affect Lin Shen's ascension. Lin Shen was at his most vulnerable, virtually defenseless. Even a steel mutator might be able to kill him at this juncture. Evolution theory circulated again and again, the cells within Lin Shen's body bursting more and more numerously, speeding up. Even the dense fog outside his body couldn't hide the glow emitted from the large number of explosive cells. Wei Wufu furrowed his brows slightly, feeling that the pace of Lin Shen's transformation seemed too fast. While it was true that using a primeval egg would make the transformation faster than a normal ascension egg, Lin Shen's speed was unnaturally rapid. Cells within him were exploding on a large scale, as if a chain reaction had been ignited. The flesh and blood of humans are too fragile, not as resilient as the bodies of base variant creatures. Concerned, Wei Wufu feared that Lin Shen's mortal body might not withstand such rapid transformation. Indeed, things were just as feared. Lin Shen felt his flesh and blood strain as many organs could no longer function normally due to the simultaneous explosion and recombination of too many cells. The discomfort was becoming unbearable, with dizziness and near collapse looming. Lin Shen's heart was filled with shock, knowing that if he lost consciousness, he might never wake up again. Lin Shen's mind raced as he gritted his teeth and entered the super base form, with his entire fleshly body transforming into base variant substance. Lin Shen immediately felt much better, as the cell mutation became even more intense, but its impact on him wasn't as severe as before. The cell's explosion became more intense, and what was emerging from Lin Shen's body was no longer just smoke, it blazed with fierce flames. Wei Wufu stared at Lin Shen, having never seen such a phenomenon before. The smoke emitted during ascension was the impurity expelled during cellular explosion, recombination, and mutation. It was also the remnants of dying old cells. This substance could actually ignite, something Wei Wufu had never witnessed before. Enveloped in those fierce flames, Wei Wufu could not sense Lin Shen's current state, he could only wait by the side, hoping that Lin Shen would make it through this ordeal. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. As long as he made it through this, by the time he consolidated his life base, there would basically be no great risk anymore. The flames on Lin Shen's body continued to burn, lasting for nearly 7 or 8 hours before gradually extinguishing. Wei Wufu saw Lin Shen's body suspended in the air, his entire being like a silver crystal, with countless lights flickering within. It's a success, Wei Wufu let out a long sigh of relief. Lin Shen had successfully transformed into an ascender's body and gained the most fundamental ability to fly. However, ascension was only halfway done at this point. Next, he had to consolidate his life base. Wei Wufu was also curious about what kind of life base Lin Shen would consolidate. The suspended Lin Shen's body was emitting fine particles like silver crystal, those particles gradually coming together to form a massive silver crystalline giant egg. Because too many silver particles poured out from Lin Shen's body, the originally shining carapace gradually reverted to its original color of black crystal, and Lin Shen's body returned to its state of flesh and blood. In this state, Lin Shen's body unexpectedly began to exude mist again, his flesh and blood undergoing cellular recombination and mutation once more. Wei Wufu was filled with doubt. The life base had already begun to form, so why were the cells exploding, mutating, and recombining again? This time, however, it wasn't as intense as before. Lin Shen's body was slowly ascending once more. As far as Wei Wufu knew, even if ascension was done with primeval eggs and a double life base was formed, it should be about connecting and consolidating 2 life bases, not that after consolidating one, the body would ascend and transform again. Moreover, the first life base wasn't even fully consolidated yet, it had just entered the primitive state, and there was still some distance from full formation. Lin Shen's body continued to ascend slowly, while the silver crystal giant egg underwent new changes. The giant egg's outer shell was turning to ash, drifting down like dust. These particles of dust completely vanished while still in the air, leaving not a trace behind. As the outer shell disappeared, the surrounding space began to twist, as if a strange energy was resonating with something inside the giant egg. Chapter 335 Cosmic Rainbow Light. Wei Wufu watched as ribbons of light, like smoke or mist, stretched out from the twisted space, and a look of delight immediately appeared on his face. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. The universe, rainbow light. Wei Wufu had only heard of the cosmic rainbow light, but had never seen it. However, the bands of light emanating from the distorted space were strikingly similar to the cosmic rainbow light he'd heard about. If that was indeed the cosmic rainbow light, it meant that a being capable of contending with the likes of DESI might emerge among humans, which filled Wei Wufu with indescribable joy. But just as the cosmic rainbow light had begun to appear, a mysterious substance suddenly permeated from within the silver crystal giant egg. This substance coated the exterior of the giant egg with a mirror-like finish, reflecting everything around it, making the egg appear as if it had vanished, merging into the environment. The nascent cosmic rainbow light seemed to pause for a moment, then gradually disappeared, and the twisted space around it slowly returned to normal. Why is it like this? Wei Wufu felt an immense sense of disappointment. The cosmic rainbow light had almost been triggered, so why had it failed? He was so close, just that little bit away. Crack! The mirror-like giant egg shattered instantly, and a figure appeared before Wei Wufu's eyes, causing him to widen his eyes in shock. The figure was a young girl clad in silver crystal armor. Humanoid life-base forms were rare, but not enough to shock Wei Wufu. What truly made Wei Wufu incredulous was that the girl had silver hair and silver eyes, her skin snow-white as if made of cream, with a faint pink blush upon her cheeks. Underneath that silver crystal carapace was a body of flesh and blood. He had never heard of life-base entities possessing a flesh and blood body. Life-base should have been composed of base mutation materials, not carbon-based flesh and blood. Wei Wufu stared blankly at the silver-haired life-base girl. After she appeared, the space around her once again began to twist, and the cosmic rainbow light extended from the twisted space once more. The silver-haired girl's flowing hair dispersed in the air, instantly turning into countless particles that integrated into Lin Shen's body. Like ribbons, the cosmic rainbow light followed suit, wrapping around Lin Shen's body like serpentine dragons, causing the space around him to start twisting as well. A mirror-like reflective material also appeared on Lin Shen's body, giving it a mirrored finish. The bands of light entwining Lin Shen once again lost their target, but they didn't disappear as before. Instead, they coiled and twisted around him, as if sensing something yet unable to find what they were looking for. After a long while, the bands of light gradually receded, and the twisting space also returned to normal. The reflective material on Lin Shen's body was almost depleted, turning into a liquid that peeled off the outer layer of the carapace, ascending with the white mist. The white mist grew thicker, and the dark armor on Lin Shen's body became deeper and more profound. Inside, cells exploded like fireworks, continuing slowly. Wei Wufu's expression was complex. He realized that it wasn't that Lin Shen had failed to trigger the cosmic rainbow light, but rather, something inside his body was obstructing the cosmic rainbow light. Monster! Wei Wufu had never heard of anyone being able to prevent the triggering of the cosmic rainbow light. This ascension seemed unusually slow, continuing for an extended period. When Wei Wufu used the ascension egg to ascend, it had also taken about this long. When the white mist surrounding Lin Shen finally dissipated, revealing the hovering dark armor in mid-air, particles once again wafted out from his body. This time, the particles resembled black crystals or tiny black vortices. Soon, those black crystal particles reformed into a giant black egg. As the egg's carapace began to scatter, the surrounding space twisted once again, and strange bands of light extended from that warped space, winding around the giant egg in myriad threads. With no mirror-like glare to hinder them, the distortions in the space grew more severe and more bands of light appeared. In the sky, terrifying ribbons of light emerged, resembling celestial fissures, like phantasmal light dragons flitting through the starry sky, filling the entire celestial dome. Giant Ring Star, despite being enveloped in night, was suddenly illuminated as if it were daytime. Tian Xin, who was sleeping, was awakened by the brightness, initially mistaking it for dawn. She stumbled to the window, and upon seeing the bizarre spectacle outside, she instantly became fully alert, her eyes widening to the extreme, her face a picture of disbelief. Cosmic rainbow light, someone has triggered the cosmic rainbow light again. Tian Xin's hands trembled on the glass, watching the bands of light that streaked across the starry sky like lightning fissures, the entire heavens aglow with their brilliance. Not only Giant Ring Star, but various planets across the universe had also witnessed this cosmos-spanning rainbow light. Who could have triggered the cosmic rainbow light? A grey-haired elder from the Supreme Clan stared at the sky-spanning rainbow, his face filled with perplexity. In the Diman tribe, Catherine frowned at the awe-inspiring spectacle of the rainbow light and murmured to herself, if the Realm King has not emerged, who else could trigger the rainbow light? Could there be another like DESI? Or perhaps it's one of the Nirvana beings, using themselves to trigger the cosmic rainbow light. On a deserted planet, Lin Xiangdong, dressed in white, also looked up at the sky filled with shimmering ribbon. Who knows which race has produced such a figure? If they happen to be an opponent of ours, that could spell trouble. Countless beings stared at the marvel in the starry sky, while numerous others speculated about the kind of character who could have triggered this phenomenon that had appeared only once in the past 1,000 years. The majority guessed that it was one of the terrifying geniuses from the major races. However, most believed it must be a phenomenon caused by Nirvana, as the likelihood of a second appearance of someone like DESI, capable of triggering such phenomena during ascension, was considered nearly impossible. While billions of races focused their attention on the anomaly, the universe-spanning rainbow light underwent a bizarre transformation. The bands of light began to morph in the air, forming one peculiar symbol after another. Many of the other races, having seen this, were dumbfounded and disbelieving. How could the cosmic rainbow light actually form characters? The symbols were clearly ancient hieroglyphs. Although most were incomprehensible, the shapes of the characters hintedly conveyed some of their meaning. Under the incredulous gaze of billions of races, the cosmic rainbow light unexpectedly turned into a text composed of pictographic characters. Yet no one could comprehend the meaning of the text just now. Who is the terrifying being that's triggered the cosmic rainbow light? This is too mysterious and magical. Is this really the cosmic rainbow light? I once witnessed the cosmic rainbow light caused by DESI, and it was just the initial bands of light. How could it possibly evolve into text? Could the one who triggered this cosmic rainbow light be even more powerful than DESI? Holy moly, could it be that a peerless strong being is about to mark the heavens and declare themselves king? This isn't marking the heavens and declaring sovereignty. When that happens, the cosmic rainbow light that's triggered wouldn't form text, but would just evolve into the lines of the universe's boundary. What on earth do those mysterious characters mean? Can someone explain it to me? The entire universe was in an uproar, utterly shaken by the bizarre cosmic rainbow light. Chapter 336, Chapter 336 Double Life Base. The cosmic rainbow light lasted a long time, and the chapter of hieroglyphs that shone across the entire universe was also recorded by many races. After the cosmic rainbow light vanished, discussions about it became even more intense. Some races that had studied the hieroglyphs proposed an astonishing hypothesis. They believed that what triggered this phenomenon of cosmic rainbow light was not some cultivator, but rather the result of the universe's own evolution. The article created by the cosmic rainbow light was a method of energy transformation evolved by the universe itself, which is usually referred to as the evolution skill. The idea of an evolution skill born from the universe itself drove many other races crazy, especially those smaller races that lacked advanced evolution skills. If it indeed was an evolution skill evolved by the universe on its own, then it would surely be an incomparable treasure. If one could understand it thoroughly, the benefits would be endless. At this time, Lin Shen was also studying that chapter, only his focus was not on the text transformed by the cosmic rainbow light, but on the characters branded onto his life base. After the second life base took shape, it became a folding fan with black crystal as the fan ribs. One side of the fan was blank, while the other side was branded with the article formed by the cosmic rainbow light. Or rather, the cosmic rainbow light was simply projecting the hieroglyphic article already branded on the fan's surface. This gave Lin Shen quite a headache, as he was not someone who liked to show off. Now that the hieroglyphic text on his life base was projected outwards, others who saw the text on his life base would surely make associations, and wouldn't it be very easy to be recognized? Why was the cosmic rainbow light blocked when the first life base took shape, but not with the second life base? Lin Shen wondered to himself. He did not know that the first life base was blocked due to the effects of the enduring humiliation-stealing life serum. But the effects of the enduring humiliation-stealing life serum were exhausted the first time, so naturally, there was no blocking the second time. User, Super Base Ascendant Life Form, Evolvable. Strength, 108, plus 81. Speed, 81, plus 81. Hardness, 81, plus 81. Toughness, 81, plus 81. Base mutation rate, 1%. Theoretical life activity limit, 800, plus 800. Base change talent, super base change, super base pattern, super base recast, super base form. Life base, super base contrarian, inheritance fan. Super base contrarian, first turn super base life base. Strength, 108, plus 81. Speed, 81, plus 81. Hardness, 81, plus 81. Toughness, 81, plus 81. Base talent, contrarian, same root born. Contrarian, those who struggle against destiny, will be played by fate. Fully aware of this, they still declare war against fate, making their futures unpredictable. Same root born, the contrarian is born from the same root as the master, inheriting all the master's characteristics and skills. Inheritance fan, first turn super base life base. Strength, 81. Speed, 81. Hardness, 81. Toughness, 81. Base talent, inheritance, fandance.n/o/vel/b/in.c/om. Inheritance, those who inherit the civilization's torch and receive the power of inheritance will be blessed, the more inheritors, the stronger the blessing. Fan dance, the first move of fan dance, open. Lin Shen looked at his two life bases. At first glance, the super base contrarian seemed terrifyingly strong, capable of using all of his skills and possessing all of his attributes. It was as if he had an additional combatant identical to Lin Shen himself. However, what use the contrarian's skills had was something he still hadn't figured out. The inheritance fan seemed much more ordinary by comparison, with no particularly special features beyond the double life base talent. But upon closer examination, one could find that this object was something invincible in the later stages. Lin Shen had already studied the writings on the inheritance fan, which indeed turned out to be an evolution skill. From this, one could infer that the more people who cultivate this evolution skill, the more blessings it would provide to the inheritance fan. If all the races in the universe were to cultivate this evolution skill in the future, then the inheritance fan would truly be invincible. This thing was a bit too geared toward the late game, and not very useful in the early stages. The attributes of the inheritance fan were already top-notch. As long as he didn't encounter those freakishly strong ascenders, it was more than enough. Lin Shen told Wei Wufu about the attributes of these two life bases, and after listening, Wei Wufu nodded and said, "Very strong." The two of them first picked up all the spirit bases on the ground. Lin Shen took two pterosaur sickles, handing one over to the super base contrarian and the other to the inheritance fan. Yet neither of them made any move, which gave Lin Shen a bad premonition. Lin Shen then took the night glow flower from Wei Wufu. This time, both of them showed interest, wanting the night glow flower in Lin Shen's hand. Don't tell me, both these things need mutated spirit bases to grow. Lin Shen felt as if he had fallen into a trap. The reason he could ascend so quickly was due to the mutated resource treasury on Realm King Planet. But there were no ascended mutated resources on Realm King Planet. Where was he supposed to find so many mutated spirit bases for the two of them to grow? Lin Shen relayed this frustrating news to Wei Wufu, who grabbed a pterosaur sickle and threw it directly at his white robe. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. The white robe enveloped the pterosaur sickle and soon drained the spirit within it, turning it into a pile of residue that fell to the ground. No use, give to me. Wei Wufu unapologetically let his white robe absorb the spirits from those spirit bases. Unfortunately, the white robe itself wasn't high in turns, and it took time to absorb and digest these spirits. Even with many spirit bases, time was needed. Lin Shen became frustrated. Now he only had the night glow flower, a mutated spirit base, and it was a good 7th turn object. He wasn't willing to let them absorb it just yet. Looks like I'll have to go trouble that mutated pterosaur. Lin Shen planned to kill the mutated pterosaur and take its mutated spirit base for himself. With Lin Shen's attributes so strong now, killing an ordinary mutant shouldn't be a problem, he thought. Unfortunately, when he arrived at Ring Mountain where the mutated pterosaur was supposed to be, there was no trace of it, although the mutated ascension egg was still there. Lin Shen had no choice but to give up for the time being. Seeing that time was almost up, he waited for the end of the period and was teleported back with Wei Wufu. When the two returned via teleportation, it was still not dawn. Lin Shen had a thought and took out the night glow flower, activating it with his own ascension power. The rainbow halo blossoming from the night glow flower indeed lit up the pitch-black room. "This thing can really light up the night on Giant Ring Star," Lin Shen said, holding the night glow flower as he escorted Wei back to his room, without any incidents occurring along the way. "With the night glow flower, we no longer have to worry about not getting back before the darkness of night," Lin Shen thought as he returned to his own room and lay on the bed to rest for a while. After daylight broke, Lin Shen called Wei and Yun to join him for breakfast. Tian Xin cast them a glance and said coldly, "You really treat this place like your own home, bringing all sorts of people home. If you have a problem with it, talk to your cousin," Lin Shen replied while eating, unaffected by Tian Xin's verbal jabs. "Other than eating, what else can you do? Did you see the cosmic rainbow light phenomenon last night? Others are able to invoke such phenomena, and you're still here only eating all day. Even if you can't bring about a phenomenon, at least try ascending," Tian Xin scoffed at Lin Shen with disdain. "You talk as if you caused a cosmic rainbow light phenomenon when you ascended," Lin Shen retorted, leaving Tian Xin speechless. Chapter 337 Specialties. Breakfast wasn't even finished when Tian Xin got so angry that she couldn't eat anymore and got up to leave. Lin Shen, however, didn't care that much and just continued eating. The food here was indeed good, at least better than what he could make himself. "Mr. Lin Shen, I want to discuss a business proposition with you. I am thinking of doing some small trading here on Giant Ring Star." The eldest sister suddenly started talking. "Sure, big sis, what trading do you want to do?" Lin Shen knew his sister was not someone who could sit still. Having her stay in Paradise Palace all day long would certainly drive her mad. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. The eldest sister immediately pulled out a stack of documents and, flipping through them, pointed to the dense information written on them and said to Lin Shen, "I've done some analysis on Giant Ring Star recently. I think this special product of Giant Ring Star will definitely skyrocket in price in the future, so I plan to buy up this product now." "What special product?" Lin Shen glanced at the document his sister was referring to, which had a drawing on it. His sister's drawing skills were much better than Lin Shen's, who could only draw stick figures, whereas hers were almost like photographs. It was a metallic material that looked like a potato, probably the tuberous root of some base mutation plant. This is a steel-level base mutation plant found on Giant Ring Star. Many places on the planet have this base mutation plant growing because it was discovered on Giant Ring Star and it doesn't have a name yet. Currently, people here call it gua egg. The gua egg is the tuberous root of gua grass and contains 30% base mutation fluid. Many pioneers, upon discovering gua grass, dig out the gua egg to drink the base mutation fluid inside to sustain themselves. Although the base mutation fluid in the gua egg is only equivalent to the steel level, there is one advantage to using it to stave off hunger. After consuming it, one can relieve fatigue to a certain extent. Lin Miao explained in great detail, but after listening for a long time, the others couldn't see how trading this thing would be profitable. The liquid inside the gua egg was only equivalent to steel-level base mutation fluid, and the content was so low. Moreover, although gua grass grows in many places on Giant Ring Star, it is scattered and hard to find in large quantities. To the others, it would be better to spend time hunting or buying gua eggs than to kill a few ascended creatures and sell the ascension liquid they obtained, which could fetch a price over 10,000 times that of the gua eggs. Seeing the confusion among them, Lin Miao smiled and said, "First, we'll try to buy as many gua eggs as possible, and it would be best to purchase the regions where they are produced. Later, I plan to give it a new name." A new name? Lin Shen was somewhat puzzled. No matter how it was renamed, it was still just a steel-level material. How much could it sell for? Yes, a new name. I've already thought of it. Gua grass will be called kidney treasure grass, and gua egg will be called kidney treasure pill. The fluid in this pill can replenish one's form, improve qi and blood circulation, balance yin and yang, and strengthen the body. Lin Miao spoke as if she were a complete professional. The gua egg has that strong an effect. Both Lin Shen and Wei Wufu looked at each other with skepticism. Well, it definitely has the fatigue-relieving effect, and the other effects are possible, too. But that's not important. Lin Miao pointed to the drawing of a gua egg. "Take a closer look, what does this gua egg resemble?" Everyone looked at the drawing of the gua egg carefully, and soon Lin Shen realized what it resembled and exclaimed in surprise, "This thing does look quite like a kidney." "Old Wei, do you think it looks like one?" Wei nodded continuously, "It does." "Then we're in business. The Lin family's rise to wealth will rely on this kidney treasure pill." Lin Miao looked at Lin Shen with a smile, "Invest some startup capital for your sister, will you? I'll give you half the shares." "Sure thing, how much do you need?" Lin Shen agreed smilingly. In his recollection, his big sister never seemed to lose money in her business ventures. In business, of course, the more capital the better. The more the merrier. The big sister was very confident. "I have some ascension liquid here, which I can give you all, if you need it. And I can get you more in the future." Lin Shen offered some ascension liquid he had acquired from Ring Mountain to his elder sister. "That should be enough for the early stages. Your flying vehicle isn't in use either, can I borrow it for a while, sister?" Lin Miao asked. "Sure, you can take it. Just don't damage it, someone special gave it to me and it has sentimental value." Lin Shen handed the keys to Lin Miao. "I know, it was a gift from your sister-in-law. Don't worry, I'll just use it to show off, won't push it too hard." Lin Miao took the keys. "Do you need any help?" Lin Shen asked again. "No need. Business is not about a single person profiting, but about many people working together to create benefits. I plan to use you and the villagers." Lin Miao spoke excitedly about her plans. "Sis, I don't understand these things, as long as you've decided, that's fine by me. I am just responsible for spending money." Lin Shen had little interest in these matters. He was more eager to increase his power than make money. He still had one fire seed egg that hadn't hatched, and he also needed to collect the fire seed from Tianxun's body. The number of reincarnations of his life base also needed to be increased quickly. Even though ascension level was strong, if the enemies of the Lin family were truly from the Diman tribe, ascension level wouldn't be sufficient. Lin Shen planned to achieve 10th turn for both life bases, then undergo nirvana. The amount of variant resources he needed was astronomical, so he had to find a solution quickly. Seeing that Lin Shen was not interested, his elder sister did not continue and took the keys to the flying vehicle and the ascension liquid before leaving. "Wei, keep an eye on my sister for the next couple of days." Lin Shen felt that no one on Giant Ring Star would dare to touch his sister when she was in that flying vehicle, but he was still somewhat uneasy. "Okay." Wei stood up and went out the door to follow Lin Miao. "Mr. Lin Shen, is there anything I can do?" As Lin Shen was about to stand up and go back to his room, Yun suddenly grabbed him and asked. "Here is a movement technique for you to study." Lin Shen gave Yun the same movement technique he had given to Zhou Qinglong. He had been practicing it without success, unable to grasp its essence. Mainly because this technique required familiarity to the point where the body naturally reacts, Lin Shen couldn't stand the monotony and had made little progress, so he decided to let Yun try it. Yun understood what Lin Shen wanted. Taking the paper from Lin Shen, he said earnestly, "Mr. Lin Shen, rest assured, I will learn it as quickly as possible and definitely won't disappoint you." After Yun left, Lin Shen was ready to depart, wanting to continue his search on Ring Mountain planet for mutated supersource dragons and obtain the necessary mutated spirit bases as soon as possible. The soul harvesting skill from the death powder also needed to be improved, and his three-headed dragon mount was waiting for him. Before Lin Shen could even leave the house, Tian Xin, who had stormed off in anger before, unexpectedly returned through the main entrance. And she was not alone, Tian Sun was with her. "My little lover, I just knew you weren't that easy to kill." Tian Sun walked up to Lin Shen and gave him an embrace. Tian Sun was roughly the same height as Lin Shen, and the surprise of such a hug instantly made Lin Shen aware of an astonishingly soft and springy sensation against his chest. Chapter 338, 338, Ascension Pool. "Little ant, weren't you going to talk about serious matters?" Tian Xin really couldn't stand it and reminded from the side. It was then that Tian Sun let go of Lin Shen, smiling as he said, "Ah Shen, Wei Wufa must be the one who sent you the ascension egg, right? When do you plan on ascending?" "I've already ascended," Lin Shen answered. "When did you ascend? How come I didn't know?" Tian Xin asked in surprise and confusion. "You never asked me, there's nothing odd about not knowing," said Lin Shen indifferently. "What sort of life base did you get?" Tian Sun asked with a smile. Lin Shen took out the inheritance fan, which without being opened, looked like a strange short staff, wide at one end and narrow at the other, and not very eye-catching. Lin Shen didn't mind them looking, as the inheritance fan could not be opened usually, only when using its base talent fan dance could it be unfolded. "Quite ordinary," Tian Xin snorted coldly. Lin Shen ignored him, his thoughts moved, and the inheritance fan was activated, spinning a few circles in the air. "Not bad, the speed is top-notch, and the rest should be the same, right?" Tian Sun had already seen the clue. "They are," Lin Shen did not conceal. "How about the base skill?" Tian Sun continued to ask. "It's okay, why don't you give it a try, little Tian Xin?" Lin Shen said with a smile looking at Tian Xin. "Fine, let's try it. Just don't blame me if your crappy life base gets shattered," Tian Xin said arrogantly. "All right, do as you please, if you can shatter my life base, this is yours." Lin Shen drew out the Ascension version of the Angel Revolver from his waist. Seeing the Ascension version of the Angel Revolver, Tian Xin gritted his teeth so hard they nearly cracked, his heart almost bursting with rage. "No wonder the little ant didn't mention giving me an Angel Revolver, it was given to you. You damned pretty boy, it's just infuriating." Tian Xin decided to give Lin Shen a real surprise, to let him know how formidable he was. Nov. L.B//JNN. "Don't say I didn't warn you, my Heartless Angel has reached the fourth turn." Tian Xin directly summoned the Heartless Angel. The Heartless Angel looked much cooler than the inheritance fan, and on Tian Xin's command, its angel's wings on the back vibrated, transforming into a black streamer that rushed towards Lin Shen. Lin Shen didn't throw the inheritance fan since it had that inheritance evolution skill on it, which wasn't good to show to others. Seeing that Lin Shen intended to block the attack of the Heartless Angel with the fan only, a cunning light flashed in Tian Xin's eyes. The Heartless Angel, just about to reach Lin Shen, suddenly transformed into countless black feathers like a rain of arrows from the sky, covering Lin Shen densely. This was a new method that Tian Xin had just thought up to utilize the Heartless Angel, and Lin Shen happened to be the perfect live target for him to make eat his own medicine. Lin Shen was surprised in his heart, he really had not expected that the Heartless Angel could also be used in such a manner. This Tian Xin is really unlucky. If he used this move on someone else, it would surely be extraordinarily effective. But it just so happened to be up against my inheritance fan, so I'm afraid that's too bad. Lin Shen felt a pang of sorrow for Tian Xin in his heart. He flicked his wrist holding the fan, and the inheritance fan opened with a swoosh. The side imprinted with the inheritance evolution skill faced Lin Shen's own chest, invisible to others. The opened inheritance fan, like a peacock display, not only splayed out the fan bones but also produced white light as radiant as peacock feathers at the tip of each rib. From a distance, it looked like a white peacock had opened its light display, shielding Lin Shen in front of him. The black feathers transformed by the heartless angel struck the light screen like a violent storm but, incredibly, were unable to penetrate it. The fan in Lin Shen's hand spun, forcibly blocking all the black feathers. For a time, the sound of clinking and clanking collision echoed non-stop in the hall, but ultimately not a single black feather could penetrate the light screen. The futile black feathers then coalesced back into the black-armored heartless angel in the air. Lin Shen gave his palm a shake and the light on the inheritance fan retracted, the fan bones closing too, reverting to its rod-like appearance, and he casually toyed with it in his hand. The first move of the fan dance, open, could release the feathers of light while opening the inheritance fan. Although the light feathers could not detach from the inheritance fan, their own strength was exceedingly high, able to withstand destructive forces, equivalent to twice the hardness and toughness of the inheritance fan itself. Of course, this move was not just for defense. It could also be used for attack, however, since the light feathers did not enhance speed or strength, they could not boost attack power or speed. Nonetheless, for defense, they were more than sufficient. Very good, that's enough to use. Tian Xun stopped Tian Xin, who wanted to continue attacking, and said to Lin Shen with a smile, "There's something I need your help with. With your strength, combined with your life base, it shouldn't be difficult." "What is it?" Lin Shen didn't know what Tian Xun might need his help with. Our three families have jointly found a good location, but it has also led to some disputes over interests. People like us can't really go into battle ourselves. That wouldn't be good for anyone. So, we decided to each choose an ascender to represent us in battle. The winning side will gain ownership of that place. Originally, I wanted Tian Xin to represent me, but the battle has been set with the restrictions of no equipment, no spirit bases, and no pets, only individual abilities and life bases. That's why I want you to represent me, Tian Xun explained. Even without those, Tian Xin's strength isn't weaker than mine, right? Lin Shen was still somewhat puzzled. Tian Xin was not weak, in fact, his strength was great. Why wouldn't Tian Xun let Tian Xin fight then? Tian Xin huffed, "You finally said something sensible. If it weren't for Qi Ba of the Qi family, whose life base just so happens to counteract mine, why would I let you take advantage of this opportunity?" Tian Xun explained, "Because the battlefield is set on Chessboard Island, which is a small place. Leaving the island counts as a loss, and Tian Xin and the Heartless Angel would be greatly constrained there. Qi Ba's life base is the Thunder God, possessing a wide-range attack-type base talent, which can easily blast people out of the range of Chessboard Island. Your life base and abilities happen to counter him." Lin Shen didn't decline. After all, they had been mooching off Paradise Island for free. It wouldn't do for them to do nothing in return. "After this matter is resolved, I plan to send you and Tian Xin to Sky Pinnacle Star together," Tian Xun suddenly added. "What for?" Lin Shen was puzzled. He only knew that Sky Pinnacle Star was the home star of the celestial race. Above Sky Pinnacle Star, there is an ascension pool. The base mutation pool you used before, the technology comes from emulating the ascension pool. I'm sending you to Sky Pinnacle Star in hopes you can secure the qualifications to enter the ascension pool. With the help of the ascension pool, your life bases can quickly reach high turns. If you're lucky, the ascension pool should be able to enhance your life base to around the 7th turn, he explained. After a pause, Tian Xun spoke seriously, the Ascension Pool can not only help your life bases quickly evolve, but it is also greatly beneficial for your eventual nirvana. Chapter 339, 339 Major and Minor Nirvana. Tian Sun told Lin Shen and Tian Xin that there were two paths to achieve nirvana, minor nirvana and great nirvana. Base mutation and ascension only required a step-by-step promotion, which was not very dangerous. But the risk of nirvana was much greater. The path of minor nirvana was slightly less risky, and if it was only the body that was damaged, there would be an opportunity to try again after recovery. However, if one took the path of great nirvana, it was very likely that there would be only one chance. If one failed, the possibility of survival was almost negligible. Minor nirvana was relatively simple, following the same old path of raising the base mutation rate to 100%, then seeking to increase the reincarnation count of the life base as much as possible, and finally finding a nirvana egg to have a chance at nirvana. Generally, minor nirvana would not be lethal, but the success rate was not very high, and there was another risk. Some who succeeded in minor nirvana lost their previous memories afterward and their bodies became purely nirvana creatures, spending the rest of their lives living as such creatures. This was because nirvana creatures themselves possess strong vitality and spiritual sense. Even a nirvana egg that had not yet taken shape could affect a person's spiritual sense during the process of minor nirvana. If one could defeat the spiritual sense of the nirvana creature itself, then nirvana could be completed. But if one failed to defeat the spiritual sense of the nirvana creature or was overcome by it, the body would evolve towards being a nirvana creature and ultimately transform into one. The better outcome might retain some vestige of human will, but the worst cases would completely lose their human will, their bodies becoming a mere vestment for the nirvana creature. The stronger the chosen nirvana egg, the greater that risk would be. Therefore, many ascenders with relatively low strength and fewer reincarnations who wished to ascend to nirvana would choose the relatively weaker nirvana eggs among those at the nirvana level to complete minor nirvana. Even if they failed, the damage to themselves would not be substantial, and they would have the chance to try again in the future. The difficulty of great nirvana far surpassed minor nirvana. It wasn't a problem that could be resolved by just one nirvana egg. To complete great nirvana, one had to actively transform into a base variant creature, start all over again, and ultimately be reborn into the nirvana level through nirvana. This process was much more complex than minor nirvana and required more resources and preparation. The rate of ultimate success was also very low. Even the geniuses from the powerful and prestigious families might not survive great nirvana. Some died without reaching the nirvana level after transforming into base variant creatures. Others lost their human consciousness during the process and became real base variant creatures, devoid of humanity. And some died during the process of nirvana, unable to reclaim their human form. The reason Tian Sun, despite her mixed heritage, was able to gain a seat in the celestial court, within the highly bloodline conscious celestial race, was that she was a great nirvana being. To complete great nirvana, one must find an origin planet of base mutation. The difference between origin planets of base mutation and life planets is that the former inherently lacks human-like beings and is the birthplace of base variant creatures. On those origin planets exist locations of base mutation where ascenders can use the power of the land to reincarnate as base variant creatures and evolve towards nirvana as such. There are varying qualities among lands of base mutation. Some can only breed ordinary base variant creatures, while others can nurture mutated ones. Some lands can directly birth ascended creatures or even nirvana creatures. If one could find such a high-level land, it might be possible to reincarnate directly as a nirvana creature. Of course, the higher level the land, the more high-level creatures there would be on that planet, which itself brings more risks. If it's a land that can breed nirvana creatures, there would likely be many nirvana creatures on that planet, and it would be questionable whether an ascender could even survive long enough to reach the land. Moreover, such planets are often under the control of powerful races, and obtaining the rights to visit them would not be easy. Even if one could use such high-end lands, there remains one challenge: how to recover human form after nirvana. This process is generally completed during nirvana. If one directly reincarnates as a nirvana creature, it becomes difficult to return to human form. While not impossible, as some have succeeded, the difficulty is truly great, with a very low success rate. Most can only live the rest of their lives as nirvana creatures. Naturally, the higher the level of the land of base mutation, the stronger the birthed base variant creature will be, and if one completes the great nirvana there, their innate strength will be correspondingly greater. Tianxuan, for instance, was reborn into the body of a seraph of the nirvana level, which is why she is a very formidable existence among those at nirvana level. Because she was reborn as a seraph, the celestial race was also willing to tolerate her mixed heritage to such a high degree. The ascension pool on Sky Pinnacle Star was in fact the celestial race's tremendous feat of excavating an entire land of base mutation from an origin planet and transplanting it within Sky Pinnacle Star. By itself, the ascension pool could breed ascended creatures, and after the celestial race's modifications, it gained the ability to rapidly induce reincarnations of an ascender's life base. Tianxuan inviting Lin Shen and Tian Xin to use the ascension pool would also give them a taste of the experience of reincarnation within the land of base mutation. Although not complete, it was a valuable experience that would be helpful for their eventual pursuit of great nirvana. The mention of an origin planet of base mutation made Lin Shen think of Ring Mountain Planet, which closely resembled what Tianxuan described as an origin planet. Those ring-shaped mountains were like lands of base mutation. However, according to Tianxuan, although there could be many different lands of varying levels capable of birthing different tiers of creatures on an origin planet, it was unlikely there would be so many. Therefore, Lin Shen wasn't certain whether the Ring Mountain truly was a land of base mutation.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. If Ring Mountain Planet really is an origin planet of base mutation and the Ring Mountain is a land of base mutation, does that mean I could directly enter the mountain and use that magma-like blue liquid to accelerate the higher reincarnations of life base? Or perhaps find a higher level land to complete nirvana there? Lin Shen thought to himself. Using the nirvana level land of base mutation for great nirvana is very dangerous. I will try to allow you to use some special ascension level lands to reincarnate as mutated ascended creatures. That's the safest and best path to great nirvana. However, such lands are mostly controlled by powerful families, and I also need time to arrange opportunities for you. Fortunately, you have just ascended, and the 10th turn will take a long time. Tianxuan was already paving the way for their future nirvana, and this trip to Sky Pinnacle Star was part of it. Chapter 340 The Land of Base Mutation. What if we, like you, reincarnated as seraphs? Lin Shen asked curiously. Before Tianxuan could answer, Tian Xin poured cold water. Stop dreaming. What level are you on to reincarnate as a seraph? How many prodigies from the celestial race want to reincarnate as a seraph, but end up tragically becoming soulless base variant creatures? Unless you're as exceptionally gifted as my cousin, it's almost impossible to achieve great nirvana with the body of a seraph. Tianxuan explained. I was able to achieve great nirvana with the body of a seraph because I have dual lineage of celestial and spirit clan, possessing the physical advantage of a celestial and the spiritual sense of the spirit clan. It was a chance coincidence. You're of human origin, lacking these conditions, so reincarnating as a seraph is not a wise choice. I see, Lin Shen replied, suddenly understanding. As for the rivalry among the three families, if you're willing, I'll put your name forth right now, Tianxuan said. I'll do my best, but don't blame me if I don't come in first, Lin Shen responded. After all, he had just achieved ascension and didn't know much about his opponents, so he didn't dare to make any guarantees. Of course, he was still quite confident in himself. Unless he encountered freak ascenders like Desi and Yeye, most higher-level ascenders posed no threat to him. If you don't even have the confidence to deal with Chi Ba, that's pretty weak, Tian Xin said, never missing an opportunity to take a jab at Lin Shen. If you're so confident, why don't you go? Lin Shen said with a smile. Tian Xin's face turned red, and she couldn't muster a response. Who is the ascender from the Yin family entering the fray? Lin Shen asked. You don't need to worry about them. It's the same human who went to the forbidden area with us. The Yin family doesn't have any particularly strong ascenders here, having fallen to the point where they let a human enter the arena, Tian Xin said, but then trailed off. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. She suddenly realized that their side was also fielding a human, just like the Yin family. The Ximen swordsman has achieved ascension. Lin Shen was somewhat surprised. But thinking about it, it made sense. The Ximen swordsman had long been at the top crystal base level and had spent such a long time on the giant ring star. Moreover, after receiving favor from the high-ranking celestials, it was no wonder he achieved ascension. Lin Shen was curious about what the Ximen swordsman's life base would be. That human is not simple. Don't underestimate him, Tian Xun warned. You came to the giant ring star with him, so you must know a bit about him, right? Tian Xun also realized Lin Shen and the Ximen swordsman might not be very acquainted, or else Lin Shen would have brought the Ximen swordsman to her. A little, not much. But he's really strong, maybe even tougher to deal with than Qi Ba. Lin Shen always felt that the Ximen swordsman was very strong, in a different way from others. Win if you can. If you can't, there's no need to force yourself, Tian Xun advised. If I win, can I make a small request? Lin Shen suddenly asked. My cousin has given you so many benefits, and you still want to make demands? Have you no shame? Tian Xin glared and snapped. Just say what you want, Tian Xun, unfazed, replied with a smile. Lin Shen didn't respond directly. Instead, he walked up to Tian Xun, brought his lips close to her ear, and whispered, if I win, as a reward, I'd like to sleep holding you for one night. Is that okay? Tian Xin pricked up her ears to eavesdrop but couldn't make out a thing. Of course, you can, even if you don't win. Tian Xun's cheeks flushed slightly, but the color vanished in an instant as she said with a smile. Then it's settled, Lin Shen said, overjoyed, filled with a surge of energy now that Tian Xun's fire seed finally had a destination. After Tian Xun left to report Lin Shen's name, Tian Xin racked his brain trying to figure out what condition Lin Shen had proposed. Naturally, Lin Shen wouldn't tell him. He couldn't very well say, I want to sleep with your niece. Ignoring Tian Xin, Lin Shen returned to his room, locked the door from the inside, and then adjusted the time to transport himself to Ring Mountain planet. Lin Shen climbed to the top of a nearby ring mountain and looked at the green liquid inside, pondering whether this could indeed be a base mutation location. Should I try immersing my life base into that green liquid? He thought. After much contemplation, Lin Shen decided to give it a try. After all, if those ascension-level supersource dragons could survive in the green liquid, his life base's strength should presumably be fine. If this place really was a site of base mutation, then he and Wei and the others' life base reincarnations would genuinely have a place to occur. The only issue was that the ascension pool on Sky Pinnacle Star had been modified by the celestial race. Whether a typical site of base mutation could facilitate the reincarnation of a life base remained a question. First, I'll deal with these Triceratops before anything else, Lin Shen thought, no longer needing to lure the Triceratops out. He directly released the Inheritance Fan life base and commanded it to fly into the Ring Mountain. The Inheritance Fan transformed into a beam of black light and struck at a Triceratops. Discovering the fan, they immediately spouted their life base in an attack against Lin Shen's fan. Open! Lin Shen uttered softly, and the fan suddenly unfurled, with white light feathers appearing at the end of the ribs, resembling a peacock display. The original force of the impact, due to the fan opening, shifted into spinning flight, tracing an arc and bypassing the life base attacks aimed at the fan, slicing off a Triceratops head. The fan spun rapidly, like a circular boomerang, flying high and low in the Ring Mountain along an arc, swiftly beheading the Triceratops one by one. Killing these regular ascended creatures poses absolutely no challenge at all. Lin Shen felt it was too easy, no different from killing base variant creatures. The bodies of the Triceratops fell into the green liquid, but that was not his focus. Lin Shen flew in and extracted their life bases. These could be used by Wei Wufu to quickly increase the number of his reincarnations. The temperature inside the ring mountain was extremely high, growing hotter the closer one got to the green liquid, which was far hotter than the magma on the human mother planet. No wonder these supersource dragons feel so uncomfortable after leaving the ring mountain. They were born in such high temperature environments, suddenly moving to cooler climates, it would be strange if they could adapt, Lin Shen thought, and with a thought, the closed inheritance fan headed towards the green liquid. When the fan touched the green liquid, other than feeling a scorching heat, no special events occurred. Was I mistaken? Is this green liquid not the energy from a base mutation location? Or is it that energy from an unprocessed base mutation location cannot be absorbed by a life base? Lin Shen waited for a while, but other than the inheritance fan growing hotter, no other reactions occurred, so he reluctantly retracted the inheritance fan. Without any other good options, Lin Shen had to abandon the idea for now and decided to search for variant supersource dragons first, to obtain variant spirit bases and enhance his life base reincarnation count. As usual, he went to check if the variant pterosaur was around and, to his surprise, discovered that the variant pterosaur had returned. Chapter 341, Chapter 341 The Ultimate Late-Stage Life Base. Luck has finally arrived. Lin Shen released the fan, letting it rush into Ring Mountain to attack the mutated pterosaur. The mutated pterosaur suddenly spat out a mutant curved saber, which was much faster than Lin Shen's inheritance fan. Though the inheritance evolution skill had already spread, those high-level evolvers wouldn't switch to practicing another evolution skill. Only some low-level evolvers or natural high-level evolvers might consider practicing the inheritance evolution skill. Moreover, it's still in the research phase, perhaps some have begun human experiments, but large-scale practice of the inheritance evolution skill hasn't started yet. That's why Lin Shen believed the inheritance fan was a later-stage life base, and when the inheritance evolution skill would begin to spread widely and more high-level evolvers appeared, that would be the true heyday of the inheritance fan. Even though the current inheritance fan is top tier, it doesn't have much of an advantage over other top-tier life bases. With a thought from Lin Shen, the inheritance fan opened once more, turning into a large feathered fan, spinning and dancing in the air. But the pterosaur sickle was too fast and caught up to the inheritance fan, slashing on it. Fortunately, in its fan state, the inheritance fan had extremely strong defense. The fan was slashed up and down by the curved saber but was not damaged. As the inheritance fan was chased and wildly slashed by the mutant curved saber, Lin Shen watched for a while and roughly deduced the mutated pterosaur's number of transmigration times. Based on the speed and strength of the pterosaur sickle, the mutated pterosaur's transmigration times should be between 5th and 7th turn. Not a very high number of transmigration times, but not low either. The curved saber couldn't eliminate the fan, and the mutated pterosaur seemed to be getting impatient, letting out a long howl to the sky. Suddenly, blue light patterns on the pterosaur sickle shone brightly, and the whole saber glowed with a green light, its speed astonishingly increasing to an unbelievable degree. Lin Shen only saw a blue lightning-like curved saber crisscrossing within Ring Mountain, like thunder striking, sending the inheritance fan flying in all directions. A velocity-type attribute, quite strong, Lin Shen exclaimed in surprise, not to mention anything else, but the speed was truly top tier. Content source MVLMP year. Unfortunately, the ultra-fast speed of the mutant curved saber couldn't be sustained for too long and soon slowed down again. The inheritance fan had been under attack for so long without a single sign of damage. Lin Shen felt there was no need to watch any longer and directly summoned the Contrarian, instructing her to enter Ring Mountain to kill the mutated pterosaur. The Contrarian directly used Lin Shen's super base form, her body wrapped in a carapace shining with brilliant colors, thundering towards the mutated pterosaur and began wreaking havoc upon it with frenzied strikes. The attribute of the mutated pterosaur was no match for the contrarian, who pummeled it with continuous cries, leaving it powerless to retaliate as its body shattered under the relentless barrage. Lin Shen suddenly realized a problem. Although the contrarian had all his attribute bonuses and innate skills, she did not have Lin Shen's fire seed abilities or his array of battle tactics. So, in theory, the contrarian was still not as strong as Lin Shen himself. I wonder if a life base could learn combat skills. Lin Shen pondered this question. Before he could come to a conclusion, the contrarian had already disposed of the mutated pterosaur, dragging it out and holding the uncontrolled mutant curved saber in her hand. The fan flew back to Lin Shen's side and floated in the air. Lin Shen took the mutant curved saber while also retrieving a water bag to collect the mutated ascension liquid from the mutated pterosaur. Killed a 5th turn mutated ascended creature, rapid supersource pterosaur, discovered 5th turn mutated spirit base rapid pterosaur curved saber. Lin Shen looked at the information on his watch, activated the rapid pterosaur curved saber with his own strength, and immediately saw its attribute. Rapid pterosaur curved saber, mutated 5th turn spirit base. Velocity, 107. Strength, 96. Hardness, 98. Toughness, 101. Base talent, Blade of Velocity. Such trash attributes. Lin Shen was somewhat surprised, as the stats of this mutated 5th turn spirit base were just trash, truly unexpected. Without saying another word, Lin Shen immediately handed the curved saber over to the inheritance fan for it to extract the spirit energy. Without the support of its owner, the curved saber had almost no resistance, and the inheritance fan, backed by Lin Shen, extracted the spirit energy that was like a pterosaur from within the saber. As soon as the pterosaur-like spirit energy was sucked into the inheritance fan, it underwent a strange transformation. The characters on the inheritance fan lit up, emitting bizarre white light, and the black crystal-like fan bones were like deep black holes, absorbing the light sources from outside. The light from the characters eventually was all absorbed into the black fan bones.n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. Gradually, on the empty backside of the fan, white light appeared, as if an invisible pen was writing on the back of the fan. Slowly, a mysterious hieroglyphic character formed. The moment the hieroglyphic character was completed, the odd phenomenon on the inheritance fan completely vanished, returning to its normal state except for an additional hieroglyphic character on its back. The fan flew back into Lin Shen's body on its own, and simultaneously, a strange force poured into Lin Shen's body, causing some unusual changes. Is it over just like that? Lin Shen was somewhat stunned, then checked his attributes. All his attributes and skills had only increased by 10%. That was a mutated 5th turn spirit base, derived from a large amount of resources for its ascension to 5th turn. The energy contained within it was equivalent to all the energy required for a 5th turn. Even considering some loss during the devouring process, wouldn't it be reasonable for a mutated 5th turn spirit base to support the promotion of a 4th turn? Or even a 3rd turn would do, yet such strong energy only resulted in 1 turn, and the inheritance fan finished after just the 2nd turn. The resources required for the inheritance fan to reincarnate must be more than I expected, Lin Shen thought, considering how much it would take to reach the 10th turn with the inheritance fan. Inheritance fan, super base 2nd turn base. Strength, 89.1. Speed, 89.1. Hardness, 89.1. Toughness, 89.1. Base talent, inheritance, fan dance. Fan dance, the first move open, the second move disperse. Lin Shen was somewhat surprised. The attributes of the 2nd turn fan were as expected, the base talent inheritance seemed not to have changed much, but fan dance had undergone a dramatic transformation. Lin Shen had guessed that since there was a first move in fan dance, there should probably be subsequent ones. But he did not expect that right after the 2nd turn, a second move would appear. Fan dance seemed only an innate skill, but if this trend continued, wouldn't each turn have a move, and at the 10th turn, wouldn't there be 10 moves, equivalent to possessing 10 innate skills? Indeed, it's a late-stage powerhouse base, so explosive. One base acting as 10, there's no limit to its strength. Lin Shen hurriedly tested what the second move disperse could do. Lin Shen commanded the fan to perform the second move disperse, and beheld feather-light fan bones, like swords of light with black handles, flying out. They crisscrossed in the sky like countless flying swords dancing wildly. This works for me. Lin Shen's eyes gleamed with excitement. Chapter 342, Chapter 342 The Absence of Evolution Theory. Supersource Pterosaur 100-100, Supersource Triceratops 100-100, Supersource Velociraptor, 87-100. After killing the mutated pterosaur, although Lin Shen was unable to find any other mutated supersource dragons, he did kill a number of ordinary supersource dragons. The harvesting of Death Powder's souls allowed for a rapid increase in strength. Seeing that time was almost up, Lin Shen took a portion of the ascension liquid he had collected and went back, a part to exchange for money, and a part to give to his eldest sister as capital. Lin Shen drank some of the mutated ascension liquid from the mutated pterosaur himself, and what frustrated him was that evolution theory hadn't been able to convert the mutated ascension liquid into base mutation rate. Lin Shen's base mutation rate was still at 1%. The base mutation rate is the foundation of all evolution. Not only do ascension-level beings need it, but nirvana-level beings also need it. Without a base mutation rate, no matter how many cycles of life base one has, ascension to nirvana is impossible. Lin Shen knew where the problem lay. His evolution theory contained only the base mutation part and lacked the ascension part, so the evolution theory could not convert ascension liquid. This is really troublesome. Without the ascension part of the evolution skill, what should I do? Switch to a different evolution skill. After Lin Shen returned to Giant Ring Star, he managed to get hold of a proper version of evolution theory and carefully examined it. The legitimate evolution theory differed from the pirated version he'd practiced in only a few places, but it might as well have been poles apart. The legitimate version preached gradual progression, while the pirated version indulged in unscientific mutations. They were not on the same path at all. Lin Shen tried the ascension part of the legitimate evolution theory, and it was of no use at all. It couldn't even get his pirated evolution theory going. When in doubt, sleep on it. Seeing that it was almost time for nightfall, Lin Shen covered himself with a blanket and decided to sleep first. He had specifically gone to Ring Mountain Planet during the day so that he could sleep at night and coax the fire seed out in his sleep. Lin Shen slept clutching the base mutation egg without a trace of psychological burden. Even the most significant issues would have to wait until he woke up to be resolved. God's love base of the human mother planet, Ouyang family. Ouyang Yadu's limbs were chained with materials forged for the ascension level. His entire body was stretched out and suspended in the air in the shape of a. Ouyang Yadu's eyelids hung low, as if he had fallen asleep. Yadu, why must you do this? Ouyang Zhuamiao stood in front of Ouyang Yadu, sighing. Little ant, you can go back. The decision I've made can't be changed by anyone, Ouyang Yadu said with his eyes closed. You refuse to break through by dual cultivation, that's your choice. You don't want to marry Bai Shenfei, that's also your choice. But now, the only opportunity lies before you. Why do you still refuse? This is your last hope. Even if you don't care about the Ouyang family, shouldn't you at least think for yourself? Do you really want to stay at the base mutation level for the rest of your life? Ouyang Zhuamiao pleaded. I will ascend, but I don't need to use their methods, Ouyang Yadu said. There's no other way left. If there were another way, the family wouldn't have let you take this step. This really is the only option, unless you're willing to dual cultivate with Bai Shenfei. Otherwise, this is the only path you can take, Ouyang Zhuamiao said, pushing a girl about 7 or 8 years old in front of Ouyang Yadu on the platform. pointing at the little girl and saying, "She is your only choice now, your only way." The little girl, pushed by Ouyang Zhuimiao, fell seated on the ground. She didn't cry out in pain, nor did she show any intention of standing up, just sitting there blankly with a hollow gaze devoid of any sparkle, as if she was nothing more than an empty shell devoid of emotions and soul. Ouyang Yadu opened his eyes blood red, as if they were dyed with fresh blood. After glancing at the little girl, Ouyang Yadu closed his eyes again. "Take her away, I don't need her." "No, you do need her. You know that, you've already tried hundreds of times, swallowed all kinds of ascension eggs, and not a single one could help you break through. Without breaking through in gift theory, any ascension egg is useless to you. You can only take this step." Ouyang Zhuimiao sighed. "Ouyang Yadu, you're not just living for yourself. You also have to live for the Ouyang family. You should be very clear about the situation the Ouyang family is in on the alien world. The Ouyang family needs you to step forward. We need an exceptional genius to lead our clan members to survive on the alien world. Whether it's for yourself or for the Ouyang family, you must keep going, even if the road ahead is paved with blood, you have to walk it." "I will keep going, but not in the way you all are thinking," Ouyang Yadu still insisted. "If you had agreed to dual cultivate with Bai Shenfei before, there might have been a possibility. Now, you have no choice left," Ouyang Zhuimiao said, glancing at the little girl on the ground with a numb and empty expression. "Since you can't make up your mind, let your little aunt help you." "Little aunt, no need to waste your efforts. No matter what you do, I won't take this path," Ouyang Yadu remained resolute. But Ouyang Zhuimiao didn't pay attention to him. Instead, she clapped her hands, and soon several people came in, standing in front of Ouyang Yadu. These people were of all ages, men and women, seemingly with nothing special about them. Ouyang Yadu had already closed his eyes, but the sound of their footsteps forced him to open them again. "You've come too? Are you also here to persuade me to take that path?" Ouyang Yadu looked at the people in front of him, his face somewhat contorted. Find exclusive stories on m_VLE novel bin. Among these people were his grandfather who had raised him like his own son since childhood friends he had played with as he grew up, a girl who had taken care of him every day for over a decade, and a teacher who had always guided him. "Xiadu, you've grown up, and there are things you should do now," his white-haired grandfather said with a complex look at Ouyang Yadu. "Grandfather, please don't say it, I know what I should and shouldn't do," Ouyang Yadu said. "Child, this is the last thing I can do for you," the old man said, and pulled out a dagger, stabbing it into his own heart. He then fiercely pulled it out, allowing the blood to spurt out. Ouyang Yadu, splashed with the blood, suddenly widened his eyes. Those eyes already the color of blood now wept blood as well. "Grandfather, what are you doing?" Ouyang Yadu screamed madly, struggling desperately but unable to break free from the chains on his hands. "Little aunt, have you gone mad? Why didn't you stop him? What are you doing?" "Nov. L. B //JNN. Ouyang Zhuimiao spoke indifferently. "When your mother was pregnant with you, she was bitten by a mysterious base variant creature, which resulted in you being born with a power that was not supposed to belong to humans. I know you hate this power, it made you lose your mother at birth. It also made you different from ordinary people, unable to live a normal life. However, this power is also your greatest asset. This girl has mastered gift theory, she, like Bai Shenfei, possesses unparalleled talent. With your power, if you devour her, you won't need Bai Shenfei. Alone, you can break the limits of gift theory, becoming the first ascender in history to practice gift theory," Ouyang Zhuimiao said expressionlessly. Chapter 343, Chapter 343 Monsters Can't Save People. "I've said it before, I don't need this path, I will use my own abilities to break through talent theory and ascend." Ouyang Yadu yelled at Ouyang Zhuimiao madly. "You are too arrogant. There is no other way. I've already said, since you lack the courage to make a decision, then let me make it for you, Ouyang Yadu said, turning to one of the young girls. The young girl trembled, her face awash with tears, yet she still chose to lift her head, walk towards Ouyang Yadu, wipe away the tears on her face, and reveal a gentle smile. Without me by your side in the future, take good care of yourself. Don't. Ouyang Yadu saw the girl draw a dagger, and he roared hoarsely in madness, but he couldn't change anything. The dagger was thrust into the chest of the smiling girl, followed by a burst of blood. Zioki. Ouyang Zhumiao did not look at the heart-rending roars of Ouyang Yadu but turned to another young man. The young man's body shook. Step by step he walked towards Ouyang Yadu, but halfway there, his legs gave out, and he fell to the ground. Then he crawled and scrambled to Ouyang Zhumiao, clinging to her legs and crying in despair, "Aunt Zhumiao! I don't want to die. Please spare me. I really don't want to die. My relationship with Yadu, it's really not that close. He won't care about me, really." Crack! A blood-drenched sword appeared in Ouyang Yadu's hand. Zioki's head flew into the sky and struck Ouyang Yadu's body, blood drenched him completely. Ouyang Yadu's eyes were like pools of blood, continuously dripping, and he was nearly mad. "Let them go, I agree to your terms," Ouyang Yadu gritted his teeth and said with difficulty. "Your heart is still not firm enough, only I can help you." Ouyang Zhumiao looked at several others. Some were paralyzed with fear on the ground, others turned to run. Ouyang Zhumiao's sword, swung mercilessly, slew each person before Ouyang Yadu. Blood splattered, Ouyang Yadu howled silently, the chains he was pulling buzzed, but he was powerless to do anything. In a moment, only an old man remained standing amid the corpses and blood all over the ground. "Yadu, do you still remember the first lesson I taught you?" The old man walked up to Ouyang Yadu, smilingly said. "Teacher, please don't. I beg you. Aunt. I beg you, please don't." Everyone who had seen Ouyang Yadu had agreed he lived up to the description of a gentleman as precious as jade. But now, Ouyang Yadu had turned into a twisted beast, crying and howling, his face smeared with snot and tears. The path of cultivation is full of hardships. Human affairs are inherently tragic. When you no longer feel the bitterness, nor perceive the sorrow, there will be no more obstacles in your life's practice, and the path ahead will become smoother. The old man spoke and plunged the dagger into his own chest. "Yadu, go on," the old man said with a smile, pulling out the dagger and letting the blood flow as he fell to the ground. Ouyang Yadu stopped crying and no longer continued to howl, quietly like a child. The blood in his eyes was fading, revealing the original whites of his eyes. No, it wasn't that the blood had disappeared, but all the blood had gathered in his pupils. His pupils had turned into an eerie lotus shape, like two blood lotuses formed of congealed blood, unfolding and withering layer by layer within his eyes. Finally entering that state, Ouyang Zhumiao said emotionlessly, her long spear cut through the chains binding Ouyang Yadu one after another. Ouyang Yadu fell, looking like a devil, staring intently at the little girl sitting on the ground. He stepped toward her. His pupils, like continuously blossoming and withering blood lotuses, stared fixedly at the girl, the corners of his mouth twisting back as if in a smile. But that smile was so terrifying it chilled one to the bone. When Ouyang Yadu stood in front of the little girl, even she, who felt as though her heart was already dead, couldn't help but shiver, as if she truly knew fear now. Ouyang Yadu extended his tongue and exaggeratedly licked his lips. His tongue was a bloodless flesh color, approaching white, but not quite white. The little girl, who had fallen to the ground, couldn't help but scoot backward, her eyes brimming with the colors of despair. Ouyang Yadu had completely abandoned his usual gentility, and like a bloodthirsty beast, he pounced on the little girl, pinning her to the ground. He opened his mouth to reveal his ghastly white teeth and bloodless tongue and then bit toward the girl's neck. "Just like this, devour her, make everything about her your own, you will immediately become the first ascender in history to achieve ascension through talent theory." The future of the Ouyang family can only depend on you now. Ouyang Zhuamiao's eyes shone, her body trembling from excessive excitement. The girl closed her eyes in despair, feeling the touch of teeth against her skin, her body shaking uncontrollably, spasming from sheer terror. But the anticipated pain never came, the girl spent second after second in fear, yet the pain never arrived. What are you doing? Devour her! Ouyang Zhuamiao realized something was amiss and roared at Ouyang Yadu's back. Ouyang Yadu did not do as she wished, his body remained still as if frozen, just lying there. Gradually, Ouyang Yadu's teeth left the little girl's neck, prompting her to involuntarily open her eyes. She saw Ouyang Yadu still with the terrifying blood lotuses in his eyes, but the hideousness on his face was slowly receding, seeming less frightening. Impossible, you've entered that state, it's impossible to control the urge for slaughter and devouring, impossible. Ouyang Zhuamiao watched Ouyang Yadu slowly rise from the little girl, and she herself became somewhat frantic. I am not a beast, not a monster. I am a human. I am Ouyang Yadu. Ouyang Yadu staggered to his feet, slowly turning around, his blood lotus-like eyes looking at Ouyang Zhuamiao, the madness on his face quickly fading away. No, you are a monster, the nirvana of the Ouyang family is dead, the sky has fallen, only a monster can save the Ouyang family now, we all need a monster. A monster capable of overpowering everything, leading the Ouyang family out of this desperate situation. Don't worry, your little aunt will help you, soon, very soon. Ouyang Zhuamiao was seemingly delirious, suddenly drew a sword and without hesitation stabbed towards her own chest, attempting to use her own life to force Ouyang Yadu back into that state. But the next second, a hand grasped Ouyang Zhuamiao's sword blade. Ouyang Zhuamiao stared blankly at Ouyang Yadu's hand holding the sword, the blade already deeply embedded in his flesh, yet no blood flowed out, as if there was no blood left in Ouyang Yadu's body. Little ant, monsters can't save the Ouyang family, only people can. Ouyang Yadu's eyes still held the blood lotuses, but he had completely calmed down, apparently regaining the poised composure of his usual gentle self. You've controlled it. Ouyang Zhuamiao looked at Ouyang Yadu with astonishment, her face a mix of disbelief and despair. You shouldn't have, if you don't become insane, the Ouyang family is doomed, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Monsters can't save people, only humans can save people. Ouyang Yadu said, his body gradually being covered by a jade-like carapace, and a strange mist began to rise from his entire body. I am a human, not a monster, and I don't want to become one. I just want to be Ouyang Yadu. As the last word fell, the mist surrounding Ouyang Yadu erupted like a volcanic eruption, forcefully splitting the clouds in the sky. The space around twisted, and bizarre ribbons of rainbow light extended from within. Ascension. That is cosmic rainbow light. Ouyang Zhuamiao watched, stupefied, as the enchanting rainbow light spread towards the heavens. Even the brilliant sun, high in the sky, seemed dull beneath the radiance of that rainbow light. Yet this eerie cosmic rainbow light appeared only in the patch of starry sky above the human mother planet, not seen anywhere else in the universe. Chapter 344 The New Fire Seed. The white fog was too dense, it was impossible to see clearly what kind of changes Ouyang Yadu was undergoing within that thick mist. The cosmic rainbow light twisted and changed in the starry sky and was about to disappear in no time. Ouyang Zhuamiao was both shocked and delighted, her gaze falling upon the young girl sitting dazed on the ground, as a murderous intent suddenly surged in her eyes. Ouyang Zhuamiao's thoughts moved, and the sword in her hand instantly flew out, aiming to cut down the young girl. In order to allow Ouyang Yadu to break through the gift theory, she had done things to the young girl that were too shameful to speak of. Furthermore, since the young girl had witnessed everything today, she could not be allowed to live. The young girl also possessed the talent to cultivate the gift theory. If one day, she broke through like Ouyang Yadu, she would become a severe threat to the Ouyang family. The flying sword, like a beam of light, was about to strike down on the young girl's head. A streak of white light flew out from the mist, blocking the flying sword. The sword, hitting the white light, was as if caught by a magnet, struggling but unable to break free. Ouyang Zhuamiao looked closely and realized that it was actually a folded white jade umbrella. By now, the white fog was nearly dispersed, leaving only a thin, gauzy layer. A white figure stepped out slowly from the mist, walking toward the young girl. Ouyang Zhuamiao's flying sword, seemingly attracted by the strange white jade umbrella, was firmly stuck to it, unable to detach no matter how she commanded her life-base sword. Ouyang Yuyang's complexion changed drastically because she could feel her life base rapidly weakening, as if it was being drained by the umbrella. "Yadu, what are you doing?" Ouyang Zhuamiao said in shock and anger, and the next second, she spat out blood. Her life-base sword, clinging to the strange weapon, had already turned into useless debris scattered on the ground. The mist surrounding Ouyang Yadu completely vanished, and he walked up to the young girl, reached out to pick up the jade umbrella, opened it, and held it over the girl's head, blocking the sky above. The girl stared blankly as the man with the jade umbrella approached her. The bizarre blood lotus-shaped pupils in the man's eyes had disappeared, but a small blood lotus mark had appeared on his forehead. Seeing Ouyang Yadu stretch out his hand, the girl unconsciously did the same, placing her cold little hand in his and letting him pull her to her feet. Ouyang Yadu held the umbrella with one hand and led the young girl with the other, turning to walk away. "Yadu, she must not be allowed to live." Ouyang Zhuamiao's words were not yet finished when she was interrupted. "You are no longer fit to lead the Ouyang family, spend the rest of your life here," came Ouyang Yadu's gentle yet irresistibly authoritative voice. Lin Shen woke up and, as expected, found that the base mutation egg had lost its mosaic, and information about a fire seed had emerged in his mind. Failed superbase evolutionary seed form compensation, eat what you need. Consuming food with similar shape can replenish the function of corresponding body organs when they are missing or damaged. What kind of strange ability is this? Lin Shen's expression was somewhat odd. In his hometown, there was indeed a belief in the concept of form compensation. For instance, it was believed that eating pig's feet could help heal injuries to one's own feet. His eldest sister wanted to sell melon eggs, which also played on this mentality. If form compensation really works, should I try eating a few melon eggs? Lin Shen thought of something and felt a bit of excitement. But it seems like I don't need to replenish by shape. Lin Shen glanced outside the window, which was still shrouded in darkness. Lin Shen took out the night glow flower, using its glow to light up the night. He left his house, ran to the neighbor's door, and knocked. "Sister, open the door, it's me." "Why are you here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping?" Lin Miao opened the door, yawning as she spoke. "Do you have any of those egg melons?" "Give me a few." Lin Shen got straight to the point. Lin Miao looked Lin Shen up and down with a strange expression. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't. Instead, she went back into the house, came back with a tote bag filled with 5 or 6 egg melons, and handed it to Lin Shen. "Thanks, sis. You can close the door now," Lin Shen said as he took the tote bag. Lin Miao closed the door halfway, but couldn't help herself and added, "Lin Shen, although it's normal for someone your age to have those needs, you must look after your health and not do it too frequently. Besides, that's not a healthy way. You should invest more effort in Tian Xuan. If you manage to win her over, you will both satisfy your own needs and extend the Lin family line." After finishing her statement, Lin Miao closed the door. "It's not. Lin Shen found himself at a loss for words. Seeing the closed door, all he could do was smile wryly and return to his room. Back in his room, Lin Shen examined one of the egg melons. The object was about the size of a fist and indeed resembled a kidney. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. How should I use shape to replenish shape? Should I just eat this thing? Even though Lin Shen's teeth could bite through steel, the egg melon was neither tasty nor likely to dissolve easily, eating it surely wouldn't be beneficial. But then he thought it over and decided to give it a try. What if it actually worked? Read latest stories on m_VLE novel bin. With resolve, Lin Shen opened his mouth and took a small bite of the egg melon, managing to gnaw off a tiny bit of the tough material. That's disgusting. Fighting the urge to vomit, Lin Shen chewed the bit of the egg melon, which felt like steel, and then forcefully swallowed it. He waited for quite a while, but there was no reaction. He didn't feel any warmth in his kidneys, nor did he feel a response from any part of his body that was supposed to be soft. What kind of thing is this? This fire seed is not working at all, Lin Shen felt depressed. Having already taken a nibble, Lin Shen opened the egg melon to reveal a liquid inside, which he drank. Nov. L. B/JNN. The egg melon was somewhat like a coconut, with the shell on the outside and liquid on the inside, but the shell of the egg melon was very thick and there was very little liquid compared to the juicy coconut. Oh, my, there it is, there it is. To his surprise, Lin Shen really felt his old back warming up, and a certain soft part seemed to be perking up. Ow, this fire seed power is impressive. Lin Shen felt his spirits lift tremendously, as if he had boundless energy. Let's try a few more. Before long, Lin Shen cracked open several egg melons and drank the liquid from all of them. The next morning at breakfast, Lin Shen was nowhere to be seen. Tian Xin immediately sent the butler to call Lin Shen, but the butler came back saying Lin Shen wanted to sleep a while longer and told them to eat without him. He has no sense of propriety at all, doesn't he know we're supposed to go to Chessboard Island today? Tian Xin stood up and went to call Lin Shen herself. When she arrived at Lin Shen's door, she knocked persistently. Regardless of what Lin Shen said inside, she wouldn't leave without opening the door. After a while, Lin Shen couldn't take it anymore and finally opened the door. Didn't I tell you? You guys go ahead and eat, I want to sleep a bit more, Lin Shen said, coming out wrapped in his blanket. Sleep? We're leaving right after breakfast. I've never seen you this lazy. Wasn't the night long enough for you? Tian Xin was getting increasingly annoyed with Lin Shen, so she reached out to grab the blanket he was wrapped in. Chapter 345, Chapter 345 Battle with Thunder God. Don't touch me. Lin Shen hurriedly tried to dodge. But Tian Xin's hand was too fast, and they were too close. Tian Xin caught a corner of the quilt, and as Lin Shen retreated, they suddenly ripped it apart. Don't touch what? Wrapped in a quilt in broad daylight. What the? Wah! Tian Xin's eyes widened, staring at a certain usually unremarkable spot on Lin Shen's body that had pitched a surprising little tent. Tian Xin's eyes went straight, and his words seemed to get stuck in his mouth. Tian Xuan, Lin Miao, Wei, and Yun were having breakfast when they saw Tian Xin come down from upstairs with a somewhat strange expression, as if he had suffered some kind of shock. It's still early, no rush. Let him sleep a bit more, said Tian Xuan, thinking that Tian Xin was sulking because he hadn't been able to wake Lin Shen. Tian Xin moved his lips as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything and sat down to scarf down his meal. After finishing breakfast and waiting for a while, because they really couldn't afford to delay any longer, Tian Xuan could only use the communicator to call Lin Shen down. When she saw Lin Shen, who arrived late, she couldn't help but pause for a moment. Lin Shen's outfit today was quite different from usual. Actually, it was very different. He wore an oversized robe. Although Tian Xin really didn't want to look, his gaze couldn't help sweeping to that spot on Lin Shen's body that made him feel extremely uncomfortable inside. It seemed like there was nothing unusual, but Tian Xin still felt that Lin Shen was walking a bit oddly. The three of them boarded the aircraft, and Tian Xuan piloted away from Paradise Island toward Chessboard Island. After reaching Chessboard Island, Tian Xin noticed that Lin Shen was still walking strangely, very slow and cautious, both getting on and off the aircraft. Knowing that there's a duel today, you still mess with that stuff in your room. If you become a jelly-legged shrimp during the battle because of this and screw things up, I'd like to see how you explain it to my cousin, Tian Xin muttered coldly beside Lin Shen. Tian Xun went to greet the people from the An and Qi families, while Tian Xin coldly hummed at Lin Shen. It's not what you think, and I don't want it either. I had no choice, Lin Shen said in frustration. Humph, what do you mean no choice? It's because you can't control yourself, Tian Xin said, curling his lip. Ah, I wish I could get it under control, but I can't, so I had to tie it to my leg, Lin Shen said. Since Tian Xin had already seen his embarrassing situation, there was nothing left to hide. Tied it to your leg. Tian Xin stammered, his gaze involuntarily sweeping to Lin Shen's thigh. Unfortunately, the oversized robe concealed everything, and he couldn't see a thing. After a round of pleasantries on Tian Xun's side, they entered the normal procedure, starting the draw to decide the order of battle. Since it was a three-way fight, one had to win against two opponents in a row to claim victory in the battle. The person going first was definitely at a disadvantage, but alas, Tian Xun had bad luck, drawing Lin Shen to go first against Qi Ba. If Lin Shen won, his next opponent would be Ximen Swordsman. If Lin Shen lost, then Qi Ba would face Ximen Swordsman. If Qi Ba won again, it would be over. However, if Qi Ba lost to Ximen Swordsman, Lin Shen would still have a chance. Lin Shen didn't plan on waiting for others to give him an opportunity, he was determined to win this battle. What's wrong with Lin Shen's leg? Seeing Lin Shen walk towards Qi Ba, Tian Xun noticed that his leg still seemed a bit awkward, and felt puzzled, asking Tian Xin who was beside him. Don't worry, he's fine. Tian Xin's expression was strange, and she could not explain the details to Tian Xun. An 117 and Qi 118 also noticed that Lin Shen's legs seemed a bit uncoordinated, which struck them as odd, and they were unsure whether he was injured or what had happened. They all wondered why Tian Xun would let Lin Shen with his leg problems enter the battle. Tian Xun, if you want to substitute someone else, you can do so now, I have no objections, An 117 said, seemingly magnanimous. In reality, he knew that even if he agreed, Qi 118 wouldn't approve of a last-minute substitution, and besides, with Tian Xun's pride, he would not do such a thing. There's no need, said Tian Xun indifferently. On Chessboard Island, Qi Ba, seeing Lin Shen's unsteady walk, mocked him, do you need some time to get your legs in order before we start, so you won't have any excuses when you lose? Lin Shen felt really frustrated inside, he shouldn't have eaten so many melon seeds. He didn't know whether the melon seeds truly had some special effect, or if the principle of like cures like worked too well, but either way, he had been feeling uncomfortable since last night. Now, with his legs bound, he dared not walk extensively. If he made broad strides during the fight, the consequences could be very serious. I need to find a way to finish this fight without moving an inch. If he couldn't move, Lin Shen's surfing fist would be half useless. No need, let's get started, Lin Shen said, planted firmly on the ground with no intention of taking to the air just yet. Then don't blame me for bullying you, retorted Qi Ba, who immediately summoned his life base, a giant warrior clad in golden armor wielding a huge hammer. Lin Shen already knew from Tian Xun that Qi Ba's life base was the Thunder God, with incredibly powerful destructive capabilities. Though it was only at the 6th turn, ordinary warriors at the 9th or 10th turn also found it difficult to contend with the Thunder God. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. After the Thunder God appeared, he immediately swung his hammer and smashed it down from the air towards Lin Shen. Lin Shen summoned the Inheritance Fan, and using the peacock display stance, he shielded himself in front, letting the hammer pound onto the fan. The defensive power of the Inheritance Fan was indeed good, despite being hammered, it was not worse off. Qi Ba snorted coldly as the thunder god moved like lightning, hammering down on Lin Shen time and again. Lin Shen stood still, using the inheritance fan to fend off blows left and right, surprisingly blocking all of the thunder god's hammer attacks. Seeing that Lin Shen did not allow the inheritance fan to leave his side and he himself remained immobile, as if he were utterly contemptuous of him, it seemed as though he was suggesting, "What can you do to me no matter how hard you hit?" Filled with contempt by a human, Qi Ba became furious and commanded the thunder god to launch its most powerful attack. The thunder god, with both hands on the hammer, raised it above his head as if gathering strength, and golden thunder started to appear on the weapon. Surrounded by the terrifying electric energy, the destructive force of the hammer had become unimaginably strong. Boom! Just as the thunder god was gathering his mightiest strike, Lin Shen suddenly punched out at the thunder god. Except for Tian Xun and Tian Xin, the others were all somewhat astonished. With such a distance, what good could Lin Shen's punch do? But in the next second, everyone saw Lin Shen's fist power burst forth like a huge wave from the deep sea, directly striking the thunder god's face as he was charging up, sending him flying backward. The golden helmet shattered from the punch, and his face was deformed from the hit, the damage severe. Chapter 346 Another Battle with Ximen Swordsman. Qi Ba was shocked and furious, having not expected that Lin Shen's fist power could injure someone from a distance, and be so domineering at that. Moreover, the timing Lin Shen chose for his punch was too insidious, completely taking advantage of the thunder god charging up his powerful skill to launch a sneak attack, disregarding martial ethics completely. "You, shameless!" Qi Ba pointed at Lin Shen's nose, trembling with anger. The thunder god was damaged, its charge up for the big move was interrupted, and it was already significantly impaired, unable to unleash its true power anymore. Lin Shen didn't speak, merely taking back the inheritance fan and then gesturing to Qi Ba with a hooked finger. Arrogant. This was simply too arrogant. The meaning was clear to everyone. Lin Shen was clearly saying, "Your life base is damaged, isn't it? Then I won't use my life base either, and I can still beat you into submission." Little did they know, Lin Shen didn't want to reveal the inheritance evolution skill on the inheritance fan, so he had no intention of letting the inheritance fan strike on its own. Qi Ba, having never tolerated such insolence, put away the thunder god and charged directly at Lin Shen. He already knew Lin Shen possessed fist power capable of injuring from a distance. Without his life base, distance would put him at a disadvantage. Therefore, Qi Ba had no choice but to choose close combat with Lin Shen, or else he could only be passively beaten. If neither were to use their life base, Qi Ba refused to believe that he would lose to Lin Shen in hand-to-hand combat. Qi Ba moved like lightning, his punches like thunder, striking with ferocious strength before Lin Shen. Lin Shen just stood there motionless, also clenching his fists, as if he intended to match Qi Ba's fist power head-on. Qi Ba's heart leapt with joy. He had an innate skill that boosted his fist power, which would certainly make Lin Shen suffer greatly. "Try to stand up to me, and today you'll learn just how hard my fists can be." Qi Ba pounded down with his fist, channeling all his strength into it. But the next second, Qi Ba's fist struck the peacock display-like inheritance fan. His fist was blocked by the suddenly appearing inheritance fan, while Lin Shen's fist unceremoniously landed on Qi Ba's body. Qi Ba was sent flying out of the bounds of Chessboard Island, hanging in the air and cursing Lin Shen, "You, despicable and shameless, using life base." Enjoy exclusive content from mv-novelbin.net. "Idiot, I never said I wouldn't use life base." Lin Shen ignored Qi Ba, closing his eyes to take a breath and relieve the pressure within himself. An 117 and Qi 118 looked at each other. Lin Shen's victory was indeed a bit crafty, but he wasn't wrong either. He never said he wouldn't use life base, so if anyone was to be blamed, it could only be Qi Ba for not being cautious enough. "Humans really are cunning," Qi 118 snorted coldly, but defeat was defeat, and he had to admit it. And 117 didn't say anything, given that the one representing him was also a human. What could he say? He could only pretend he hadn't heard. Just perform normally, and 117 patted Ximen Swordsman on the shoulder, saying that even after witnessing Lin Shen's abilities, he still seemed to be very confident in Ximen Swordsman. Ximen Swordsman nodded, leaped onto Chessboard Island, and landed opposite Lin Shen. Your movements seem somewhat impeded. Ximen Swordsman sized up Lin Shen and said. Don't worry, it's nothing serious, Lin Shen said. Ximen Swordsman curled his lip in a smile. Who's worried about you? If it's inconvenient for you to move, that's even better. As he spoke, Ximen Swordsman manifested a carapace and summoned his life base.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. His life base turned out to be a sword, but as far as Lin Shen knew, although there was the word sword in Ximen Swordsman's name, he was not skilled with swords. A person who was not skilled with swords had condensed a sword-shaped life base, which was indeed strange. Ximen Swordsman, who was not GBA, retreated to create distance, while his sword-shaped life base circled around Lin Shen at high speed, attacking him from every direction from behind. Lin Shen could only summon the Inheritance Fan to block the long sword attacks of Ximen Swordsman. The sword of Ximen Swordsman became faster and faster, as did the fan, but the long sword never managed to breach the fan's defense. Ximen Swordsman was not in a hurry at all, he continued to attack only with his life base without any intention of making a personal move. What are they dilly-dallying for? This kind of fighting has no meaning at all. What are they doing? After a good while, the two were still repeating the same battle, and Tian Xin almost fell asleep watching them. Lin Shen was purely on the defense, while Ximen Swordsman was purely attacking with the sword, without any special changes, just repeating the same moves over and over. After an unknown period, Ximen Swordsman reached out to grab his long sword, retracting it into his body, and Lin Shen also tacitly withdrew his fan. Without a word, Ximen Swordsman charged straight at Lin Shen, who in turn swung his fists to deliver a surfing triple strike. While Ximen Swordsman was in the air, he moved with the powerful fist power, like a kite, such that no matter how strong Lin Shen's fist power was, it only served to push him away, unable to hurt him in the slightest. Lin Shen activated the super base pattern and continued to throw triple fists, but he still couldn't hurt Ximen Swordsman and could only knock him back. After a few punches, Ximen Swordsman's gaze suddenly sharpened, and amidst the successive waves of fist power, he found an entry point, passed through Lin Shen's fist power, and closed in on him. Lin Shen admired inwardly. The sensitivity of Ximen Swordsman to strength felt outrageously high, being able to move along with his fist power and finding the weak point within his triple fist, smoothly breaking through his surfing triple strike. The power of the triple fist was strong because of its layered forces, but now with Ximen Swordsman's smooth entry, the momentum of the triple fist had lost its effect. It seemed as if Ximen Swordsman was riding the wind and surfing the waves, with his speed even faster thanks to the momentum of the wind and waves. Lin Shen had no choice but to change his fist to finger, with the power of vibration and piercing, turning into specks of phantasms aiming at Ximen Swordsman. Like a drifting leaf, Ximen Swordsman used the illusory finger strength to his advantage, with his figure dancing through the specks of phantoms, evading all illusions. The final real finger thrust failed to touch Ximen Swordsman, who dodged it as if he were a falling leaf caught in the breeze. This man's technique of borrowing and dissipating force is incredibly skilled. Tian Xin was also taken aback. She had never seen anyone who could practice this technique to such an extent that, given enough space, it seemed no force could harm him. Tian Xun nodded slightly and said, "Indeed, he is strong. This man has reached a level where he is untouchable by force unless the speed and strength far surpass his. Otherwise, it's very hard to hurt him." At this rate, Lin Shen's situation looks a bit grim. He's constantly depleting his strength while that man keeps borrowing and converting force, using none of his own strength. In the long run, Lin Shen will lose. Tian Xin started to worry. She had originally thought that Chi Ba was the greatest threat, yet she hadn't expected this inconspicuous human to be far more frightening than Chi Ba. Chapter 347 Using Force to Convert Force. Lin Shen was well aware that he couldn't defeat Ximen's swordsman with skill alone. To beat Ximen's swordsman, there were only two paths to take. One was to overpower him with absolute speed and strength, rendering his skill of borrowing and transforming force useless. That was a path Lin Shen could take, but it required using the super base form and all his base mutation talents to crush Ximen's swordsman with an overwhelming advantage. Lin Shen did not want to take that path, firstly because it exposed too much, and secondly, under such circumstances, it would inevitably lead to a fight to the death with no way to hold back. Although Ximen's swordsman was not exactly a friend to Lin Shen, during the battle with the Wan family, for whatever reason, Ximen's swordsman had lent his assistance. Therefore, Lin Shen was not willing to truly fight Ximen's swordsman to the death, and killing Ximen's swordsman offered no benefit to Lin Shen. Since he was unwilling to kill Ximen's swordsman, that left only one path. He would have to find the weakness in Ximen's swordsman's skill of borrowing and transforming force, rendering him unable to borrow or transform force, and naturally, he would be able to defeat him. This would be purely a technical level confrontation. In fact, up to now, the speed and strength both men had shown were still within the normal range for ascenders. Lin Shen did not know what Ximen's swordsman was thinking, but he himself had no intention of fighting with Ximen's swordsman to the death. Thus, Lin Shen had not even used his super base form, guessing that Ximen's swordsman also had reserves, not fighting with all his might in desperation. Standing in place, hoping to break Ximen's swordsman's skill of borrowing and transforming force, was clearly unrealistic. Fortunately, during the fight, Lin Shen felt a certain part gradually soften, not as uncomfortable as before, which should mean that the effects of the melon seeds were waning. Lin Shen could now use Surfing Fist and Demon Heart Finger without any worries. He finally didn't have to stand in place and defend passively. Combining Surfing Fist with Demon Heart Finger, blending strength with softness, reality with illusion, Lin Shen had taken these two skills to their limits. Yet, he still couldn't harm Ximen's swordsman in the slightest. Ximen's swordsman's body seemed lighter than a feather, every single fluctuation of force could push his body away, causing every one of Lin Shen's attacks to fail. Lin Shen was forced to move, but sadly, it remains futile. Tian Xian's expression also turned solemn. This was no longer just a personal vendetta between him and Lin Shen, it was tied to the interests of Tian Xuan, so he still hoped that Lin Shen could win the duel. But Lin Shen's situation was not good, he couldn't touch Ximen's swordsman, who was like a wandering soul in the air, and his frantic attacks were just a waste of energy. Qi 118 looked towards An 117 and exclaimed, "Where did you find such a person? His skill of borrowing and transforming force is already quite refined. The evolution skill and base mutation talent he cultivates must be related to this technique, otherwise, he would not have reached such a level." An 117 smiled and said, "Although Ximen's swordsman comes from a minor clan, his talent and ability are indeed exceptional. It's not just a matter of evolution skill and base mutation talent, his understanding of and sensitivity to force is at least on par with those at the nirvana level, if not superior. That's the only way he could do what he has done, true talent. Unless he is overwhelmed by speed and strength, even with an unparalleled divine weapon in hand, it would still be difficult to injure him in the slightest." It was apparent that An 117 held a profound admiration for Ximen's swordsman. Their battle continued, and no matter how earth-shattering Lin Shen's fist power was, resembling massive waves and tsunamis, it only managed to make Ximen's swordsman float along with the flow, never truly injuring him. After much thought, Lin Shen realized that there was only one way to defeat Ximen's swordsman, which was to leave him with no strength to borrow. The Surfing Fist was ineffective, it was a skill of immense momentum itself, and the greater the momentum, the harder it was to touch Ximen's swordsman. Although the force of Demon Heart Finger was already minimal, even the slightest amount of force would push Ximen's swordsman's body away, making it impossible to touch him. With a shift in thought, Lin Shen immediately abandoned the surfing fist and faced Ximen's swordsman solely with the Demon Heart Finger. Demon Heart Finger was a skill Lin Shen had learned from watching images transmitted by Red Heart A, integrated with the vibrating stabbing technique taught by Wei Wufu. Although the illusions created by the Demon Heart Finger were feints, a certain amount of strength was still required to generate the finger skill illusions. It was precisely this bit of force that caused Lin Shen's fingers to never hit Ximen's swordsman, instead, allowing Ximen's swordsman to take advantage of the opening and forcing Lin Shen to retreat time and again to avoid Ximen's swordsman's seemingly weak and powerless attacks. Lin Shen was well aware that Ximen's swordsman's attacks, while looking as gentle as a dance with no strength, were only deceiving. If one were to take a hit from his punches or palms, it probably wouldn't be pleasant. Lin Shen tried his best to contain his power, but achieving extreme inward control of force was far from an easy task. After giving up the surfing fist, Lin Shen's situation became even more difficult. Qi 118, observing Lin Shen's passive stance, said, "Lin Shen's concept isn't wrong, aiming to contain his power to the limit so that Ximen's swordsman can't borrow it. However, controlling force is a highly advanced technique, not to mention at ascension level, even masters at nirvana level who specialize in controlling force would find it difficult to achieve an undetectable state of such skill. It's even less possible for him to reach that level so quickly. What is this undetectable state you speak of?" Qi Xiang, who was beside Qi 118, inquired. "Any movement creates fluctuation. Even if one's force is contained to the extreme, not leaking outward, movement itself requires the disruption of matter and cannot avoid generating fluctuation. If we compare space to water, anything moving in water will inevitably cause the water to flow. So, no matter how much Lin Shen contains his force, he can't touch Ximen's swordsman who floats along the waves. The undetectable state isn't about literally preventing space from generating fluctuation, it's about controlling the direction of the fluctuation. Even if there's noise, if it's not in the right direction, it's hard to detect. And if there's color, if it's not in the correct position, it won't be seen. Reaching that state, techniques of borrowing and transforming force naturally become ineffective. Unfortunately, those who can train to an undetectable state are often already adept at the skill of borrowing and transforming force. Ximen's swordsman can achieve the undetectable state, but Lin Shen simply cannot," Seraph explained. "Apart from not reaching that undetectable state, is there no other way to break through this skill of borrowing and transforming force?" Qi Xiang asked again. Having witnessed Ximen's swordsman's skill, he realized how formidable the skill of borrowing and transforming force was. He was not confident in cracking such an enigmatic technique and wished to know if there were any other solutions, to be better prepared for future encounters. Nov. L. B/JNN. Aside from mastering control of force to achieve the undetectable state, absolute speed and strength can also break through the skill of borrowing and transforming force. However, in combat against an opponent of the same realm, it's evidently difficult to achieve absolute dominion. If one really encounters such a person, the best way is to not become enemies with him, to avoid suffering. If, unfortunately, one becomes an enemy, then one should find a narrow space. Transforming force requires space and distance. One might be able to limit their mobility and perhaps then there could be a chance of defeating them. Beyond that, there are no other methods, said Qi 118. Given the vast openness of Chessboard Island, it seems Lin Shen is bound to lose, Qi Ba said with a touch of schadenfreude. Chapter 348, Chapter 348 Battle Economics. Lin Shen is indeed a rare talent. That kind of long-range surfing fist power is also an extremely rare skill, and his prowess in head-on combat can be considered top-notch among those at the ascension level. Qi Ba didn't lose unjustly. Even without falling for a trick, he would probably still be more likely to lose than to win. Qi 118 spoke very sensibly and paused before continuing. Unfortunately, he met Ximen's swordsman, who has mastered the skill of borrowing and transforming force to perfection, which just so happens to counter that peculiar fist power of his. Unless he has some other base change talent to win by surprise, his defeat is certain. Most agreed with Qi 118's view, believing that unless Lin Shen had some special base change innate skill, he had no chance of winning purely in terms of skill. Lin Shen was well aware in his heart that in terms of skill, he would find it difficult to defeat Ximen's swordsman. If Wei Wufu had been here, perhaps he would have found a way to break Ximen's swordsman's skill of borrowing and transforming force. Regrettably, Lin Shen was not Wei Wufu, he did not possess such a comprehensive array of skills. I must get Yun to master various martial arts as soon as possible, then use the protection of the Valkyrie to pass them on to me. Otherwise, my skills are too simplistic to handle various situations, Lin Shen thought again. Now, relying on Yun was too late. Ximen's swordsman's skill was equally simplistic, what made his simplicity capable of victory, but not mine? There is no absolute in the ways of overcoming in this world. Water can overcome fire, but that doesn't mean fire cannot overcome water. Even if at a disadvantage, as long as one uses the right method, a reversal of poles is not impossible. As Lin Shen retreated, he pondered how to break Ximen's swordsman's skill. Since I can't achieve absolute suppression, nor absolute constriction of power, why not just let go? He likes to borrow force, doesn't he? Then I will let him borrow. Lin Shen, being continuously pushed back by Ximen's swordsman, suddenly gave up the demon heart finger and reverted to using surfing fist. Lin Shen's fist power was earth-shattering, violently bombarding Ximen's swordsman. This time, however, Ximen's swordsman was unable to borrow the force and was shaken by Lin Shen's fist power, swinging outward while suspended in the air. Brilliant! Lin Shen had only thrown one punch when Qi 118 already saw the trick and exclaimed in admiration, since absolute constriction of power is not possible, he simply doesn't restrain the fist power, letting it disperse to create a large area tidal fist force. And 117 also felt inspired, nodding and saying, thinning out the fist power, from point to surface, has increased the difficulty of borrowing power and reduced the portion of force Ximen's swordsman can borrow. It seems like he reduced the destructiveness of his fist power, but the threat to Ximen's swordsman has grown. At least it makes it hard for him to borrow force to counterattack, a truly ingenious solution. However, this solution can only turn the tables and prevent Ximen's swordsman from borrowing force to counterattack, it doesn't solve the continuous energy consumption issue. Such a wide area tidal fist force actually increases Lin Shen's own energy expenditure. Once his strength is too depleted, and stamina becomes an issue, he will still be defeated in the end, said Qi 118. Tian Xin's heart fluctuated as she listened, going up and down. One moment, they said Lin Shen had found a good solution, the next, they said he was still bound to lose. Weren't they just messing with her? Cousin, can Lin Shen really make it? Tian Xin asked Tian Xuan, who was beside her, as the current situation was truly hard to discern. He won't lose, Tian Xuan seemed not to worry at all, quite certain that Lin Shen would win. Others might not have seen Lin Shen's capabilities, but Tian Xuan had. When Lin Shen had forcefully killed Cosimo, who descended like a god, that punch had the power to break through with brute force, crushing the skill of borrowing and transforming force of Ximen's swordsman. Although Lin Shen had told her that such a skill had too many limitations and was almost impossible to use, Tian Xuan didn't really believe it. She just thought Lin Shen wanted to be low-key and avoid drawing too much attention. Tian Xuan, since you have so much confidence in him, why don't we raise the stakes a bit? And 117 suddenly said to Tian Xuan. What stakes do you want to add? Tian Xuan asked nonchalantly. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. If Lin Shen loses, you will give me that thing you obtained in the giant god mausoleum, and if Ximen's swordsman loses, I will give you what I obtained there. It's useless for us to each have a part of it anyway, what do you think? And 117 shared his thoughts. Sounds good, Tianxun replied without any change in expression, agreeing readily. This made An 117 somewhat suspicious, but looking at the current state of the battle, it seemed there was no way Ximen's swordsman could win. Lin Shen had already thrown so many powerful punches, even if he had a skill that could restore his strength, it couldn't possibly last forever, while Ximen's swordsman only needed to exert very little power and stamina to make Lin Shen keep using that extremely strength-draining tidal fist force. It seemed that Ximen's swordsman was bound to win in the end. An 117 even thought that it wouldn't take long before Lin Shen's tidal fist force would be significantly weakened, at which point Ximen's swordsman would control the situation. Trying to bluff me? Tianxun, you're really underestimating me, An 117 thought to himself with a cold snort, but he said with a smile, all right, then it's a deal. It's a deal, said Tianxun indifferently. Tianxin was very anxious inside, as he couldn't see at all what Lin Shen had to count on to win. Unless Lin Shen used that terrifying strength he had during their fight, but who could guarantee that Ximen's swordsman didn't have hidden moves? The battle continued, with Lin Shen persistently delivering punch after punch of tidal-like fist power. Although this fist power wasn't as destructive as the triple fist, it reduced the force Ximen's swordsman could borrow, preventing his attacks from posing too much of a threat to him. Discover hidden tales at mvlenovelbin.net. Seeing Lin Shen punch out the tidal fist force one after another, Ximen's swordsman also started to feel doubtful. Going at it like this, even with the ability to recover strength, Lin Shen couldn't possibly last very long. All he needed to do was expend 2 or 3% of his force, and Lin Shen would have to respond with 100% of his, making it clear who was at a loss. The reason Ximen's swordsman practiced the skill of borrowing and transforming force was closely tied to his upbringing and way of thinking. Coming from a humble background with no connections, Ximen's swordsman had very limited resources available from the beginning of his cultivation, and had to calculate every expenditure carefully, ensuring every bit was spent where it mattered most. His combat thinking was the same. He considered those who relied solely on strength to win as fools. He condensed his combat ideology into a study he named Combat Economics, where spending a fraction of his energy would cost the enemy 100-fold, ensuring that however deep the enemy's resources were, they would be whittled away in a war of attrition and ultimately forced to retreat. Ximen's swordsman had calculated well, but unfortunately, he seemed to have forgotten one thing. Lin Shen once had a nickname, Tian, the perpetual motion. Chapter 349 Who consumes whom? Lin Shen's energy depletion was far greater than that of the Ximen's swordsman, but he didn't care. The Ximen's swordsman wanted to wear him down, but he likewise wanted to deplete the Ximen's swordsman. No matter how effortless borrowing and converting force could be, it ultimately still required some expenditure of strength and stamina. If the Ximen's swordsman had faced someone other than Lin Shen, trading 2 or 3% of his own battle damage for dozens of times that of his enemy would indeed assure victory without loss. However, Lin Shen was willing to trade dozens of times his own battle damage for merely 2 or 3% of the Ximen's swordsman's. Lin Shen could endure a loss dozens of times greater, while it was uncertain whether the Ximen's swordsman could last to the end with just a 2 or 3% loss. What Lin Shen was banking on was his profound foundation and strong endurance. As the two men fought fiercely, everyone saw Lin Shen continuously using tidal fist force, recklessly squandering his power without any unexpected winning moves, and they all felt that the outcome of the battle seemed to be a foregone conclusion. In the beginning, Tianxun thought that Lin Shen would surely use his true strength at about the same time, but after waiting left and right, he found Lin Shen still wasting his power, somewhat surprised. Lin Shen, what are you doing? Why haven't you used your real strength yet? Tianxin couldn't help but shout to Lin Shen in the midst of the battlefield. Upon hearing Tianxin's words, the Ximen's swordsman secretly sneered in his heart, knowing full well that Lin Shen hadn't given his all and still had something hidden. That didn't matter, for Lin Shen had hidden skills, and so did he. After using skills, he felt he wouldn't lose to Lin Shen. Now that Lin Shen wasn't using his skills, of course, he too was happy with the status quo and had no intention of revealing his trump cards. After all, it would certainly be Lin Shen who'd lose out in a prolonged battle. Everyone held this view of the battle, but as time ticked by, Lin Shen's endurance began to exceed their expectations, and his fist power remained as strong as ever. His energy restoration skill is quite strong, hey? After so long, he can still hold on, said Qi Xiang, unable to resist commenting. Indeed quite enduring, but even if his strength can be restored, his physical and stamina won't fully recover. Over time, even the strongest recovery ability will make him feel weak, Qi 118 said. As time passed, another span of time went by, and even in 117 began to feel impatient. Lin Shen's stamina is somewhat strange. He's not planning to fight a war of attrition with the Ximen swordsman, is he? Is that even possible? The Ximen swordsman has only used a fraction of his strength, while Lin Shen's exhaustion is tens to hundreds of times greater than his. Can he really fight a battle of attrition like that? Qi 118's expression had already turned peculiar. After yet another period of time passed, the crowd realized that Lin Shen remained vigorous, one punch rolling into the next, without the slightest hint of cessation. By now, everyone had begun to wonder, and Tian Xin's expression grew odd as she thought to herself, damn, how can this guy last so long? He's like, that unyielding. While Tian Xin contemplated, her mind recalled a certain unclean image that made her feel inferior, and forced her to keep a 2-urinal distance in the bathroom. Her complexion instantly turned somewhat unnatural. 7 or 8 hours had passed, and even the Ximen swordsman in the fight had realized Lin Shen was set on a war of attrition. The Ximen swordsman's heart was filled with reluctance. Why should you be able to fight a war of attrition with such reckless depletion? You want to play it like that? Then I'll play along to the end. I don't believe that with such tactics, I could lose. The Ximen swordsman stared coldly at Lin Shen, his form like a phoenix soaring through the 9 heavens, and also like an angry dragon writhing in the sea, swimming freely amidst the overwhelming tidal fist force of Lin Shen. Tian Xun and the others had originally expected the battle to be over quickly, but after such a long time, it was still ongoing with no signs of determining the victor. Their predicted end time had been broken over and over, leaving them no choice but to continue watching patiently. When the battle exceeded 20 hours, even Qi 118 and N 117 changed their expressions. Experience new stories on mvlenovelbin.net. Is this guy a machine? How can a carbon-based life form engage in high-intensity combat for such a long time? Qi 118 couldn't help but exclaim. Even a machine would overheat and wear out after running at high intensity continuously. This person's endurance is truly astonishing. Tian Xun, congratulations on finding a special talent, and 117 admired. It's just that his endurance is a bit stronger than the average person, nothing special, Tian Xun said, though the corners of his mouth inadvertently curled up, unable to be suppressed. I've seen those who can consume, but never someone who can consume like this, sustaining dozens or even hundreds of times more combat damage and consumption than others. Is this something a human can manage? Tian Xin's eyes were red with envy. Regardless of whether Lin Shen could win this battle, the profound endurance he had shown was enough to demand respect. The Ximen swordsman began to feel that something was wrong, as he started to feel fatigued, while Lin Shen's fist power remained undiminished. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. This guy, is he really human? The originally confident Ximen swordsman's beliefs had begun to waver. He thought he was wearing down Lin Shen, but suddenly realized that he seemed to be the one being consumed by Lin Shen. Who could endure that? As time reached over 30 hours, the movements of the Ximen swordsman had begun to deform to a certain extent, and his skill of using momentum and transforming energy was no longer perfect. He was showing flaws. Yet Lin Shen did not take advantage of these vulnerabilities to attack. He continued to wear him down. By now, everyone could see clearly that from the moment Lin Shen had used tidal fist force, he had planned to engage the Ximen swordsman in a battle of attrition. The expressions of Qi 118 and An 117 were quite remarkable. This was completely opposite to their initial judgment. They thought that the person being worn down would now turn out to be the winner, with the Ximen swordsman showing obvious signs of fatigue, whereas Lin Shen remained as consistent as ever. By this point, it was too late for the Ximen swordsman to fight with all his might. His physical strength and endurance were clearly compromised. Even if he wanted to fight to the death, Lin Shen wouldn't give him the chance now. Unlike Lin Shen, the approach taken by the Ximen swordsman doomed him to struggle for control. It wasn't just a matter of wanting to fight to the death. Lin Shen, like a perpetual motion machine, threw punch after punch. Now, each of his punches, seemingly ineffectual, conveyed a terrifying sense of oppression. The most ordinary things, when persisted with over a long time, far beyond the psychological expectations of most, would slowly start to seem incredible. The likelihood of the Ximen swordsman's movements being deformed increased, and the deformations became more serious. It was evident that he was truly tired. But still, Lin Shen did not launch the final attack, maintaining a steady output. This exerted even greater psychological pressure on the Ximen swordsman than a direct defeat, planting in his mind the idea that Lin Shen might be invincible. "We've lost this battle," An 117 suddenly spoke up, interrupting the fight and conceding. Chapter 350 Tianxun's Reward. An 117 knew that Ximen swordsman had lost, and if the fight continued, it would only deal a blow to Ximen swordsman's conviction. Instead of waiting for Ximen swordsman to be defeated, it was better to simply concede defeat and preserve his conviction. This intense battle, lasting over 40 hours, finally ended with Lin Shen's victory. .net. "This is our wager," An 117 flicked something toward Tianxun. After catching it, Tianxun put it away with a smile. "The An family really are people of their word." An 117 said nothing more, turning his head to Lin Shen. "Lin Shen, your performance today was truly astonishing. If you're interested, come for tea at my place, and I'll treat you as an honored guest. Inviting someone to join you right before my eyes, that's a bit inappropriate, isn't it?" Tianxun said with a smile. "Haha, it's merely admiration, of course. If Lin Shen is willing to come to my place, I'd welcome him with open arms." And 117 laughed heartily as he took his leave. When Ximen swordsman followed An 117 to leave, he gave Lin Shen a deep look. He had considered the possibility of defeat, and he wasn't presumptuous enough to think of himself as invincible among his peers, but he hadn't expected to lose in this way. When Qi Ba and Qi Xiang left, they also glanced at Lin Shen, secretly resolving that if they ever had to fight this guy again, they absolutely could not engage in a war of attrition with him. He was like a monster that didn't know the meaning of fatigue. But they had forgotten that Lin Shen's surfing fist was just as terrifying in an explosion of power. It was only because he was up against a freak like Ximen swordsman that he had no choice but to engage in a battle of attrition. After returning to Paradise Island, Tianxun called Lin Shen to his study. "Lin Shen, every time you manage to surprise me, your ability for high-intensity endurance fighting is a talent in itself," Tianxun exclaimed with admiration. "It's just a bit more endurance, nothing special, not worthy of such praise," Lin Shen said modestly. "All right, no need for false modesty in front of me," Tianxun laughed. "This time, not only did you help me secure the development rights for that area, but you also won me something very important." "How should I thank you?" "If you really want to thank me, then fulfill what you promised me tonight," Lin Shen quickly said. Tianxun's face flushed, and she gave him a glare. "That's just a normal affair between lovers, how could that be considered a reward? What kind of person do you take me for?" "Of course as a lover," Lin Shen replied without fluster, sincerely. "You?" Tianxun began to laugh. "You don't know what you've won for me. I'm delighted, and I must thank you." JNN. Is it that thing in 117 gave you? What is it? Lin Shen asked with some curiosity. Tianxun took the object out of her pocket and placed it on the desk. Lin Shen looked carefully and saw that it was a triangular red crystal. Before Lin Shen could examine the triangular red crystal closely, Tianxun took out another one and placed it on the desk, looking exactly the same. The three of us discovered an incredible tomb within the giant god mausoleum. Tianxun explained the origin of this object, and we suspect that the person buried inside might be the ancient realm king who vanished back then. To open the tomb, theoretically, there should be 7 key fragments. The three of us each obtained one, but Yaya snatched the other 4. Upon hearing this, Lin Shen was slightly startled. He had always thought that the ancient realm king's final resting place should be on the realm king planet. How could Tianxun say there might be a tomb of the ancient realm king here? However, after giving it some thought, he realized that he had not seen the ancient realm king's tomb on the realm king planet either. He had only visited that underground space and seen the 3 treasure chests. And it was still uncertain whether the 3 treasure chests were indeed left by the ancient realm king. Seemingly piercing through Lin Shen's thoughts, Tianxun added, the realm king planet Yu and Tianxian visited should also be related to the ancient realm king, but it might just be the place where he left the 3 treasure chests. The actual burial site of the ancient realm king's true body is most likely not there. As for this tomb, it's still only a suspicion at present whether it's the final resting place of the ancient realm king, and we cannot be certain. We can only know for sure once we obtain all the fragments of the key and go inside. Moreover, I suspect that within that tomb, there might be a high-level base mutation site. Tianxun paused and then continued, you have a treasure chest key on you. If you're willing, you could cooperate with Tianxian and share the benefits within the chest equally. If he receives the benefits and doesn't share with you, I certainly won't let him have his way. Lin Shen directly placed the treasure chest key, which he had snatched from Tianxian, in front of Tianxun, speaking with an expression of pain as if he were cutting flesh from his own body. Since the treasure Tianxun has spoken, just give it to him. There's no need to share with me. Tianxun seemed very pleased, rose to his feet, walked behind Lin Shen, and embraced him from behind, his cheek pressed against Lin Shen's cheek and said, my little lover has sacrificed so much for me and helped me with such a great favor. What should I do to repay you? I think tonight would be the best repayment, Lin Shen said as he stretched out his hand to caress Tianxun's cheek. Although it seemed only a mosaic, the smooth sensation distinctly informed Lin Shen that this was a warm beauty. Then I will sweep the couch to wait for you tonight, Tianxun breathed out like an orchid, tickling Lin Shen's ears intensely. Suddenly, Lin Shen felt something moist and soft touch his earlobe, causing his body to jolt stiffly as if struck by lightning. Tianxun felt Lin Shen's shiver and stiffness and released his embrace, straightening up and laughing, I still have some things to take care of. My little lover, let's not miss our date tonight. After returning to his room, Lin Shen looked at the time and saw that there were more than 30 hours before nighttime, so he teleported to Ring Mountain Planet in search of mutant supersource dragons. Excited heart, trembling hands. Tianxian, holding the key Tianxun passed to him, was trying to open the treasure chest he had acquired. Please let this be the right key. Tianxian prayed in his heart with unprecedented devotion. His luck was indeed good. Applying force to the key with his fingers, he heard a click, and the treasure chest actually opened. It worked. It really worked. Tianxian exclaimed with wild joy, opening the lid of the chest with his trembling hands. Seeing the item inside, Tianxian was startled. A base mutation egg? Why is it a base mutation egg? The most precious thing of the ancient realm king turns out to be a base mutation egg. What kind of heaven-defying creature will hatch from it? Tianxian took out what seemed like a steel mutant egg. However, he didn't believe it was that simple, believing it only appeared to be a steel mutant egg on the surface, but in reality, it had to be more complex. There was nothing else inside the box, so Tianxin placed the base mutation egg into the incubation box with immense anticipation. What terrifying creature could possibly hatch from the ancient realm king's most precious base mutation egg? Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audiowave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.